I went too far. Hello! Hi guys! Welcome! I hope you guys had a lovely week. It is Monday and I am going to be playing Mistonia until we finish Alfred's story. We're on chapter 3. If the story goes as far as the last one did, it was 4 chapters. With a good, a bad, and a middle ending. Mid I guess, a mid ending. So I'm hoping to get all 3 of those before I end my stream. I'm not gonna stop until I finish. Let me phrase this right. I'm not stopping until I get that. Hi Ninja! We just got home. We had a family situation, so we just got back from that, which is why I only had 1 stream last week. It's not fun. But you know, we got to see our family at the end of it all, so. But I'm back. I'm going to be streaming today. I'm going to be streaming tomorrow. And I'm going to be streaming on Saturday. Thank you. So I'm going to have 3 streams this week. Tomorrow's might be a little shorter. And then Saturday's is going to be a decent length. It's going to make up for last week. And then I haven't double checked my schedule yet, so there might be one on Sunday as well. I could be wrong, but I will let you guys know closer to that. I keep saying I'm going to make a schedule and post it in Discord so you guys know what I'm doing each week, but I haven't got to that yet. We also are going to start Borderlands streams soon. I don't know if today's the day. It might be, but we made little cute. We had cute little chibis designed. My sister commissioned those, so we have cute little chibis, and we're gonna plan it. Another side note, I'm going to be redoing the outline of this stuff soon for the new year. It's going to kind of match the template for the 2026 schedule. And then I also got sent a game so I can do a review on it for the Lucky Princess and the Unlucky Knights. I forgot the name of it suddenly. Oh no, I'm a horrible person to review games. It's not a stream. It's not going to be streamed. I'm just going to play it by myself, and then I'm going to make a video like this, where I do, like I usually do when I do my reviews, just talking about the characters, talking about the premise, going over the voice actors and stuff like that, just like we normally do when we do a review. So that's going to be coming up soon. I don't think it's going to be ready for tomorrow. I would love it to be, but I would have to play so much of that game to do it. Unfortunately, I didn't have Wi-Fi that was reliable when I first was asked if I'd like to review it, and I didn't get to download it until like literally yesterday, and I totally zoned out yesterday. So that's okay though. We are going to have a review. It might be Saturday. It might be Sunday. I will post that one on Discord before it happens. All right. But yeah, those are all my random updates. I also got a new journal. I totally forgot about this. And this one I'm using it for, so I have 2. Haha, I just have so many. This one's new. My sister wanted one like this, and they had a promotion on the website. This is not the official ones. If you guys know what these are, this is not the official. This is a knockoff. But they had a promotion where it was like 2 for $3. So we both got one. It's a little bit smaller than my current one, so that's kind of nice. It's a little longer though, and it has more pages in it. So it has like this. So I have like my schedule in here, plus party stuff planning. So this one has like a monthly thing, and then it has a weekly, which I haven't had a weekly in a long time. And then on top of that, it also has trackers in the back, which is cool. They have this one for 365 days. This is also a 2-year journal, so that's kind of fun. And then it has just for notes. So I already have that in this one too. I'm more of a big, let me get the big screen so you can actually see what I'm showing. This one has like a spot for notes. I don't use it for notes. I just stick stickers in here. These are stickers I got from a present I got sent. There's coffee stickers from every time I ever get coffee, basically. I steal them. Dosage notice from work. My normal coffee order right there, what I normally get when I get coffee. So yeah, that's what this has in it. So that has pots like that in the back, which is probably how I'll use that. But it also has for the weekly a little spot to the side too, so you can write weekly notes as well, which I think is really cool. So I think it's going to be useful for streaming, because I'm told myself this year I'm going to stream 100 Otome game streams specifically. And I'm already at 4 or 3. I think it's 3. If I'm being confident in myself, I think it's 3. I'm using the weekly to track that. Let's see, choose wisely. I've been adding the stuff into this because we just got it. Mistonia. Yeah, we're at 3 right now, so this is our 4th one. My goal is 100 this year. So I'm using that to keep track of that, which I think is kind of cool. But yeah, whew, I'm more of a big leather tome kind of person. Listen, I would love a big leather tome. I would love, if anyone's ever watched Star Butterfly versus the Forces of Evil, one of my favorite cartoons of all time. She has a book in that I just want to recreate. I love it so much, but I've always loved really big books. I love the book from Charmed. I love the books from Gravity Falls. I have the replica of both of those. I have the replica of Gravity Falls book, and I have the replica of is that box right here? Just making sure. And I have the replica of Star Butterflies. So I have both of those replicas. They exist in my home. Another thing we're going to try to hopefully do at some point is get a top-down view. So maybe I could do a let's walk through my books. But yeah, I'd love to create that. That's actually why I started doing junk journaling, I guess. Part of me is like, I want to make a book that is just so booky. And my junk journal is just trash. It's straight up trash. Streamer hype. That is very kind of you, no? I'm also going to try joining in this fun little game called Rejection Therapy, where you do things intentionally to get rejected. So I'm going to make some posts and some emails and write them and send them to see if I can get rejected is the goal, right? So the goal is rejection. I think she was doing 100. We'll go smaller. We'll do 50 and try to do one a week to send out request. Obviously, I'll send out more than one request a week, but just to try and get 50 rejections by the end of the year. To see what I can potentially try to grow and learn and do, and also be okay with being told no, which it's a thing. You have to learn it. But yeah, we're going to continue this. We're going to finish all of Alfred today. I'm going to get through all of his endings, and that way tomorrow we're starting fresh with Edward. We're going to get Edward tomorrow. And then we're going to, I think you can't do Ascot until like the very end. I think he's like locked until the end, which is crazy because he's not my favorite at all. But if I could do Ascot after Ed, I would do that. We'll see. The 5 houses gathered at the Bernstein Mansion to review documents, security plans, and the current state of the nation. Oh, just to add to everything I'm doing. I also, I'm almost done with my review on this game, by the way. I've been working on this for way too long. I'm almost ready for that review. This is the other review I'm going to be doing, Termania, The Lucky Princess, and The Tragic Knights. That's the other review. And then these games are all on sale right now. These two are on sale for like $2 together. And I've never played them, but I thought they looked really pretty. These ones are all on sale as well. These ones I started playing last night just to see what it was like, and I don't really like them, but that's okay. But Figment, get it if you haven't got it yet. It's really cheap. And I love puzzle games, so those are something I do when I'm just bored. How long are we going to talk here? The exhibition is approaching fast. We need to tighten the city's security. Oh, my drinks. Oh yeah, and the Huntrix won a Golden Globe? Proud of them. You're so full of energy today, Lord Linus? But you are a ward. Does this mean that you've got your opponents cornered? Linus stood unusually fired up. He seemed more than ready to take action. I observed them, serving them all the while. Linus is tracking the movements of the anti-royalists, the ravens within the city. I'm not sure how much he knows, but the Twilight Ravens are definitely the kind of trouble he wants to eliminate. Fixing my cardigan. I get where you're coming from, Lord Linus, but relying on numbers to take action is risky. Innocent people could be put in peril. Just like what do you think, Lord Alfred? All eyes turned to Alfred, who had been observing silently. I miss this man. Oh my goodness. Also, me and my sister were talking about possibly getting Forest 3 when it comes out, but I'm going to see if we can play the Forest 1 or 2 first, just to see if we like it. Again, we're trying to pick out some co-op games for throughout the year so me and her can play games. Re-Animals is about to come out. I started looking into that one because I love Little Nightmares and I haven't even played 3 yet. What's wrong with me? I played 1 and 2 to get there. The Forest is an interesting title. And don't worry, you won't miss it for the trees. It is nothing but forest. If you haven't played Forest, I recommend looking into it. It's kind of like Ark mixed with monsters instead of dinosaurs. That's a great way to describe it. Like, you're trying to survive. There is a story. You are finding clues. It's an expansive place to search. I've watched people play it, but I haven't personally played it myself. And honestly, the people I watch play, I don't even know if they really followed the lore that much or if they just got lost. As one would do in a forest, I might add. Lots of creepy people with no clothes. That sounds exactly what I picture when I think of people living in a forest. I mean... Should the queen face immediate danger, we should consider more extreme measures, as Lord Linus suggests. Alfred raised his hand, cutting Linus off before he could speak. However, that should be a last resort. As someone native to the forest, we do have clothes. Yes, but you're not a forest person, right? Like, you live in a forest-ish area. That doesn't make you a forest person. They're two different things. They're very different. They might look similar, but they're not the same. As Lord Edward pointed out, we must avoid dragging citizens into this. It could end up inciting distrust towards the queen. And your point is... What's your point? I still have, like, smudgies on my glasses. This is the only thing I hate about having such big frames. I want them to be clean. And there's just so much frame to clean. Wow. And I can't see anything without them. Oh my goodness. I am so blind without glasses. I can see now. I get what you mean, but we should avoid acting recklessly. Go on, Alfred. Pop off. You tell that guy to back the fuck off. Linus frowned, clearly disappointed that his suggestion wasn't gaining support. Alfred, on the other hand, remained unfazed and continued. Alfred, even though he served as the head of Creswell and protected the queen and country, he was also the leader of the Ravens and opposed the queen, which is his true self. It's easy to lose sight of your ideals if you're not careful. Just as I finished serving and cleaning up the teapot, I sensed someone watching me. I scanned the room as casually as I could. My eyes met with Lucas. Lucas! My man! I wanted to distance myself from Lucas after what happened the other day. He was obviously staring at me. It made me uneasy.
Oi.
Hey. Lucas had been silent, acting completely disinterested during the meeting. Then he spoke up suddenly, causing the room to fall silent. He didn't seem to mind at all and spoke to me. You can stop serving now. If you stay any longer, you'll just be interrupting. Leave. Understood. It appeared that my attempt to see him back then had made him wary. I lowered my head quietly, then Alfred spoke up. Lord Lucas, just when I thought you were finally going to contribute, you don't even share your opinion. Instead, you order a servant around. We have an urusai. I know he's not done talking, but I gotta remember that one. Shut up. Besides, as far as I remember, you kicked her out before too, didn't you, Alfred? About that. I turned around and left, reflecting on the other day's event as I listened to their conversation. I was like, whatever, not my problem. The Five Houses conference went on for several hours. Today feels much longer than usual, huh? The members of the Five Houses finished the meeting and prepared to head home as I cleaned the entrance hall. Linus looked disappointed. Clearly nothing had changed since I left the room.
でもまだ時間はあるし、いろいろやり方はあるさ。
I get how you feel, Line, but there's still time, and we can try other approaches. I bowed slightly as Ascot and Linus walked past, conversing. Lucas appeared next, looking like he wanted to say something. He simply left the estate, however, perhaps wanting to avoid touching my hand. I sighed in relief, then I sensed someone approaching from behind. There was no trace of fatigue in Alfred's face, even after such a long time assisting. He walked towards me, wearing his usual grumpy expression. I stepped aside and gently bowed my head.
次の休みは
When's your next day off? 4 days from now.
ではあそこへ。お前に頼みたいことが。
Come to my place, I need to ask you something. No one was around to hear us during this brief moment we crossed paths. Alfred left the estate without looking back. He looks nothing like the person who had been playing the royalist just moments ago. It's no surprise that other houses can't see through him. While I was lost in thought, Edward called to me. Sorry about Lucas. I hope he didn't offend you. Not at all. I should apologize for not being more mindful. I should not just be standing around all day. It was my fault for meeting Lucas's eyes, and yet it's hard to explain, but I didn't sense any bitterness in Lucas's words. I wonder why. Now that I thought about it, he wouldn't have approached me like he wanted to say something if he really didn't want to touch my hand.
よかった。根は悪い人ではないから、あまり誤解してほしくなかったんだ。
I'm glad he's not a bad person.
君には無用な心配だったかな。
I didn't want you to get the wrong idea. Maybe I was worried for nothing. He made his way to the second floor looking relieved. I bowed to his retreating figure. I couldn't forget the discomfort I felt around Lucas and soon recalled the day I made that promise with Alfred. On my day off, 4 days later, I went to Eden just as I had been told. I headed to the hideout, keeping an eye out to make sure I wasn't being followed. If he said come to my home, I wouldn't assume he's going to be there. Just saying. I knocked the proper number of times and entered through the ajar entrance. The door was quickly shut and locked behind me. The man who let me in looked familiar. He was the person I had knocked down in the hand-to-hand combat. I braced myself slightly, but the man raised both hands to show he meant no harm. Sorry about back then. I was the one who made the first move. I relaxed and shook my head, sensing no threat from him. You don't need to apologize. You're probably acting under orders from your leader, right? You figured it out. Well, whatever. Sir Al's waiting for you. With that, he retreated into the depths of the hideout and left me to my own devices. I called out to Alfred, who was focused on writing and had ignored our exchange. You arrived. Has anything happened at the Bernstein estate? Nothing out of the ordinary today. That aside, could you at least act like you're paying attention to me? I said, mildly exasperated. Alfred's lip curled up slightly. He glanced sideways before responding. I never thought you would make such a fuss back then. My help wasn't necessary. He realized that hitting a woman was going too far and regretted it. He wanted to apologize, so I let him. Oh, you really trust them, huh? I do, yes. If I didn't trust them, I wouldn't have come up with such a grand plan. I wonder, would you have gone ahead on your own anyway? I kept my thoughts to myself, but deep down, I knew that he'd have made his move eventually. Silence lingered for a while after that. You called me here, didn't you? What is it that you want from me? Sorry for the trouble. I couldn't possibly handle it alone though, so... Alfred turned his eyes to the stack of papers on the desk. I'm currently writing down the stonemasonry techniques that have been passed down in my family. The papers were filled with neat handwriting that revealed the writer's upbringing, the content quite detailed just as he mentioned. I picked them up and skimmed the pages. The details in writing showed the writer's intention to make sure nothing was left unsaid. The passion in the text could be felt as At only a glance, it almost felt like it feels like a will. Alfred didn't grow angry at the words that slipped out of my mouth. Instead, he seemed rather amused. Oh, you. It will be once you kill me. Why are you writing something like this? Weapons will probably be needed for the exhibition, and while the Twilight Ravens have members who specialize in making them, using my household technique will make them sturdier. I'll have them read this so they acquire the necessary knowledge for the plan. I see. You've really written this with a great deal of care. It's almost like you're teaching a child. It was then I realized that those reading it would be members of the Ravens, the people of Eden. Writing it this way made sense. That's because a lot of them are ill-educated and some are kids. Sadly. When I looked up from the papers, Alfred had a sour look on his face, as if trying and failing to relax the furrow in his brow. The fault lies with the country and our own negligence. Many Mingles, especially those who live here, have low literacy rates. It's pointless if I don't make it understandable. Furthermore, is there another reason? He was silent for a while. After some time, he continued as if having made up his mind. The power of our Fey ancestry has been weakened in recent years. What? I hadn't expected that. I was genuinely surprised. The five houses knew the queen was weakening with age. Was it the same with the noble bloodlines? I never came across anything like that in my investigations. I'm not surprised. Hardly anyone's noticed. House Creswell is probably showing the most noticeable signs. How can you say that power is weakening with such great certainty? There are plenty of demi-fae with powers that are stronger than normals like us. Like you. That's certainly the case with some nobles and the heads of the five houses, but the number of weaker individuals is definitely growing. The rising population in Eden proves that. Alfred's comment made me recall something Goneril had told me about people flooding into Eden. No way! If that's true, then why? What's causing it? Could it be related to the Queen's decline? Blind, I'm blind. I'm like, I want to scratch my nose, but I don't want to do it on camera, please. I don't know for certain, but that could be one of the reasons. It was hard to believe at first, but the circumstances presented were all familiar, making it more plausible. How did you first notice, and when? Alfred looked at his hand, then rose to his feet. You know how I have a taller frame. Yeah, I suppose. You're definitely taller than most. Alfred was probably the tallest of all the participants in the Five Houses conference. I always believed his height contributed to his intimidating presence. Is it a trait of your clan or something? But Charlotte is only a bit taller than me, so she's about the same height as Evelyn. The only people I know from House Creswell are Alfred and Charlotte. I never thought much of it. Spriggan, the ancestor of House Creswell, was known for their short stature. Those with greater strength tend to have their trait in each generation. But you're... Exactly. As you know, I currently have the greatest and most obvious power. It all started when I began to question myself. Alfred went on about how he was often teased for being tall when he was a child. Despite that, he possessed great power. Curious as to why he was the only one who was different, he started going through House Creswell's history, the legends. It was then that he slowly started noticing the weakening. So did you conclude that the weakening of the Fae power applies to all houses and not just Creswell?
他の一族の実情を調べるのはなかなか骨が折れたが、結果として私の仮説は当たっていた。
Indeed.
どの一族も年々
My apology.
リングルの放逐が増加している。
Looking into the other households was no easy feat, but my hypothesis turned out to be right. Every house has been banishing more and more mingles each year. As the pieces came together, Charlotte, looking down and dejected over her own weakness, came to mind. Chances were high that more people like her would emerge from now on. Is this the main reason you decided to put your plan into action? Alfred closed his eyes for a moment, took a seat, and
ユ
nodded.
ニークがこれから先もっと減っていけば、これを後期といつとつくにが攻め込んでくるかもしれない。
I don't know, I just heard. With the continuing decline of the Demi-Fae, it's only a matter of time before Fremdelin sees this as an opportunity to attack.
この国がとつくにから恐れられているのは陛下の存在と我々ユニークの力があるからだ。
Trying to see how loud my toy is. Fremdelin fears us because of the Queen and the power the
私た
Demi-Fae
ちが陛下を
hold.
退けられたとして、その後が最も危険な状態だ。だからこそ、こうした準備をしておく。
Should we remove Her Majesty from the throne, the period that follows will be most dangerous. That's why we're preparing now. I see, I get it. You've always found it so strange. Why would someone so powerful as you go to such lengths to side with the Mingles and the weak? Seeing the way he treated them, it was obvious that it wasn't a calculated effort to maintain the current power balance with Fremdelin. He is driven by the idea of providing Demi-Fae like Charlotte with almost no Fae powers jobs so they can survive.
種族の違いなど関係ない。我々は妖精の力以外でとつくにと拮抗し、
Household, social standings, and race don't matter. We urgently need to learn to survive and resist Fremdelin without relying on our Fae power. Alfred exhaled deeply. Once he had finished, he placed his hand on a massive stack of paper and stared into the distance.
まあ、長くなったがそういうわけだ。だからこそ、誰にとっても実用的な書物にしたい。
It got kind of long, but that's basically it. That's why I want to make a practical book for everyone. His goal was to protect the citizens regardless of whether they were Demi-Fae or Mingles. His resolve continued even after the Queen was dethroned. But is selling House Creswell's technique so cheaply really all right? Isn't that the same as losing your privileges?
私たちの技術はもともとこの国のためにあるものだ。誰もが進化を発揮し、生きていけるようになるなら、特権など喜んで差し出すさ。
Our techniques were originally meant for the good of the country. If it allows everyone to live up to their full potential, then I'll gladly give out our privileges. Hearing those words, spoke clearly and without hesitation, made me remember what Leonardo had said. Stuff.
俺に対してだけじゃないぜ。俺たちを、俺も最初。
Leonardo probably trusts Alfred this much because he knows this side of him.
お前に刺繍の技術を教わりたいと言っただろう。
Do you remember how I once said I wanted you to teach me embroidery? I believe that occurred back when I didn't fully grasp his true intentions and I was cautious of being probed. That was before we knew each other's circumstances, wasn't it?
そうだったな。あれも本心だ。それを応用した特産品を流通できれば、民の生活を支える基盤が増えるかもしれない。
You're right. I was being genuine. If we use embroidery to distribute specialty products, we might be able to create a better foundation to support people. So he was being genuine back then? I used to think every word this man uttered had a hidden meaning. I was left speechless knowing this wasn't the case. He gave a wary smile, seeing right through me.
私がいつも嘘をついているとでも思う。
Did you think I was always lying? Well, yes, you're too good at putting on an act.
それは心外だな。私とて本心を言うことはある。
That's quite a shock. I do speak honestly from time to time. For instance, Alfred handed me a piece of paper and a quill. I glanced at them, but didn't take them, waiting for him to continue.
書き物の手伝いを頼みたい。お前の優秀さはバーンスタイン邸での動きを見ていればわかる。これは嘘じゃない。
I wasn't lying when I asked you to help me write. I know how capable you are from the way you handle things at the Bernstein mansion. It wasn't until then that I realized how off tact our conversation had gone. It all began when I asked why I had been summoned here, which then turned into a conversation about Alfred's technical book and eventually to weakening of the Fey power. This is just a hunch, but did you call me here today just for this?
そうだ。先ほども言ったが、さすがに計画の見直しなども並行して行っていると、私一人ではどうにも。
My guy, it's my day off work. If you're not providing me anything useful, don't bother me. Dude, I am working full time. As a maid, as an undercover person that's not doing a very good job at hiding her identity because you know her full identity and her backstory now. But like, I'm trying my best here and I don't think you should be. I'm your ally, not your resource. Different. As I mentioned earlier, I've been going over the plans while handling other matters. I just can't manage it all on my own. I instinctively shot Alfred a glare. Don't get me the wrong idea. I'm not your servant or your friend. We're just allies.
分かっているとも。だがお前もクレスウェル家がどんな技術を持っているか知っておいて損はないだろう。
She had it. She's like, this is not my job. I am not here to take notes for you. You wouldn't lose anything by knowing the techniques House Creswell has, would you? True, I don't get the chance to see techniques from other houses often, so I might come in handy if something happens. However, I don't like the idea of admitting that. He stared at me with the kind of look someone gave a child throwing a tantrum, then he spoke again, empathizing his point.
いつだって勝利は情報の多さが呼び寄せる。
Victory is always won by the amount of information you have. I ended up giving in, realizing that he wasn't going to pull his hand away until I took them. Look at me, taking notes with a quill. I'll help you write your will and testament to ensure victory. I grabbed the things from his hands and sat. Alfred sat across from me. As I struggled internally with where to look, I fixed my gaze on him, not letting him see my unease. So what do I do?
これから私が語ることすべてを正確に書き残してくれ。まず
Write down everything I say from here on as precisely as possible first. I transcribed his words, delivering it in a fluent, well-reasoned manner, making sure to write them as clearly as I could. I never would have believed this day would come. I don't know how to feel about this. Alfred continued on his own, writing as he spoke. He's so adept, yet he can be overly blunt and awkward. Well, that, like when he's speaking with Lucas, he's such an enigma.
待て。ここが違う。
Hold on, this part is wrong. Alfred didn't overlook the brief moment I lost focus. He pointed at the paper and corrected my errors. I take back what I said. This is way more of a hassle than I imagined. I continued since I already had told him I would, even if I did regret accepting the task. Is this good enough? Why is he blushing? Are you listening?
ああ、
Yes.
それで間違いない。
This is correct. What's wrong with him? Jeez. My competitive spirit took over as I continued jotting down Alfred's words. I didn't make a single mistake.
助かった。
Thank you. I owe you. I wasn't helping you. I just don't want you complaining later that you didn't finish your will.
そうだった。お前はそう言うだろうな。
Alright, I should have known you'd say something like that. I didn't bring myself to acknowledge that I had helped him, nor could I accept his thanks sincerely. Alfred didn't seem fazed by my spiteful remark and merely responded with a faint smile. I shot him a brief look. I had noticed it before, but his expression here at the hideout was much more softer than the stern face I always saw at the Bernstein mansion. Could this be his true nature? Even so, I feel like something's off. To allude to it, show concern for his health. Don't show concern for his health. Whee! Let's see. You looked like you had something to say earlier. What is it? His face hardened at my question for some reason, then he averted his gaze. Oh.
別に何も。
Bitsuni. It's nothing. It's nothing. It was an even number. It seems right. You're not very good at lying today. You stared at my face the whole time, same as with Lucas. What's going on?
あいつの考えていることは
I have no
私にはわ
idea
からない。
what he's thinking. I see, but you do know yourself, don't you? What happened?
私は
I what? He opened his mouth without as much as looking at me when I prompted him to continue.
お前の顔がその何かに似ていると。
Your face kind of reminds me of something.
昔飼っていた猫だな。
The cat I used to have when I was younger. A cat, huh? He's definitely lying. What's gotten into him all of a sudden? Could this be some kind of trick? Alfred turned his face away as though he didn't want me to ask further. He covered his mouth with his hand, refusing to open up about it. Oh, whatever. I'll let him go for now. I can ask again when he's more relaxed. Having made up my mind, I decided to stop pressing him. We've already seen enough of each other today. Honestly, I'd rather not see you for a while, but tomorrow is the Five Houses conference. You're coming, aren't you?
ああ
Obviously. First off, bite me? Maybe I should stop serving and stay out of the room considering how Lucas acted last time. I could tell he was still wary of me. If Lucas kicked me out like that again, people might get suspicious.
無駄にあいつの警戒を煽る必要はない。新たな
Agreed.
情報があれば
You don't need to provoke his suspicion for no reason. If I get any new information, I'll share it with you. Sounds good. And we'll have to be cautious around Linus. I didn't expect him to be such a firm loyalist. From the look of it, it doesn't seem like he will compromise to the Queen's safety. Even the Edward. I'm going to start that sentence again. From the look of it, it doesn't seem like he will compromise on the Queen's safety, even with Edward's intervention. Isn't he the most troublesome person for you right now?
そうだな。空シーの特性や宿命に対する熱量も脅威だ。
That's true. His Q-Sith trait as well as his passion for his fate are the threat. Fate? Part of me was bothered by Alfred's comment, but I chose not to cut him off. I'd ask him about it later.
認めている相手でもある。
However, he's someone that I acknowledge. Alfred continued glancing down as he clenched his hands.
相入れることはない。
Linus and I will never be on the
だ
same
が
page.
立場が違うだけで、あいつが善意と使命感を持つ真面目な男であることもよく知っているつもりだ。
Even though our stances are different, I'm well aware that he is a sincere man with good intentions and a strong sense of duty.
それに、
Besides,
ある意味似ているのかもしれない。
we're similar in a way. In what way exactly?
お互いに守るべきものが自分の真にある。
The fact that we both have something we must protect. Alfred said nothing further and closed his mouth. I should get going soon. I like to unwind a little on my day off too.
待て、
Wait. Alfred stopped me just as I got up. He pointed to the back of the hideout.
表は危険だ。この時間はヤードがうろついている。裏口から出ろ。
Leaving from the front is too risky. The yard is patrolling now. Use the back door. Thank you for warning. After all of the careful planning, getting caught now would ruin everything. I'll have to be cautious.
ああ。お前はまだ渡りガラスのルールをすべて把握しているわけではないからな。助けを呼べない。そういう時が最も危険だ。
Okay, well, out here just calling me names, I guess. That's right, especially because you don't understand the Raven's rules. The most dangerous time is when you can't call for help.
それに
Besides, Alfred paused mid-sentence and fell silent once again. His decisive manner, along with the matter with Linus, mildly irked me. I was already exhausted from all the writing. What is it? Perhaps sensing my irritation, Alfred didn't stay silent this time. He began to speak, albeit slowly.
私たちがお互いの正体を明かしたとき、お前が捕まらずによかったと話したの。
Do you remember when I said I was glad that you didn't get caught after we revealed our true identities to each other? Vaguely.
こんなことを言えた義理など、お前がいい。
Yeah. No flashbacks. How could I forget? I remember thinking how ironic it was you'd say something like that. Anyway, how is that relevant now?
お前がそう思うのは当然だな。だが、あれは紛れもない私の本心だ。
I don't blame you for feeling that way, but make no mistake, those were my true feelings. And, oh, I know, if I had been caught back then, the Queen would have returned to her prime. For you and the Ravens, it would have put you in a very troublesome situation, right? Ever since I learned the truth, that constant guilt I felt lingered deep within me. I thought it'd be better if I didn't exist. Perhaps that was why I became somewhat cynical.
違う。そういうことが
No, that's not what I wanted to say. Alfred lowered his gaze for once. He seemed to be searching for the right words.
エインセルと陛下にどんな約束があったとしても、
Regardless of any agreement between Ansel and Her Majesty in the past, you are who you are. You don't owe sacrificing your life to
よ
anyone.
くあの日を生き延びた。だから、これ以上あまり危険に身をさらすな。
You did well to survive that day, so don't put yourself in danger anymore. I never imagined he would say something about my life being of value. It left me speechless.
もう少し自分を大切にしたらどうだ。
Bitch,
今のお前に
my entire family is dead. You want to tell me to take better care of myself? Are you be so fucking for real? How about you take better care of yourself? I know my words might be futile at this point, but... Not wanting to let him finish, I slammed my fist into the wall. With all of my might, he looked at me surprised. I met his gaze head on. You're seriously saying that? If you and the 5 houses hadn't followed the Queen's command, things wouldn't have turned out this way they did. I know. Stop trying to play the good guy now. If this is out of guilt, it's pointless. And with that, I stormed off and headed back towards the entrance I had originally came through, disregarding Alfred's warning as I struggled to catch my breath.
よせ、そちらはダメだと言っただろ。行かせない。
I won't let you go that way. I won't let you through. Alfred caught my arm, pulling me back. The strength in his grip made it clear he had no intention of releasing me. Let go. I can evade the yard just fine on my own. Don't underestimate me.
私に従う必要はない。だがリスクは避けろ。成し遂げるべき目的があるんだろう。そんなこともわからないお前じゃないはずだ。
Yeah, well, you had to say something that pissed me off, and now I don't give a fuck anymore. Congratulations, you did this to me. You don't need to listen to me, but you must avoid the risk. You have something you need to achieve, don't you? You're not someone who would usually overlook that. I knew I was being reckless. His point was valid. I focused on steadying my breath, trying to ease the chaos of my emotions. Perhaps sensing that I had calmed down, Alfred slowly loosened his grip on me.
今の話は配慮に欠けていた。
Sorry, that was thoughtless of me. Forget it. Whatever. I'll use the back door. I didn't say anything more and left the hideout, not looking back at Alfred even once. I replayed the conversation from earlier in my head as I walked through the crowd. Why would he say something like that? I swear being around him always messes with my head. My anger at Alfred hadn't faded. Hatred, sorrow, emptiness, and the sense of helplessness all swirled inside me. I could really say why Charlotte, Edward, Leonardo, and the Ravens admired him. It confused me. What's with him, seriously? No one answered me. Because I was talking to a wall. After that, my goal hadn't changed, even though I realized the confusion I felt from being involved with Alfred. If anything, I made a point not to let anyone sense anything wrong, so I decided to focus on performing my duties as a servant flawlessly.
さあ、まずは家具の埃を払うところから始めましょう。それからピカピカに磨いて。
Alright, let's start with dusting the furniture. Then we'll polish everything to a shine, huh? Evelyn ran a finger across the shelf next to her, then moved to examine the corners of the room and the window frame.
もう全部きれいになってる。
Has everything been cleaned already? I woke up early this morning and took care of it. The hallway and the garden are clean as well.
そう、助かったわ。じゃあ次は洗濯しなきゃね。今日はたくさん
I
やったは
find
ず。
myself rooting for the Anticipate Revenge ending in this game. Wait, which one? Revenge? Am I speaking? I can't wait for Lucas's route. Dude, I want that man so bad. I'm at a loss at this point. I see, thanks. Angusty Revenge. Oh, I see. I could not decipher, sorry. I don't know why I needed that space to read that. Listen, she just wants to dye her hair blonde, okay, and like get like tips dyed a different color. I get it. I guess we should do laundry next. There should be plenty today. I've already done that too. What should we do next?
え
Say what? Girls out here just like, I'm clean when I'm mad.
洗い物なら私がやりますよ。
I can take care of the dishes. It's all right. I'll do it.
ですか？じゃあ私は昼食の支度をしよう。
I suppose I'll prepare lunch then. Let me help. I finished. No.
それは大丈夫です。もうやり慣れていることですから。
No. It's fine. I'm used to it. Oh, is that so? Well, I'll get back to polishing the cutlery. Once I'm finished, I'll clean the kitchen.
助かります。
Thanks. Girl's doing the most. Phew. An overwhelming wave of exhaustion hit me when I returned to my room after working all day. I definitely overdid it. After all the effort to stay focused, I'm worn out. I checked my pocket watch, moving sluggishly. There was no message to respond to, so I sent out my regular update and lay in bed. There was a soft knock just as I settled down. Who is it? I opened the door to find Evelyn and Charlotte standing there. Pastries and a tea set were in their
あんた
hands.
今日はいつにも増して働いてたでしょ。何があったか知らないけど、なんか無理してるように見えちゃってさ。
Autocorrect tried to fuck me, but I tried to fix it and I fucked myself. You know, sometimes, ooh, do you know what my favorite thing is? If you do like voice to text and everything's fine and you hit send, but right when you hit send, one word changes and I'm like, it was perfect and now you've ruined it and now I look like a fool. That's my favorite. You haven't used the F word in so long, it was thinking you were like a spam bot suddenly. I need to fix that screen. Oh goodness, it cuts off so small. You're working harder than usual today, weren't you? I didn't know what happened, but you looked like you were pushing yourself. Yeah, girl was having a day.
それで心配になって、おせっかいかもしれないですが、様子を見に来ました。
We got worried. I know it's none of our business, but we came to check on you. I softened a little when I realized they were concerned for me. Girl. Thank you. Feel free to come in. Come on in, guys. Let's talk about this guy who's pissing me off today. Before I knew it, I'd invited them into my room and began preparing for a small tea party. Once we had settled on the bed with our cups in hand, Evelyn peered at my face and spoke up.
顔色は悪くないけど、やっぱりちょっと疲れてる？
Oh my god, I had a sneeze, but I was like, is it ever gonna come? You don't look pale, but you do look a bit worn out. My goal now is to drop one F-bomb every stream. Perfect. I do. Anytime it's all like, is this for kids? I'm like, hell no. Just a little bit.
やっぱり本当に無理はしないでくださいね。
So it's true, you really shouldn't push yourself. I'll keep that in mind, thank you. Evelyn placed her cup on the table and crossed her arms, brows furrowed as she pondered something.
まさかとは思っていたんだけど、あんたの様子がおかしい原因ってあれかしら。
I wasn't really sure myself, but could that be the reason why you're acting so weird? Huh? My heart raised. Had I unknowingly done something suspicious that caught Evelyn's attention? Evelyn leaned closer and raised a finger, oblivious to how tense I was.
恋よ
I'm talking about love here. Excuse me?
だから恋恋よ恋
You know what I'm talking about. Love. Love. Love, romance, longing. I understand it all too well, of course. When I was younger, I used to dream of a fairy tale like Prince, too. Something nearly came to mind for a moment, but it vanished before I could grasp it. Evelyn's comment was so far removed from my current self that I didn't know how to respond more than anything. What about love? Also, keep in mind, I think Alfred or Ascot, which one is it? One of those two are the oldest love interest in her story route, so let's not do the pre. Her and Linus are like close to the same age. He was a little bit older than her. So them falling in love as kids is fine. But do not show me a kid version of her and Alfred and it not be a one-sided crush. One-sided crushes as a little kid, fine. Fine. She's mature now, it's fine. But like at the time, if he was like, all right, that's a problem. That is a problem. I do not approve. Not approved. I let out a silly noise. Evelyn gave me a knowing nod as if she were saying not to worry about it.
あんたも年頃の女子だもの。恋をしたって何もおかしくないわ。このこともそうじゃないかって話していたのよ。
You're the right age for it. Falling in love isn't strange at all. We were just talking it through this morning. Through this might be the case for you. Oh my gosh.
エブリンってば、落ち着いて。彼女は困ってるよ。
Evelyn, calm down. You're confusing her. Charlotte shook Evelyn's shoulder in an attempt to stop her, but Evelyn continued completely unfazed, her cheeks tinged with a slight blush.
そりゃあ身分差は否めないけど、恋する気持ちは止められないわよね。うん、王道だけどわかるわ。
Sure, the difference in status and is undeniable, but you can't help falling in love, right? It's cliche, but I totally get it. I'm sorry, but I'm not sure I understand who is in love with whom. She mentioned what? That her... Oh gosh, the whole thing about status. I have a bad feeling about this.
だから、
Oh,
あん
come
たのアル
on.
フレッド様にでしょ。
You and Lord Alfred? Come again? The shock was so great that I almost reverted to my actual self. Love was the last thing on my mind. The mention of something so completely outlandish made me blurt out those
もう
words.
だってほら、この間だって天気がどうとか話しかけてたじゃない？案外積極的でびっくりしたわ。
Oh, honestly, look, you were talking about the weather the other day, weren't you? I was actually surprised to how bold you were. I already explained that it was nothing but small talk. That was just meant to be an exchange of information anyway. I couldn't correct her though, so Evelyn continued cheerfully.
前途は難しいかもしれないけど、安心しなさい。アルフレッド様もあんたには気を許してる感じがするのよね。目が優しいっていうか。
The path ahead might be tough, but don't worry. I feel like Lord Alfred is starting to open up to you. His eyes are soft and kind. You think so? There was no way that could be true. Then again, I hadn't forgotten the soft look he had at the hideout. The confusion I'd only just managed to dismiss
そうよ
returned.
そう。今まであの方の浮いた話なんて聞いたことがなかったんだから。
Exactly! I've never even heard rumors about his love life before.
はい。私が一族にいた頃も、アルフレッド様はずっと仕事一筋で、その恋愛には興味がなさそう
Am I
だ
supposed to
った
feel
から。
better? Agreed. When I was still in the household, Lord Alfred always dedicated himself to work. Honestly, he didn't seem interested in romance. Maybe Charlotte was happy to see a more human side of her benefactor, but I couldn't help but feel bad for her. I shook my head and forced a smile. Both of you are reading too much into it. Lord Alfred doesn't feel that way. You've been reading too many romance novels, haven't you, Evelyn?
悪かったわね。趣味なんだからいいじゃないの。
That's my hobby.
この半
What's
月
the
で
big deal?
100冊ぐらい読んだけど、物語と現実が違うことぐらい十分わかってるわ。
What's the big deal? I've read about 100 books in the last 2 weeks, but I know the difference between fiction and reality full well. Dear God. We actually just started a book club, me and my friends. My sister and my friend, technically. So there are only 3 of us, but it's okay. It's a book club. Which reminds me, I still need to get my copy of the book. They already got theirs. And by they, I mean my sister got a digital copy of it. Oh God, what's it called? Asriel? Asriel. Book of Azrael, right? Book of. Yeah, the Book of Azrael. That is the first one of the Gods and Monsters. So we're gonna start with that one. So if you guys want me to do I don't know, a small review afterwards, I could start doing book reviews. It might encourage me to actually read them more. But we're giving ourselves a month to play this one. Look at me. I'm too used to playing novels. I don't read novels, I play them. But yeah, Book of Azrael, pretty excited. Oh my goodness. But yeah. But not 100 in 2 weeks. I can't do that.
でも、アルフレッド様があなたを気にかけてるのは本当だと思います。
I think Lord Alfred truly cares about you. Even Charlotte, everyone really enjoys discussing this kind of thing. I don't think so. I might be because I did a lot of serving at the meeting.
ね、何か心当たりはない？最近優しくされたとか、様子がおかしかったとか、あるんじゃない？
Can't you think of anything? Like, has he been extra kind to you lately, or have you noticed anything unusual? Not at all. I knew overthinking wasn't good for my mind, drifting to my recent exchange with Alfred.
立場など関係ない。軽い気分。
He's always scowling at the estate. Nothing ever changes, so nothing unusual could be happening.
あ、それでも。
Wait. I hadn't noticed back then, but looking back, Alfred and I were unusually close. Could it be that he was thrown off by it?
ローズ？
What's wrong, Rose?
あし
They sensed something was off with me. They kept staring at me. I replayed the scene in my head, silently telling myself that I was doing it only doing it to clear my doubts. And I opened my mouth. I have a question. Why does one feel uneasy when they get physically close to someone?
それって決まってるじゃない。ときめいちゃったからでしょ。
Oh, come on. Isn't it obvious? It's because their heart skips a beat.
アルフレッド様とそんなことがあったの？
You mean that happened with Lord Alfred? No way. It merely is a hypothetical scenario. There's nothing going on between us. Evelyn leaned in closer, looking displeased. Though Charlotte tried to stop her, I simply maintained my usual iron mask. And yet, deep down, I couldn't help but think of him. Alfred could never have romantic feelings for me. He definitely doesn't feel that way. However, I could somewhat understand why others thought we were closer than our status suggested, considering we shared a secret. To think he's letting me see his unease. Wait, is he starting to let his guard down?
ちょっと聞いてる？素直に白状し
Are you
なさいって
listening?
ば。
Just admit it already. Sorry, I don't quite get what you're saying. Evelyn pressed me for a while. I continued dodging her questions, and Charlotte stepped in to smooth things over. Before long, I found myself enjoying the moment. The other side.
お疲れさんでしたっと。寝る前に軽く一杯飲むかな。
I'm exhausted. I guess I'll have a quick drink before. The person who appeared in the hallway through the open door was none other than the owner of the room.
お、ちょうどいいとこに。いやー、今日はいろいろ手伝ってくれて助かった。
Hey,
明日も
perfect
よろしくね。
timing. You were a big help today. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Sure.
そうだ。お礼に一杯どう？たまにはこう、使用人同士の親睦と結束を。
Oh, I just realized her sleeves are see-through. I took that. That's cute. That's hecka cute. By the way, how about a drink as a thank you? It's a good chance for us servants to bond and strengthen our unity. Sorry, but I'm talking to Evelyn and Charlotte right now. I'm about to prepare some fresh tea.
え、何その楽しそうな集まり。俺も仲間に入れ。
That sounds like a fun get-together. Can I join? No. I was instantly rejected by her usual decisiveness, and I slumped my shoulders. Then I thought the corners of my mouth softened. Good night, sweet dreams.
は？あ、
No, yeah,
おやすみ。
good night. She lowered her head at the same perfect angle as always, and I quietly watched her leave. Sensing something, I turned back to the door. Evelyn and Charlotte peeked out of her room and into the hallway.
まあ、あの子、いつもより機嫌がいい？良い夢をなんて言わないよな。
What's up with her? Is she in a good mood? I never thought she'd say sweet dreams. The pair exchanged a look, then broke into soft smiles, their faces full of amusement.
どういうことだ?
What's going on?
秘密よです。
It's a secret! Oh my gosh! That was cute. We'll get there. Oh my goodness. Someday. There we go. With those vague words, they went back into the room.
だよ、仲間外れか。
Am I being left out? I see how it is. I stared at the closed door absent-mindedly before heading back to my room. Her side. I spent the night talking about trivial things when Evelyn and Charlotte with Evelyn and Charlotte until dawn. They gave me odd looks from time to time, but fortunately they didn't press me further about Alfred, and I was relieved. Evelyn slapped her cheeks a few times, trying to get in the right mindset.
今日も一日頑張りましょう。
Alright, let's give our best today. I respected that she never cut corners at all, no matter the situation. Charlotte, who worked in the kitchen, was the same. Following their example, I straightened my posture and picked up the basket of laundry. I'll check the oil in each room first, then hang these to dry. The oil? Oh, oil like candles? Maybe? Just a bit more forward so that I can scooch my tailbone back, and then it's like riding a car. Hear me out. Oh, it's on auto. Oh gosh, it's on auto. No. Which one's the... No, I'm trying to find the button that lets me see the dialogue, please. I parted with Evelyn and began checking the lamp oils. Then I caught sight of Lily's silhouette down in the gallery. Countless magnificent paintings and other works of art lined the gallery. She stopped in front of one and quietly stared. Edmund stood beside her. What are those two doing there? It looked like Edmund was saying something, but I couldn't hear from the distance. It didn't look like they were discussing a cheerful topic from their expression, though. They haven't noticed me in that case. I crept through the gallery with bated breath and hid where I could faintly hear them.
もちろん、お前の傷が癒えたとは思っていない。だが、いつまでも待つわけにはいかん。
Ooh, we're
それ
saying.
はわかるな。
I got a letter. They just messaged me. Fun. All right. I know your wounds still aren't fully healed, but we can't keep waiting. You'll understand that, right?
公爵家の一員としての責務を果たせ。今回の件は、我が一族にも向こうにとっても利がある。
Fulfill your duties as a member of high nobility. That matter benefits both our house and
世間
theirs.
に発表するのは、博覧会が成功した後で構わん。
There's no need to make it a public
リリ
until after the exhibition is a success. Do you understand, Lily?
ー、リリー、聞いているのか。
Are you listening, Lily?
はい、お父様。
Yes, father.
いいか。
Forget the
もう過去
past.
は忘れろ。
What the heck, Dad? I know you didn't marry for love, obviously, but like, bro. Listen, forget the past. What's the point of clinging to that deceased
そうでは
husband?
ないのです。それに、過去を忘れ
I was gonna sneeze, I felt
なん
it.
て
That's not
ど
the
うしてお
case.
父様がおっしゃれるの？
Besides, why would you tell me to forget the past?
何が言いたい？
What is that you want to say?
いいえ、
It's
何でもあり
nothing.
ません。
とにかく先方にはもう伝える。きちんと心構えをしておくよ
In any case, I'll inform him. Be sure to get yourself ready. It seems the conversation had ended. I moved away silently when I heard Edmund walking in my direction. I rearranged the baskets in my arm, bowed my head with a composed expression, and brushed past Edmund. Once he disappeared, I headed further into the gallery. Lily is still here. She remained in her spot, but was she smiling? The elegant smile she usually wore was gone. Instead, it felt more like the look of an adult it looked more like an adult had when fed up with a troublesome child. I had no way of understanding what could have made her give that look. A vague, uneasy feeling rose within me. I left the place before it could overwhelm me.
公爵と白百合がそんなやりとりを
The Marquez and the White Lily had an exchange like this. Work made me miss the F-bomb. You missed two ones. The ones I said and the one Blue said. The one Blue said had a pop-up, which is why she got worried, because it was like, hey, this is flagged. But if you swear enough, it doesn't question it if I say it's okay. So that's why she's going to swear more. The Marquez and the White Lily had an exchange like that. The next day, I secretly stopped by Goneril's while shop went out in the city for errands. I gave John a detailed account of everything that had happened, and we traded information.
あの女の死んだ夫、ダニエルだったな。よほどの人格者だったらしく、どこを掘ってもいい話しか出てこない。
That does not mean that. That's not how things work. Her late husband was Daniel, I think. I haven't heard anything bad about him, so he must have been a man of exceptional character. I believe their marriage overcame class differences. However, Lily returned to the Bernstein mansion after that tragic murder-suicide attempt. According to John, her husband was the one responsible for the murder-suicide, though the reason remained undiscovered.
本当に夫がというのも真偽はわからないけどな。当の本人は亡くなり、リリーの証言だけ。
The truth's unclear as to whether it was really her late husband. He's dead, and all we have is Lily's version of events. I guess there's also testimony from Philip and others.
まあ、心中事件は今は置いておいていいな。
Let's put that aside for now. Honestly, a father speaking of duty and responsibility to his wounded daughter. What's he trying to do? Okay, hear me out. I get that. No. I understand she has gone through a tragedy and that will always be with her, but it has been 8 years since her husband died. Hasn't it? Didn't her husband mysteriously die around the same time of our grievances? Which is why it's like, suspicious. It's been a long time since he died. So to say that now is the time that she needs to move on, I can understand that. In high society, no one waits for people to mourn. It's just not a thing. Sometimes people get married like within months of their spouse dying. So 8 years later, she's still single. I get it. I mean, do I agree with the way Edmund talks? No, not at all. But do I understand like social standings in their situation? Yes. Let's put that aside for now. Honestly, a father speaking of duty and responsibility to his wounded daughter, what's he trying to do? I don't know, but I'll look into it. Any news on Alfred and Lucas and how they're supposedly accomplices?
悪いが、目新しいものはない。ヘルセスタンまで出向いたけど無駄足だった。
Maybe just ask.
ごめん。何
Have
か
we
つかめ
tried
ればよか
asking?
ったんだけど。
There's nothing new to report. I went to Helsesten, but the trip turned out to be fruitless. I wish I could have brought back something useful. Oh. John, of all people, mumbled that he was tired. A wave of guilt washed over me for making him go all the way there
で
alone.
もただでは帰ってこないのはさすがじゃないか。ウォード家の動きを掴んできた。
He didn't come back empty-handed, though. He never does. He managed to uncover the ward's movements. Goneril emerged from the back of the shop. They must have been listening as she naturally picked up the conversation. Her comments took me aback. The word, is it about Linus?
奴らの動きが最近かなり活発になってる。女王に歯向かう怪しい気配があれば、すぐにでも動くって常時臨戦態勢だ。
They're always on high alert if there's any sign of the queen's life being threatened, ready to spring into action. And they've been making a lot of moves lately. Linus pushed for an eradication of the anti-royalists during the Five Houses conference. The more cautious members had claimed him, Alfred included. Linus wasn't going to stand idly by and do nothing,
独断で
however.
動くとはさすがに思えないが、場合によってはそれも辞さない構えだな。
I doubt he'd act on his own, but depending on the circumstances, he seems ready to be just that.
こっちとしてもハウンズが待ち構えてちゃそう簡単にあちこち探りを入れることもできない。
And with the
厄介な
Queen's
ワンちゃんだよ、
watchdog
本当
lurking
に。
around, it makes it hard for us to dig without raising suspicion. A real troublesome pup for
とは
sure.
いえ、慎重にやればなんとかなる。もう少し奴らの動きを探ってみるか。よし、そうと決まれば。
We should be able to handle it as long as we're cautious. I'll continue monitoring their movement for now. All right, it's decided. He says, confusingly. As soon as he says this, John grabbed his hat and started getting ready. Wait,
どうしたんだよ、お嬢。
what is it, my lady? My lady. Hear me out. Oh no, wait. We took a trip and I took my charger with me. I wish you'd rest even just a little. You're probably still exhausted after going to Helsesten. I never imagined you'd admit to being tired.
いや、まあ、あれはついこぼしたというか。俺は平
That
気
was
だよ。
just a slip of the tongue. I'm
それなりに
fine,
頑丈だ
really.
しな。
I'm pretty tough after all. John put a hand on my head and smiled reassuringly, but I shook him off and stopped him. Please take a break. Don't wear yourself out. He hesitated, seemingly wanting to say something, then he took off his hat and smiled
そう
resigned.
だな。たまには体を休める時間を取った方がいいか。いざという時の効率が悪くなると困るしな。
You're right. It might be a good idea to rest every now and then. It'll be a problem if my performance suffers when it really matters. That's a fair point, but I genuinely worry about you, John. You're my one and only childhood friend. Take it easy today. I should be on my way. I need to return to the mansion. Thanks for letting me use your space, Goneril. It would mean a lot if you could stop John if he tries to push himself too hard.
あいよ。
Sure thing.
それじゃあジョン坊やには私が子守歌でも歌ってやろうかね。
How about I sing you a lullaby, John boy?
はあ？いらない、結構だ、遠慮する。おい、こら話せ。
I'll pass. No thanks. Let go of me. I chuckled at John and Goneril's goading each other, bid them farewell, and left the shop. I finished my shopping, went back to the mansion, and waited. The Burnside mansion became an increasingly hectic as the days went by. There was just under a month left until the exhibition. The members of the 5 houses grew even busier.
昨日よりアルフレッド様がご滞在されている。タウンハウスに戻る時間が惜しいとのことで、旦那様より許可も下りている。
Lord Alfred is reluctant to return to the townhouse and has received permission from his lordship to stay here starting
特
tomorrow.
別な扱いは不
Starting
要
tomorrow? Yesterday.
とのことだが、ご多忙の身にご不便をおかけしないよう気を配ること。
He asked for no special treatment, but be mindful not to cause him any inconvenience. His schedule is quite
他
busy.
のご家の方々は本日もお越しになる予定だ。各
The
自その
other-
つもりで常よりも気を引き締めて仕事へ臨むように。
The other members of the 5 houses are arriving today as well. Be ready and pay extra attention to your work.
承知しました。
Understood. Everyone went off to their respective task. Evelyn whispered in my ear as we headed off to the same
よか
place.
ったわね。
Good for you. What is
アル
this
フレッ
about?
ド様がご滞在されることよ。ますますお近づきになれるじゃない。
Alfred is staying. That means you two have more chances to get even closer. I told you that's. I was at a loss on how to reply. Nicholas then called out from behind me.
作業を始める前にエドワード様の部屋に紅茶を運んでくれ。
Before you begin your work, bring tea to Lord Edward's room. Understood. I exchanged a brief look with Evelyn, then headed to the kitchen to fulfill my assignment. After preparing the tea, as Nicholas instructed, I found myself standing before Edward's room. I knocked softly, waiting for a response before opening the door. Apologies for the interruption. I brought you tea.
ありがとう。ちょうど今、一息つこうとしていたんだ。
Thanks, I was just about to take a breather. Edward, who was seated at his desk, sat down his pen. I prepared some Earl Grey to help you relax. Think you might be fatigued. Would you like some?
お見通しだね。ぜひいただ
You
こう。
see right through me. I'd like to have some. I handed him the cup of tea. Edward took a sip and smiled softly at me.
こうしてゆっくり話すのは、あの日、エデンで会って以来だね。
The last time we had a chance to talk to this was back in Eden, wasn't it? That must have been the time I rushed to the scene of the wing hunting incident and had encountered Edward and Alfred, who were there supervising the investigation.
肝心の事件には進展がなくてね。捜査は進めているけれど、犯人の手がかり一つ見つからず、歯がゆいよ。
There's been no progress on the case we're working on, but we haven't found a single lead on the culprit. It's frustrating. Edward's face was clouded with distress. He shook his head slowly as though regaining his composure.
ごめんね。こんな話、いたずらに君を怯えさせるだけなのに。
Sorry, talking about this will only scare you unnecessarily. Not at all. Having been there myself, the wing hunting incidents are no longer something I can regard as someone else's
そう
concern.
言ってもらえると助かるよ。
I
ああ、
guess.
そうだ。よければ、アルさんにも紅茶をお
It's a
願い
relief
で
to
きる
hear
か。
that. If you don't
あの
mind,
人
could
も疲
you
れているはずだから。
if you don't mind, could you get some tea for Al too? He must be tired as well. Understood. I'll bring it right away. I flinched at Alfred's name, but Edward didn't try to read my emotions. Instead, he continued speaking with genuine
彼は仕
concern.
事が早いし、采配も的確だ。今だって適材適所に割り振っているはずだけど、とても追いつく量じゃない。
He's quick with his work and makes precise decisions. I believe he's still assigning tasks appropriately. It's just too much to handle.
私も取りまとめ役としての仕事をしているが、年季の違いというか、どうしても
My
頼ってし
blanket's
まう
not
部分
covering
が
my
多くて
toesies.
申し訳ないよ。
Well, I'm also a coordinator, but with different experiences, I can't help but lean on him greatly, and I feel bad about it. He's also managing the Ravens, working on top of that. It's understandable that he's tired, given that it doubles his usual workload. I listened with my usual composed expression, thinking about Alfred's circumstances, which Edward couldn't possibly have known about.
よければ紅茶を運んだ時に、彼に無理をしすぎないよう伝えてくれるかな。
Would you mind telling him not to overwork himself when you bring him the tea? Understood, I'll tell him. Watching Edward, I found myself suddenly worrying about Alfred. I'm just worried I'll be even further from my goals if he collapses, that's all. I'm not concerned about Alfred himself like Edward. An uneasy feeling lingered within me, though I tried to convince myself otherwise. In any case, I focused myself to come to terms with it, telling myself that this was just something Edward requested of me. I exited Edward's room and made my way to the room Alfred was staying in as he asked. There was no response when I knocked on the door. I tried calling out to him, but there was still no reply. Is he not here? Or maybe he's collapsed? Normally, I wouldn't be worried after hearing how busy Alfred was. It was just hard not to be though. As a servant of House Bernstein, it's only natural to worry if there's a chance a guest might have fainted. Having made up my mind, I carefully opened the door. Lord Lucas, why are you here? Lucas hesitated, seeing how taken aback I was by the appearance of someone unexpected.
これを届けに来ただけだ。
I'm just here to drop this off. Lucas raised the stack of papers in his hand
わざ
slightly.
わざ時間の指定までして押し付けたくせに、肝心のアルフレッドがいないとは。
He insisted I deliver it at a specific time, yet the man himself isn't here.
どこかであいつを見かけなかったか。
Have you ran into him anywhere? No, I assumed he would be here, hence I brought the tea. Lucas glanced at the tea trolley, shrugged, and set the papers on the table. He turned his gaze to the window, speaking thoughtfully.
何かあったんじゃないだろうな。人にああだこうだというくせに、自分のことには無頓着な男だ。
I wonder if something happened. He's always quick to comment on others, but he's completely careless of his own affairs. His voice carried a hint of worry for once, but it was soon swept away with a deep sigh.
まあいい。奴のことだ。心配したところで無用
I want to know what he paints, man. Worrying about him is probably pointless. If he'd like, I can hold on to the documents. I'll make sure to give them to Alfred as soon as he returns.
じゃあ頼む。わざわざあいつを待つのも時間の無駄だ。顔が見たいわけでもないからな。
Fine, I'll leave them to you. Waiting for him is a waste of time. It's not like I wanted to see him. Lucas paused just as he was about to hand over the documents. I offered my left hand to avoid suspicion, but couldn't shake the cold feeling that he was thinking exactly what I feared. No.
やはり自分の手で渡そう。悪いがここで待たせてもらう。その紅茶をもらっても。
I'll give them to myself, sorry, but I'll wait here. Could I have some of that tea too? He flicked his chin towards the tea I had prepared for Alfred. Turning him down would be strange, I suppose. I wanted to take the documents and get him to leave, but it seems things wouldn't be that simple.
なんだ。いつもは帰ろうとすると僕に帰るなというのに、今日は紅茶一杯飲ませないつもりか?
What's wrong? You usually tell me not to leave, but now you won't let me have a cup of tea. That's not the case. Please take your time and relax. Lucas sat in the chair and watched me as I quickly prepared the tea. Thank you for waiting. I'll take my leave now.
待て。
Hold on. I would stop before I could
ここに
escape.
いろ。少し話し相手になっていけ。
Stay and keep me company for a while. My guy, I have work to do. Okay, I am not your servant. I am a servant of House Bernstein. And what I mean by that is very well.
そんなに硬くならなくてもいい。そこに座ってくれ。
You don't have to be so tense. Just take a seat. With pleasure. I perched on the couch he pointed to. Lucas sat across from me, his gaze fixed on me. It didn't seem like he was going to talk anytime soon. That's why he's looking at me. He doesn't seem wary of my face at hand. Actually, now that I was thinking about it, he'd watched me with this way since we first met at the mansion at the start of the Five Houses conference. Lucas and I had no connection before we had come to this mansion, so why was he studying me? My discomfort grew stronger. Finally, Lucas seemed to come to the realization. He leaned back in his chair and let out a deep
や
sigh.
はりそうか。
I knew it. Knew what?
いや、お前は知らなくてもいいことだ。僕がようやく納得しただけだから。
Don't worry about it. It's something I've come to understand on my own.
そう。何も知らないままで。
You remaining in the dark is for the best. I had no idea what Lucas had concluded. However, his usual stern, irritated face now seemed tinged with sorrow. Perhaps not wanting me to see him like that, he turned to the window.
それで、お前がここに来たのは、ただ紅茶を運ぶためだけか?
Tell me this, did you come just to deliver the tea? I'm afraid I don't understand what you're implying. Instead of his typical sidelong glance, Lucas looked at me directly. Turning away would be strange, so I met his
では
eyes.
単刀直入に聞いてやる。お前、本当は個人的な理由でアルフレッドへ会いに来たんだろう。
Let's cut to the chase then. You came here to see Alfred for a personal reason, haven't you? I tilted my head to the side, playing dumb. I'm nothing but a maid. What reason would I have to visit? I'm only here because Lord Edward asked me to bring Lord Alfred some tea.
エドワードの性格を考えれば嘘ではないだろう。
Knowing
だが
Edward,
お前は別の思惑もあってきたはずだ。
I can see that, but you have another reason, don't
た
you?
まに見かける僕ですら、アルフレッドとお前は随分特別な関係に。
I don't need to see much to notice that. Something unusual is going on between you and Alfred. You're mistaken. I'm simply carrying out the duties assigned to me.
僕は人が嫌いだが、だからこそ相手をよく見る。とぼけようとしても無駄だぞ。正直に聞かせろ。お前たちの関係は何だ?
I detest people, but that's precisely why I observe them so well. Don't try and fool me. Be honest. What is your relationship with him? Could he be suggesting? We're friends, we're lovers, we're allies. Let's go with lovers. Lovers make sense, since that's what everyone else thinks. Does Lucas think Alfred and I look like lovers? Lily and Ascot had certainly questioned our relationship, but I never expected Lucas to press the issue like this. If I had to explain our relationship, we certainly weren't lovers. There was nothing so soft and sweet between us. If anything, we were the complete opposite. There was a temporary alliance born of our personal agendas and resentments. Our interests just happened to align. Alfred said that he would give me his life after the Queen had been dealt with. That was the only reason we had joined
なぜ
forces.
困っているんだ？黙っていないでさっさと答えを聞かせろ。
What's troubling you? Don't stay quiet. Just tell me already. I don't really know what you mean, Lord Alfred. Lucas, there's nothing going on between me and Lord Alfred.
嘘だな。
You're lying. I flinched at his firm tone. Oh my, we have a full-blown love triangle now. That worked towards the wrong direction. Okay, so... I'll let this go on a little bit longer and then I'll reset it. I flinched at his tone. I'm telling the
お前と
truth?
もあろう者が
Actually, wait. Sorry. Flowcharts. No, it goes straight down. We still have no deviations here.
本当に窮する時点で何か隠していますというのも同然だろう。
The fact that you're struggling to answer suggests that you're hiding something. He had hit a nerve. I bit the inside of my cheek. Lucas wouldn't be satisfied until I said something. We really don't have that kind of relationship, though. A memory then came to mind.
私に従う必要はない。
Alfred tried to stop me back then. He was worried about me. I could still feel his hand gripping my arm. Deep down, I was secretly happy about
何
it.
か思い当たることでもあったの
Did something come to mind? Lucas watched me closely as I remained silent. I searched for a way to brush his question off. Lord Alfred is kind and thoughtful. He shows concern for me, a maid, but that's all there is.
他の者にも同じ態度だと、そう言いたいわけか。
So you're suggesting he shows the same attitude to others as well?
いいだろう。
Fair enough.
お前の言うことが真実だと、この場は引いてやる。
If you're telling the truth, then I'll back off for
だ
now.
が一つだけ忠告を。あの男は、利用できるものならば何でも使うぞ。
Let me warn you about something, though. That man will exploit anyone he finds
あいつ
useful.
の手駒にされて終わるのが嫌なら、自分の道を見誤るな。
If you don't want to be a pawn in his game, don't lose sight of your own path. My own path? What does he mean by that? And why is Lucas giving me such a warning? His tone was sharp, but I could tell Lucas was genuinely worried about me. I couldn't resist asking about his surprising comment. Might I ask what you mean by that? For what reason would you tell me such a thing?
別に、深い意味はない。
It's nothing. There's nothing deeper to it. I couldn't imagine a man mocked for hating people would show concern for others without there being a deeper reason. And those eyes. What are you thinking when you look at me, Lucas? Lucas averted his eyes once more, however, as though he didn't want to say anything more, just when I wondered whether to take this conversation a step further. Alfred, the person Lucas and I had both been looking for, walked in. Let me double check something before I reset to that last setting. Skip red. Like, why is it doing that? Why does it keep doing that? I'm hitting A. A means confirm, and nothing's happening. I'm gonna double check it after this, by the way, because I don't trust this anymore. We're allies? Question mark? Options. It's on red now. Okay, great. Why does he sound so sure? Does he know about our alliance? Answer me. I wasn't sure that Lucas had learned or what his aim was. Whatever the case was, it was too risky to ask him anything here. I should play dumb and act like I don't know anything. I quickly made up my mind and furrowed my brow, making it look like I had no clue what he was talking about. It's true that Lord Alfred has asked me to take care of his paperwork a few times, but that's the extent of it. Really. I'm not sure if that's what you consider a special relationship, though.
思い当たる節はないと?
Nothing else comes to mind. That still gets a feather in his line. Oh, a half. Ooh, a half. Okay. Well, now I gotta do the third option. No, nothing. As a servant of House Bernstein, I have always tried my best not to show any disrespect towards Lord Alfred or anyone else. Lord Alfred might have recognized it too, given that the volume of tasks he assigns me has been increasing.
まあ、そう言い張るだろうとは
I
思ってい
figured
た
you'd say something like that.
いいだろう。お前の言うことが真実だと、
Fair
この
enough.
場は引いてや
If
る。
you're telling the truth, I'll back off for
だが
now.
一つだけ忠告。
Okay. Alright, we're gonna load that up one more time, because why wouldn't I? Is Lucas implying that Alfred and I look like friends? I had no clue what could lead Lucas to such an idea. Regardless, the fact that Alfred and I, the head of House Creswell, and I are ordinary and an ordinary maid appeared unusually close was far from desirable. Putting an end to such a speculation would be wise, but he allows me to clarify someone like me could never aspire to share any sort of special relationship with Lord Alfred. Lord Alfred is a noble figure, a member of the Five Houses, and the head of House Creswell. I am but a humble servant, unworthy of standing by his
お
side.
前が本当にただの使用人ならばな。
He knows. That would be convincing if you truly were just another
いいだ
servant.
ろう。お前の言うことが真実だと、この場は引いてやる。
Okay, we're gonna go back with our last option. Our first option. Because he gives us a full feather. And I don't know if that matters. Alfred, the person Lucas and I had both been looking for, walked in.
誰かいる気配がするとは思ったが、
I thought I sensed someone inside, but it's just you two. There was something off about the way he alternatively looked at Lucas and me. He doesn't look well. Lucas raised his voice, the hint of concern from before completely gone.
なんだとは随分な言い草だな。僕を呼び出したのはお前だろう。約束の時間に遅れて謝罪もなしか。
What an attitude! You're the one who called me, remember? And now you're not going to apologize for being late?
それについてはこちらの落ち度だ。
Sorry about that. That was my fault.
なんだ。素直すぎて調子が狂うな。
What was with you? Seeing you being so honest is throwing me off. Even though he had asked for an apology, he didn't expect him to admit his mistake so easily. Lucas slammed the papers down, clearly irritated.
約束の書類を置いていく。言われた通り役目を果たした。僕はもう帰るからな。
Here's the documents as promised. I've done my part, so I'm leaving now. Lucas moved towards the door behind Alfred, but paused next
一
to
応
him.
聞いておく。なぜ時間に遅れた？
Let me
お前
ask
にして
you,
は珍しいじゃないか。
just to be clear, why were you late? That's not like you.
言えないのか。
I'm not gonna tell me.
まあそうだろうな。約束をすっぽかして女遊びとは。今度はせめて香水の匂いを消してから戻れ。
I figured as much given that you broke your promise to hang out with some woman. Next time, try to get rid of the perfume before you come back. He was with a woman. Huh. Lucas left the room without another word. The room filled with an inexplicable, awkward silence the moment his footsteps faded. Perfume, hanging out with some woman. I don't think he's got time for stuff like that, but I'm not sure what I should say. I kept turning Lucas's remark over in my head as I looked for a way to start a conversation. I was trying to say something when Alfred stumbled right in front of me out of nowhere. Watch out! I quickly extended my hand and supported him. Propping up a man much larger than me to prevent him from falling was no easy task. To make matters worse, it reminded me of events I'd only just considered the other night. My heart raced being so close to him and my hands trembled with an unexplainable embarrassment. Can you stand? Alfred managed to avoid falling by leaning on me, but just barely. The sweet scent coming from him irritated me for some reason.
ソファへ連れて行ってくれないか。
It could be the lady of the house. Could be her. Could be her. Can you help me to the couch? Do it yourself if you have the energy to fool around. You should be fine. Or are you too worn out from all the womanizing?
何を苛立って。私は。もういい。
What are you so frustrated about? Forget it, I'll make it on my own. He tried to stand, his movement sluggish, but his legs were apparently too weak, and I still had to hold him steady. You can lean on my shoulder, hold yourself up. A mix of perfume and a strong powdery scent wafted from Alfred. I'm worried over nothing. I couldn't figure out why my heart felt so restless. All I knew was the irritation was building up inside of me. Despite feeling this way, I couldn't just leave Alfred alone after he collapsed on the couch. Oh. Thanks. I stared at Alfred as he lay there, weak and motionless. He really doesn't look well. I carefully pushed his hair out of the way and put my hand against his forehead to check his temperature. What are you doing? You're burning up. You have a fever. No doubt about it. Stay still. I'll get some medicine and water. I'll ask Charlotte if she can make barley porridge. I was about to leave after mentally sorting out what I needed when Alfred took my hand in his feverish grasp. It's fine, I'll just lay down and rest. I don't want to make a fuss. At least take the medicine. It's just fatigue from overworking. I'll be fine after some rest. Moreover, take a look at this. Alfred sluggishly pulled a few notes out of his pocket. I took them and glanced over the content. The Wing Hunters, Changelings, Blue Robin. Detail of various incidents were listed, starting with the Wing Hunters incidents, which were still being discussed in the meetings. All had been written in a hot rush. Interesting. I've been investigating to see if anything would get in the way of our plans. As of now, they don't appear to be any major issues other than the wing hunting incident. I see. I asked about the wing hunter incidents around the red light district, but I couldn't get any significant information as expected. Cases are frequent in Eden. We must solve this problem as soon as we can for the sake of the people living there. I could feel his fatigue despite how unusually talkative he was. I also found myself unexpectedly relieved. Alfred was just out doing his job. The scent of perfume and the face powder wasn't proof of improper behavior. I caught Alfred watching me. What is it? Alfred spoke looking faintly amused. I'm glad to see your mood has improved. It's not like I was upset in the first place. Is that so? If you have something to say, could you please say it clearly, Lord Alfred? Oh. I was under the impression that you were jealous. Why on earth would I be jealous? How absurd. With what Alfred did and where he went were none of my business. Or is it? Alfred gave a vague, almost feverish smile during my fiery attempt at concealing my feelings. I was just joking. It is a bit unpleasant to be seen as someone who loves to fool around, though. I regret going to the red light district. I was only worried that you'd make a blunder and the plan would fall apart. Don't get too cocky. See, it's because you got so emotional that I ended up getting carried away. Getting emotional really had been a mistake, just as he'd pointed out. I couldn't understand why exactly I'd gotten so emotional. I couldn't make any sense of my own feelings. Don't take it seriously. It was just a little joke. I have a fever. Maybe the alcohol has gotten to me. I'm a little tipsy. He let out a throaty laugh. I couldn't find the words to respond. Now then. Alfred rose from the couch and returned to the desk after teasing me without knowing what was on my mind. What are you trying to do? Work, obviously. My guy. Talking with you has eased my fatigue and I still have a lot of things to do. I know you have a lot of work to do, but still you have a fever, don't you? Why are you trying to work? I tried to push his shoulder to make him sit down, but he grabbed my wrist, stopping me. I know myself better than anyone, plus only the head of House Creswell can do this. then at least rest a bit more. Take your medicine too, otherwise your work efficiency will just decline. Sorry, but I'm fairly good at what I do. A slight decrease in efficiency isn't an issue. I'll rest once I've completed everything. Listen, if you keep going like this, you'll collapse for sure next time. What's this? Are you concerned for my health? I felt as though he was silently saying that would be impossible. I'm just frustrated. If anything were to happen to you, it would hinder the plan, and that would be troublesome. It'll be no laughing matter if work gets held up and put the entire exhibition at risk. I don't think he'll listen no matter what I say. John says I'm pretty stubborn, but Alfred's even worse. Alfred shifted his attention to the documents and began looking through them. Come on, that's enough. Get back to work. Alfred released my wrist and waved his hand as if shooing me away. A sudden rush of emotion aside from worry and disbelief stirred within me. I considered my options at this point, unable to do anything but stare at his dignified, straightened back. I'm an ally. I'm only worried about the plan. That's not strange, is it? I searched within myself to find the solution to this battle of wills. In that case, I concealed my presence and silently moved into the couch's shadow, looking down at his unprotected back. Why are you still... I delivered a swift strike to his nape. Alfred was unaware of what had occurred and was about to fall towards the desk when I gently steadied him. We should be good now. This kind of action would never normally be praised, but all I had in mind was to let Alfred rest. That had been my sole intention. Alfred soon drifted into a deep sleep. I'd only done it on a whim, but I supposed he had been more exhausted than I thought. I'll make him sleep even if I have to do it by force. He's solely mistaken if he thinks everything will go his way. I grabbed a blanket from the shelf and draped it over his shoulders. I examined his face. It was a faint reddish hue from the fever. Imagine just knocking a guy out. Be like, oh, you don't want to take a nap? Watch me. He looked younger when he's sleeping. Maybe it's because the furrow on his brow has softened. While his stature and aura often made him seem imposing, his face was quite handsome. Charlotte had said she had never heard of gossip about the man, but it was hard to believe all the young maidens would simply ignore him. Was not expecting her to do that. Honestly, I was like, is she about to stab this man? Like, look, be aware of your social surroundings. I could kill you right now. Then again, maybe all he thinks about is his work in the Ravens. I looked at the huge stack of papers spread across the desk. Good thing I got him to sleep. If his work gets delayed, it might impact the exhibition. Pretty bold move, right? Is there anything I can do? I couldn't meddle with things that required the approval of House Creswell's head. Naturally, the documents Lucas had brought were no exception. I could organize the information from notes I had seen earlier. If I pretend that Alfred suddenly asked me for help, staying here won't seem so suspicious. I never imagined that bringing tea here like I'd been told would be of any use. It all worked out in my favor, though. Since that's settled... She's like, let me just work over here. With Alfred still fast asleep, I headed over to Nicholas to explain the situation. Once I had secured permission, I went back to Alfred's room. Be like, hey bro, this guy's dying. He's sleeping soundly, but it looks like he still has a fever. I prepared paper, a pen, and a so-called note before sitting in a different desk than the one that the resting Alfred was near. Shall we begin then? Alfred, who had dismissed my advice for all kinds of reasons, was in for a surprise. I'll start with this note for now. He's just pretending to be asleep. Where am I? Good question. I was groggy and my head was foggy. I tried making sense of the situation. It seemed that I had dozed off after returning to the Bernstein mansion. I didn't doze off. A certain person came to mind as I pieced my memories together through the sharp pain in my neck. Could this be Apros doing? I never imagined she'd put me to sleep like that. What strength. It was probably revenge for ignoring her advice to rest. None of it seemed malicious, though, especially since I felt much less worn out after sleeping.
熱も下がってきたようだ。
My fever's gone down.
確かに、こうでもされなければ休まなかった。
I wouldn't have rested if not for that. Maybe I should thank her. Yeah, thank her for knocking you out. Do it. Even so, her methodology was rather harsh. I wasn't sure if I should voice my complaints. I sat up quietly, careful not to let the blanket slip off, and scanned the room. I found her writing something at the desk, oblivious that I'd woken up. Her serious side profile was stunningly graceful. She looked like a noblewoman writing poetry if I weren't for the maid outfit.
そもそも、孫をここなく
Aprose truly is a noblewoman.
貴族の令嬢だ。
It's like, but she is. The vanished Dusal family, Ducal. The daughter of House Randolph. After I learned that she survived the Eltbeek incident, I had a feeling she would stand before me one day. With a knife?
だが、こんな風に手を取ることになるとは。
I never imagined we'd end up joining forces. Such an odd turn of events. I watched her careful not to attract her attention.
強く賢く、悲しいくらい気が
Smart, strong, and so painfully brave. She had a kind heart. That was exactly why hatred and the pain of what she had lost had consumed her.
そうなった
She was also a kid.
頭を担ったのは他でもない。私
Partially. I, without a doubt, partially responsible for how this things turned out.
全てが終わった後に殺されるとしても悔いはない。
Even if I die when this is all over, I won't regret it. I only hope she finds happiness in the future. It's all done. Not only did I summarize the notes from the red light district, I also finished everything else I could manage. This should ease Alfred's workload. I hope he doesn't strain himself again like he did today. I snapped back to reality and placed my hand on my chest. I found myself worrying about Alfred even after finishing my work and thinking it over with a clear head. I always came back to the same conclusion. This was not only because I was necessary in achieving our goal, but because it also concerned him as a person. I was afraid to acknowledge it. Doing so felt like I would be betraying everyone who died that day in the incident Alfred caused. I won't give up on taking revenge. I can't stop now. I will kill Alfred with my own two hands for sure. Definitely. I had given up on living a normal life and seeking the sort of happiness others had. I had finally came this far.
なぜ泣きそうな顔を
Why do you look like you're about to cry? Alfred was sitting up and staring at me. I wasn't sure when he had woken up.
今何を考えていたんだ
What are you thinking about? It's none of your business. Despite what I said, I felt an uncomfortable sense of relief when I saw Alfred's complexion had
お前
improved.
が私に対してそういう態度なのは当然だ。だが、もう少しだけでいい。私を信用しろ。
I don't blame you for acting that way, but just trust me a
力
little.
になりたいんだ。
I want to offer my help when you're in trouble. I trust you as an ally, but that's all. My issues are none of your business. I stood and handed the completed paperwork over to Alfred, wanting the conversation to end. I summarized the notes you showed me just before your nap. If you don't need it, you can throw it away. Alfred looked surprised when he took the paper and flipped through them. He shook his head.
まさか。実に完璧な仕上がりだ。
I
助か
can't
った
believe it. This is flawless. You've helped me a lot. It's not a big deal.
だが、この量をまとめるのは疲れただろう。お前こそ少し休憩したらどうだ
Putting this together must have
今
been
度は私が
exhausting.
話し相手になる番だ
You should take a break. I can keep you company next time. It's fine. I'll need to get back to my maid duties soon. I turned on my heel and reached for the door. Trico! Hi, Trico! Oh my goodness! Hello, hello, hello! Hello, hello, guys. Hi! Just in case you have not been introduced, I am Psycho Bunny. I stream Otome games primarily, which is basically choose your own love adventures. Over here, we're currently playing Mistonia. Welcome, Raiders! Hi! Oh my goodness, is Trico actually here? What were you doing? Do I even know how to... I know people do something fun. Let's see. Nope. I still have to learn how to use all these buttons if I'm being so for real with you guys. But yeah. Oh my goodness. I haven't seen Trico in a minute. I turned to my heel, reached for the door. For some reason, I found myself glancing behind me. What a guy. Ugh, don't smile. Alfred was staring at me. I wanted to erase that faint joy I felt at his gaze. I said nothing and left the room. Woohoo! How have you been? I've been doing all right for the new year. How's been the streams? The streams are good. I actually have a stream goal this year of 100 Otome streams, and we're currently on stream number 4 or 5. I've already forgot. I think it's 5. I think today is 5 or 4. I have my notes. I'm pretty sure it's one of those two. Today is 4. Today is 4. We're officially on our 4th Otome stream this year. We have 100 goal. That is set aside from my normal streams. Beaten, not beaten, just streams. Just having streams dedicated to Otome. This year we're on our 4th Otome themed stream. So it excludes reviews, it excludes anything that's not Otome. It's just, everything else is just an extra. I want to make sure I get 100 of these. Yeah. How about you? How are your streams going? How are you been? Alfred was just staring at me. I wanted to erase the faint joy I felt at his gaze. I said nothing and left the room. Also, if you need to run, it's also okay. I know you probably had a very long day. It's actually, no, it's early. I'm used to be. It feels so dark in my room right now. There's like a shadow cast in here. What were you doing so early? 2 days later. After Alfred thanked me for helping him with his work, Nicholas gave me the day off, so I visited Goneril's shop like always. Oh, Goneril! It's you, milady, milady. John, who was already there, gave a slight wave and tilted his head curiously. Oh my goodness. Very good. Had to change my stream schedule, so I stream late now. But we will see how they go. Oh, how late are you streaming? Is it because you got that cool promotion at your job? Okay, have fun at work. Bye. Yes, nice. That's good though. More money is always good. I appreciate it. Thank you for raiding. Have a lovely day at work. John, who was already there, gave a slight wave and tilted his head curiously. What is it? Has Alfred met John? No, we have kept Alfred and John separate, so he does not know about John. He also doesn't know like all of our motives. So we've kept some of that to the chest away from him. Like, I thought they would have met, but they kept him a secret, which I guess makes sense. You don't want to give your entire everything to this stranger. Did something happen? No. A guy smiled at me. Being my childhood friend, John noticed the change in me very quickly. I knew something had been off with me since the day with Alfred. I didn't make any mistakes in my work at the mansion, but I had endured many restless nights. Don't want to show all your cards, that's right. Because originally they were looking for Twilight Ravens together, but since she found them on her own and revealed who she was, she decided to keep John a secret. It's nothing serious. My sleep has been a little troubled, that's all. John looked like he had more questions, but said nothing else. He probably realized I didn't want to be pressed about it further. Anyways, I have an update. I already sent a quick message via the pocket watch. Most of the details came from what Alfred had gathered in the red light district. That's the gist of it. I see, there hasn't been any changes to the plans we discussed earlier, have there? No, how did things go on your end?
いや、相変わらずさっぱりだ。アルフレッ
Still
ド・ル
nothing
ー
at
カス
all.
の共犯の件、相当情報が深いところの話らしい。
Whatever the whole thing about Lucas and Alfred being accomplices is, it's buried deep, pretty
そうなる
deep.
と、女王絡みの可能性がいよいよ高まる。
That means the likelihood of the Queen being involved is higher than ever. So, the Outbeak incident, that was when the two teamed up.
女王が推測した件、ない話じゃなくなってきたな。でも確証がない。
Your guess doesn't seem too far off, my lady, but we still lack proof.
どちらにせよ、アルフレッドが黒だってことは、本人の証言から言質が取れている。
Either way, Alfred still confessed he's
だから全て
guilty.
が終わった後に片をつける。
We'll deal with it after everything is over, right? We will. I got the feeling John was reading my mind. I couldn't bring myself to meet his gaze.
お嬢、
What's
やっぱ
wrong,
り
my
なんか
lady? Is there some... No, it's nothing. Anyways, I'll take Alfred down myself after the issue with the Queen has been taken care of. John probably noticed the quiver in my voice, but he didn't question it, just nodded silently. We discussed the plan for a while, then I prepared to leave the shop.
この後どこか行くのか？
Are you planning on going somewhere after this? Yes, I'm going to the Raven's hideout. The others are coming to discuss the strategy for the exhibition.
なんとか俺も仲間に入れないかな。その方が共犯についても探りやすくなりそうだけど。
I wonder if there's any chances I could be a part of that. It might make it easier to dig into the accomplice matter. We've settled that already, haven't we? Don't worry, I've got this covered. John?
ああ、すまない。
My bad. John looked gloomy for some reason. He smiled though, trying to hide it.
そうだな。渡りガラスのことは引き続き。
Sure, I'll let you handle the Raven thing, my lady. Thanks for that.
させて悪かったな。早く行ってこい。
Sorry for keeping you. You better hurry.
気をつけろよ。
We still need to keep an eye on the wards. Be careful. I know. The same goes for you too, John. I smiled at him once more before leaving the shop. He knows. He already knows. I'm a terrible liar. I walked through the streets, paying attention to the gazes around me, heading for the hideout where the meeting was being held. When I spotted Leonardo leaning against the street lamp, gazing down the street, he was most likely on lookout duty as usual, watching for anyone suspicious near the hideout. We exchanged glances, and with the silent understanding I carried on, it feels like I've become a full member of the Ravens. I wasn't part of their group, I only helped them in order to achieve my own goal, but as these secret exchanges went on, I started realizing that I was communicating with someone other than John. Those moments happened more and more often. And your little king of the Fae. Alfred greeted me at the hideout. Upon seeing me entering the building, he lifted the teapot sitting on the table and called out to me.
よく来たな。何か飲むか？
You're here. Do you want something to drink? Sure, thanks. Alfred brewed tea for me. This would never be allowed at the Bernstein mansion, but things are different here. A crude ceramic cup sat in front of me, a stark contrast with the fine tableware in the mansion. However, the tea's aroma soothed me. I didn't know you could do this.
自分でできることはやれるようにしておく。それが私の信条でな。
I make it a point to handle whatever I can myself. It's a principle of mine. Alfred sat across from me, sipped his tea, and sighed deeply. You look quite drained.
ため息の一つくらいついてもいいだろう。5家の奴らと来たら、どいつもこいつも私に雑用ばかり押し付けて。
I'm allowed to sigh now and then, aren't I? The 5 houses, every single one of them, keep pushing the most tedious task onto me. He shook his head, a deep crease forming between his brow. I decided to keep listening. His reaction was interesting.
5家が博覧会の成功を重要視するのは当然だ。
It's only natural that the 5 houses prioritize the exhibition. But that doesn't mean we can neglect our everyday
もちろん
tasks.
あいつらにもそんなつもりはないだろう。だが、市中の陳情や産業への補助、戸津国への警戒、仕事が溢れているのは事実だ。
I know they probably don't mean to, but the workload is overwhelming with all the petitions in the city, industry sides subsidies, and the need to watch out for Fremdelin. So you're helping them with their work outside of the exhibition.
あいつらも自身で裁こうとはするが、手が回りきらない。だが、放
Indeed.
置するわけにもいかないだろう。
They try to manage things themselves, but they can't handle it all. Still, they can't just ignore it either. You may wind up lending a hand because you're so serious, but I won't say that out loud, though. It'll only add more wrinkles. Maybe it was a flaw in my nature, but there was a strange sense of irony in being the person who he vented to. I almost let my smile slip. Alfred was sharp enough to point it out.
笑ったな。
Did you just laugh? No.
気のせいか。
Am I seeing things?
やっ
Yaha.
と見れたと思ったんだが。
I thought I was finally going to witness it. Never. The last comment was said and not so nonchalantly and stirred my heart. What's wrong with me? My heart raced, but I didn't understand why. Alfred, on the other hand, showed no reaction and drank his tea. I don't know what's going on with me anymore.
なんだ
What's wrong? Oh no. I was so caught up in my emotions that I didn't notice what had made Alfred look up so suddenly. The door flung open in a flurry as Alfred rose to his feet.
旦那、まずいことになった。
Sir, we've got trouble. Leonardo dashed inside. This wasn't the same calm boy I had seen earlier in the streets. He gasped for air, visibly panicked.
早くここから逃げろ。
I found the Trico. Did you? Is that what you're saying? That's Trico? Little Leonardo? I'll let him know. It matches his. Get out of here now.
レオナルド、落ち着け。
Leonardo,
何
what
があった
happened?
ウォードだよ。とうとうあいつらが動いたんだ。西のアジトは連中に踏み込まれた。
It's the war. They're finally made their move. The Western hideout has been raided. Hearing the name Ward made me recall John's earlier comment, and I instinctively covered my mouth with my hand.
バカだ。いや、まさか。陛下の指示か。くそ。
That's impossible. Could it be Her Majesty commanded? Damn it. But Trico is Trico's nickname, and there's another one. There's another one? He's probably gone. He has work. Yeah, he did say he was leaving for work. I can text him, though. What about the people who were at the hideout?
チリジリになって逃げたらしいけど。
Looks like they managed to flee in different
捕まっていて
directions.
もおかしくない。
I wouldn't bug him at work, just to be clear. I mean, I don't know how much I'd be bugging him if I just text him. He could ignore my text. That's totally normal. Looks like they managed to flee in different directions, but I wouldn't be surprised if someone got caught. No way. I thought of the people who weren't here. The idea of them being captured and tormented made my hands clammy.
さっきから表通りが騒がしいんだ。ここも危ない。だから早く逃げろ。
There's a commotion on the maid road, and it's getting risky
俺
here.
たちの夢が途絶えちまう。
You need to run. If they catch you, sir, our dreams will be ruined. Alfred would normally want to rush to the hideout that had been attacked, but he hesitated before making the decision.
わかった。
Got it. Alfred gave a serious nod, then faced
お
me.
前も一緒に来る。
You're coming with me. Oh, am I? They're here, my guy. I pulled my knife out and braced myself. A few armed men stormed into the room. That's House Ward's crest and their claws. I quickly looked behind them, but Linus, the head of the household, wasn't there. I didn't know if he had come, but things looked grim.
おとなしく。クレスウェル伯爵、なぜここに？
Kill him. We gotta kill them all. Don't move. Stay where you are. Count Creswell, why are you here? Wait, do we have a bad ending about to happen? Humor me, I guess. There is a divergent down there. I can see it. Interesting, interesting. Don't move. Stay where you are. Count Creswell, why are you here? I knew it. One of them recognized Alfred. At this rate, They couldn't have anticipated finding out one of the head of the 5 houses were here. The men looked confused, clearly thrown off by the unexpected situation. Stay away from those scoundrels. I'll hear the details later. For now, please come with us. What if I say no? Bum bum bum. Alfred glared at the house ward soldiers trying to capture us and voiced his refusal, his unease growing. I can't get over their claws because they just look like normal nails. Like, they don't look strong at all. Why? Are you actually one of the anti-royalists? Get him! Our mission is to capture anyone involved with the Ravens, no matter who they are. The shout served as a signal. The men attempted to reach me first. Oh my gosh. Don't touch her. There was a light. Before I knew it, I had been pulled into a tight embrace. Go on. Alfred? Oh my goodness. Oh, his wings! Oh, I just realized we're gonna zoom in. We can't tell, but that's his wings! He's got that, like, light in his eyes. As he shouted angrily, a barrier appeared in front of me, shielding me from the men. I felt a sense of deja vu. I recognize this light's radiance. I've seen it before. What is this? I turned to the window and saw something glimmering. It's the same light. It's the light I saw outside my window that day 8 years ago. The barrier had enclosed the whole Eltbeek, ensuring no one could escape their approaching deaths. Everything Alfred had said was true. A deep pain surged in my chest as the realization hit me. So wait, she was just standing there? She didn't, like, prepare to fight? She had a knife in her hand. It said she pulled it out. She keyed herself to be she made herself the damsel. Yeah, no, it's not exactly. I mean, he just like ran at her and then Alfred was like, no, don't touch her, and then now we're here. But she had a knife. Imagine she accidentally stabbed him when she got grabbed. Wouldn't that be hilarious? Could that be funny? I think it's funny. The barrier that doomed everyone to death that day now protected me. I thought she'd be a better spy. We've talked about this actually. For every route so far, she's a terrible spy actually. She's like the worst spy I've ever met. Oh my goodness. Yeah, this is a story about revenge. She's trying to get revenge for her entire family being murdered by the 5 houses, and this is one of the 5 house guys. But we're also falling in love with him. Classic lovers to revenge to lovers, you know. I can't be captured like this. I will never ever hand her over no matter what. Oh, it's me. He gripped tight, and the sheer sadness of it all made me want to cry despite the situation we were in. Hurry up. Alfred's barrier prevented the ward soldiers from advancing. Even if we flee, they'll still report they found Alfred here, and everything will come to a halt. Dehydrate and hydrate? Whoa. This also has protein in it. It's like a mango energy drink thing from Megan Thee Stallion. Oh my goodness. Impressive that you got the same redemption sound each time. Usually it will rotate more. Strong woman, yeah. We watched the entire commercial for it. I think it was 5 minutes. It was hilarious. Oh my gosh. Alright, we're ready to fight now. Alfred glanced down at me and whispered, you go ahead with Leonardo, I'll stop them and follow after you. Are you gonna murder them? What are you on about? You know you can't do that. This is part of the plan. I'll be a decoy, draw the ward soldiers away, you take the chance to leave. I knew he hadn't given up, but I just couldn't agree when I thought about what would come next. Alfred would still be captured and punished. Given that he was the head of one of the 5 houses, his treatment would be much more severe than that of others. Members of the House Creswell might be considered accomplices and publicly executed as a warning.
一点を狙え。いくらクレスウェルの闘士でも石の力なしには維持し続けることはできない。
Aim for his weak spot. Even the head of House Creswell can't keep this up without his stone's power.
頼むから早く。
Oh no, Leo's crying. Please, sir. Leonardo cries, blended with ward soldiers' clamor. Alfred tried to push me towards Leonardo. I swiftly looked at my hand, my right hand. I refuse to be captured here. I'm not going to let the plan fall apart. I won't allow Alfred to be taken either. I have to do this. What are you? Am I gonna have my normal hair? Throwing yourself in here? How foolish. I let them grab my left arm on purpose as they tried to capture me. It's now or never. I use my face light hand to touch the soldier's arm, channeling my powers to forcefully subdue his awareness. I'm sorry, John. I'll make them see an illusion to change their perception of things. What happened? What are you up to, damn it? You too. She's like... The two ward soldiers sank to their knees, their expressions vacant. The hostility in the air disappeared. Don't tell me that was your hand. Shh, not yet. Leonardo, stay out of sight. Lord Alfred, please cooperate with me. Do whatever she tells you, Leonardo. Okay. I saw Leonardo hiding from the corner of my eye. I gently shook the two wardmen's shoulders. We were definitely... Please remain calm. I'm the one who reported suspicious individual resembling a member of the Twilight Ravens. Oh, right. We were at the Ravens hideout. Why is Count Creswell here? Count Creswell, I heard he happened to be nearby investigating the wing hunting incident. I gave Alfred a subtle glance. He immediately understood my intention and approached. You work under Lord Lioness, correct? I heard there was some sort of commotion, so I came running. Is everything all right? Count, we... No, I mean we... The Ravens, yes. We discovered their hideout and we were set to capture them all at once. We broke through the door. After that, there was only two. You sent 2 soldiers to get this entire organization? By the time I arrived, I only found you 2 kneeling here. Looks like they got away. I expected no less from him. Despite their confusion, the men were regaining their composure. They believed Alfred's words, their faces twisted in frustration at their failure to capture their quarry. Quarry? What will I tell Lord Lioness? There's a chance it was a trap. Either way, you should return and give him your report. I'll speak to him as well. Right. We need to hurry. Let's go. We should inform the others that they got away. The soldiers bowed their heads apologetically and ran off in the direction I'd indicated. Looks like they've gone. Look at us. We're just like mind sweeping over here. We should leave now while we have the chance. Come with us, Leonardo. What was that? Who exactly are you? She's like, do you want to remember this moment? We'll talk later. Let's hurry. If we stay, there's no guarantee things will work out again. They'll be back. Once we had hidden in the alley far away from the hideout, I let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. Are you alright? Yes, but what about you? I'm fine, just a little worn out from using my power after so long. Ooh. Ooh, is that what happened to her then? Did her family maybe erase her memories? Oh my gosh! So, was that the power of the face light hand? It seems like you changed your perspective. No, their recognition of events both before and after what happened. I couldn't help but be impressed by his sharp thinking. The way I used my power was pretty much a gamble. I was lucky things turned out well. I made them believe that they didn't see the Count when they barged in, but someone else. They thought the Count came in right after. It was my power to create an illusion, enhanced by Obrion's wing. By pushing that power to its limit, I've been able to alter their perception. Okay, Leonardo, fuck off. Like, my guy, you don't even know me. What the heck is that? If you can do that, then you should have done it from the start. I honestly didn't know if it would work. I never tried it before. It would have been dangerous if I failed. Maybe it was due to my exhaustion, but I ended up smiling despite it not being funny. Leonardo's face hardened. The strain from using my powers made it hard to even stand. Speaking felt like too much effort. I feel like I'm gonna collapse. I stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. Alfred caught me. Why were you so reckless? I already told you, didn't I? I'll be the one to kill you. I couldn't allow you to be captured back there. They could have captured or killed you before you had your chance to do so. I wouldn't mess up like that. I put on my brave face, the bravest face I could. However, Alfred might have realized that my trembling hands were not merely a result of exhaustion. I'm sorry this happened because I couldn't predict the ward's movements. It was my fault. I wanted to respond, but I was too tired to bother moving my lips and stayed quiet. Leonardo grabbed Alfred's arm and pulled him as if trying to separate him from me. Either way, you should avoid coming here for a while, sir. That goes for you too. Oni-san! Aww, he still calls her big sis. He sounded concerned when speaking to Alfred, but his tone changed when he turned to me. I tilted my head in confusion. What's wrong? Alfred noticed the same thing and questioned Leonardo. I'm thankful for the help, but I can't trust her anymore. The sudden confession caught me off guard. Leonardo watched me closely as if determined not to overlook any aspect of my response. The location of our hideout has never been leaked before. Everyone is tight-lipped. But you're a newcomer, and you're just an ally. So are you actually working with one of their lackeys? That can't be the case, Leonardo. There's no way she'd do something like that. Alfred gripped me harder, as if protecting me from Leonardo's words, but the boy didn't stop. But the others were captured, weren't they? What if she only saved us to gain our trust and have access to all of our information? Leonardo, calm down. My guy. Chill. Leonardo's quieted, but his gaze remained icy. I understand your confusion and fear. It was all very sudden. We need to take a moment and calm down. I'll handle things alone for now. Alright. I'll pass that along to the others as well. Leonardo glared at me one last time, then walked away. Oh. You better not get in his way or else. Ooh, having said that, he turned and left for good. An awkward silence settled between Alfred and I. Let me make one thing clear. I haven't betrayed you or sold you out. I know. There's no point in staying here. Go get some rest. You can stay at my place if you want. No need. I'm feeling better now. I'll head home. I let go of Alfred's hand, sensing he still had something to say despite that I walked off. Wait, at least let me walk you halfway. It's fine. If someone sees us, it'll only cause more trouble. Alfred didn't try to follow me as I walked off. I don't care if they doubt me. I never intended to join them in the first place. Nevertheless, why do I feel so sad? I tried to hold myself with dignity, but I couldn't rid myself of the overwhelming feeling that my heart was being torn into. Oh no, the Astray. Wait, this isn't the right ending. Oh no. The Astray. Oh dear. That's fine though. We have to go sideways at some point. Interesting. Okay, so this is like the bad ending or the mid ending? I can't remember. Dun dun. The day after the hideout had been attacked, I reported on everyone's safety to John. I readied myself at my room in the Bernstein mansion, disheartened by how shocked I was at being named a suspect.
助けてもらったことは感謝してる。
I'm thankful for help, but I can't trust her anymore. Yeah, I was there. I was there, I remember. What if people suspect me? It's no big deal. The moment I tried to brush it off, Alfred's face came to mind and a sharp pain shot through my chest. Why am I so shaken? Why do I even care about being suspected? I tried to ignore my inner turmoil by immersing myself in my work. Again?
ルーカス様からのご用命だ。紅茶を準備し、応接室へお持ちするように。
Oh! Wait, is this the, like, if the triangle happened? Is this the triangle ending, which means Lord Lucas loves me now? LOL. Lucas requested tea. Prepare it and bring it to the parlor. Very well. I had a bad feeling. He was calling for me now of all times, but I couldn't possibly refuse with Nicholas around.
あの方がわざわざお前を指名されるとは。
He specifically requested you. Do you know why? No. It's because I'm cute. Like, look at me. Look at me. My little glasses. Perhaps he took a liking to the Darjeeling I brewed for him the other day.
そのような理由であの方が。まあいい。何かあれば報告するように。
Are you my brother in disguise? That'd be funny, right? Is that really why? Well, never mind. Let me know if anything comes up. Very well. Lucas, what is he after? There was no use dwelling on it. I gathered my thoughts and decided to visit Lucas. Good morning. Come in. When I entered, I found Lucas sitting on the couch waiting for my arrival. I figured you'd be nervous. Go ahead and take a seat there for now. He pointed to the couch across from him as he spoke. Would you like some tea? I don't need any. First off, I'm doing my job, regardless of that, okay? I don't need any. I mean, you should have known that was just an excuse to call you here. Sit down. Or are you planning to mess with my perception with that right hand of yours? The trump card Lucas brought out was more than enough to make me comply. I took a seat like Lucas had said, locking eyes with him as I faced him head on. What could this possibly be about? I haven't the faintest idea. Stop with that fake tone of yours. It clashes too much with the information I've told you. Information you've been told? Been told? I've been told. It's from someone you know well. They help me realize who you truly are. What? The hand I had on my knee dug into my leg harder than I realized. Lucas waved me off, perhaps noticing my bloodlust. Don't glare at me. I've had my suspicions about you for a while. I'll say this up front. I'm not going to tell anyone else. Do you expect me to believe that? I glared at him suspiciously. Lucas heaved a sigh. If I was going to, I would have done it already, a long time ago. The fact that you're still acting as a servant here proves my point. I suppose it seems you haven't told anyone else, seeing that no one has shown signs of suspicion towards me. Even so, my answer remained the same. I still couldn't trust him. Why did you call me here then? If you know who I am, you must realize the situation is dangerous for both of us. I have no reason to talk to you if it puts me in danger. I stopped pretending and relaxed my tone. Lucas looked at me as if he found it amusing. He's smiling. Oh my gosh, I like it. I see, so this is your true nature. Alright, I'll be a little more cautious then. His expression swiftly shifted, now serious.
僕は偶然エデンの近くに用事があってな。例の捕獲騒ぎが起きた時にちょうど通りかかった。
I happened to have some business near Eden yesterday, and I was passing by when the whole commotion started. My hands trembled slightly. I usually wouldn't be shaken by something like that, but the events from yesterday still weighed on me.
そこで僕はお前を見た。
I saw you there. Are you sure you haven't made a mistake?
残念だが記憶力には自信があるんだ。間違いなくお前はあそこにいた。カラスの親であるアルフレッドと。
I hate to say it, but I'm confident in what I saw. You were definitely there with the Raven's parent, Alfred. The Raven's parent. Clever indeed. But how did Lucas know Alfred's role? Cold tension filled the air. Lucas spoke in a tone that clearly suggested he wouldn't fall for any lies.
お前はあいつと手を組んでいる。目的は8年前の件の報復。違うか。
You're working with him, and you want to take revenge for what happened 8 years ago, correct? I suppose it was time to stop hiding things from him since he already knew that much. Yes, I came here for my parents, my brother, and everyone from the village. I could have sworn Lucas' expression changed when I said that, but he quickly regained his composure. That makes sense. Rather, I don't see any other reason. I glared at Lucas, who seemed convinced, and wondered why my words and feelings were so mismatched. That's not really the case.
You're
not doing flashbacks. We never do those. I felt the urge to protect him. Lucas snorted at my silence. I didn't know when I dropped my head, but I lifted my face and looked him straight in the eyes. You may be planning to take down the queen alongside him, but I don't think it'll be that easy. Don't underestimate the queen. She may be old, but she's still the only pure fae in existence. Her status and power are a different caliber. Are you saying demi-fae are no match for her? That's right. Even if the 5 houses unite, taking her down will still be difficult, and that's a far-fetched idea in the first place. Lucas paused and slowly pointed at me. Oh, that's like a new pose for him. Only one person can possibly beat her, and that's you. What are you trying to say? What do you know? Those who possess the Fae sight hand are likely to have great power, even among demi-fae, strong enough to be a vessel of a pure fae. That was an indisputable fact. If the queens possessed me, this body would likely be transformed into a pure fae. I'd been chosen because I had the strength for it. Even if I'm strong, I'm still a demi-fae at the end of the day. If the 5 houses can't win against her, like you said, then I'm powerless on my own. That was why I teamed up with Alfred, working on a plan to ensure the queen's elimination. Normally you'd be right, but look at it from another angle. What do you think will happen if the weak, insane queen and your strong youthfulness will clash? A vessel strong enough to withstand the power of a pure fae, both in mind and body. If it's you, taking over the queen's consciousness may not be entirely impossible. Huh? That's the conclusion I've reached. Me, taking over the queen's mind, I've never considered it. I'd need to confirm if it would be possible, but it seemed like it could work against the old queen. However, Lucas's motives remained unclear. Why are you telling me all this? You openly despise people. Surely you weren't offering this advice out of the goodness of your heart. You're smart and not easily deceived. I'm sharing this with you because it works in my favor too. If you acquire the queen's powers, I might get closer to my own desire. Your own desire? Don't tell me.
お前が今考えたのは間違いじゃない。僕の望みはただ一つ。
You figured it out?
ピュアになるこ
What you're thinking is probably isn't wrong. All I want is to become a pure
と。
fae.
意識を乗っ取った後のお前なら、その願いを叶えられるかもしれない。
After you take over the queen's consciousness, you may be able to make my wish come true. I remembered hearing how Lucas wanted to become a pure fae. I never thought he was serious, though.
お前の目的が馬鹿げていると僕は思わない。
I don't think your goals are
正当な権利。
foolish.
お前には誰よりもその資格がある。
You have a legitimate right to them more than anyone else. I couldn't quite grasp the emotion. What emotion it was in Lucas's eyes, but it felt as if he were speaking to someone else through me.
お前は女王を乗っ取ることで目的を果たし、僕はお前によってピュアに近づく。
You'll reach your goal if you take over the queen, and I'll get closer to becoming a pure fae through you. I believe you had something to do with the incident 8 years ago. What makes you think I'll help you? I glared into his deep purple eyes. Lucas didn't flinch, instead squinting at me. He then delivered another cutting
そ
remark.
の気持ちはわかるし、言い訳もしないが。こう言えばお前は動くんじゃないか。この方法は、あの堅物のためにもなるはずだ。
I get how you feel, and I'm not making an excuse, but let me put it another way. This plan should benefit that stubborn fool too. What do you mean?
考えてもみろ。例の予告状の通りに
Get brighter?
運ぶとして、誰かしらが傷つくことになるのは明白だ。女王以外にウォードの連中もいるんだ。甘くない。
Think about it. Someone's bound to get hurt if you follow through with your plan to attack the exhibition. The wards will also be involved. There's no easy way to deal with the queen. A valid point. I bit my lip unconsciously. The events at the hideout flooded back, and I found myself thinking about Alfred and Leonardo.
少し落ち着いて考えろ。僕の提案がうまくいけば、暗い
Calm down for a second and think.
解放される。
If my plan succeeds, you'll be liberated from those dark feelings. Lucas stood and left the room silent. Now alone, I couldn't move a muscle. If I can conquer the queen's mind and take her place, I can put an end to this pain. I may be able to accomplish Alfred and the others' goals smoothly, but that meant I'd have to fight myself and rely solely on my own power. No one would be by my side. In the past, my mind would have been made up quickly, but now I want to see Alfred. I don't want him to get hurt. Those feelings are unnecessary. I felt overwhelmed, trapped in my thoughts. Dun 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 dun. My mind lingered on her as I closed the door. I never expected her to get so shaken up over a rigid man like
お
him.
そらくあいつはもう知っているはずだ。8年前にアルフレッドが何をしたのか。
She must have figured out what Alfred did 8 years ago. It didn't seem like she had learned what I had done as his accomplice. He sure knew how to be absurdly upright when it suited him.
何が解放されるだ。結局。僕が目をそらしたいだけのくせに。
Liberated, huh? I'm just making an excuse so I can turn a blind eye. The guilt from using her to fulfill my own desires left me utterly sick.
結局僕が嫌いなあいつらと変わらない。ただの自己愛と欲の塊だ。
I guess I'm no different from the people I loathe. I'm a selfish, egotistical fool. Still, I'll make sure to keep the promise I made him. My brother, I assume. Damn, this man is tortured. And we love it so. Delicious. We should be on the... How far down does this even go? I don't know. I wish I could just scroll down. You know what I'm saying? Like, not fast. Well, let's see. ZR. Nope, not what I meant. That is bottom to this. All right. The Astray realization pushes her forward. Okay. Interesting. Because she cares. Interesting. This is with him at 3 and him at 1, 2, 3. Technically 3, 2. Which means I messed up somewhere. We'll find it. We'll go back. We'll find it. There's 3 options. It's throwing me off. My heart remained restless even when I cleaned the handrail as usual.
ちょっと
Hold on.
ねえ聞いてる？そろそろ窓拭きしたいんだけど。
Are you listening? I'd like to start on the windows soon. Yes, should I wash the curtains next? Evelyn sighed and shook her head. The worry in her eyes outweighed any hints of
あん
frustration.
たずいぶん疲れが溜まってるみたいね。ニコラスさんに頼んで今日は早めに休んだらどう？
Whoa, Evelyn, I am perfect. Do not question me. You seem really drained. Why don't you ask Nicholas if you can go rest a little early today? I'm fine.
本当に？まあ、あんただって人だし、ぼんやりすることもあるでしょうけど。じゃあ、はい、窓拭きしましょう。
You sure about that? Oh well, you're only humane, so I suppose it's okay to be a little distracted sometimes. Alright, let's clean the windows. Very well. I took the cloth and carefully wiped the windows. Then Evelyn gently nudged me with her shoulder.
ね、ほら、あそこ。
Look!
アルフレッド様がいらっしゃるわよ。
Lord Alfred's over there. I looked outside at her urging. Alfred was indeed in the
あ、
garden.
そうそう。この後庭の掃除をしなきゃなのよね。ここは
Oh,
私がやる
right.
から、そっちを頼んでいい？
I need to clean the garden after this. Can you take care of that for me? I'll handle things here. Her words sounded somewhat forced, but it wasn't actually a bad idea. I wouldn't have taken advantage of her considerate nature before, but things were different now. Got it. I'll be off then. Thanks, Evelyn.
あら、どうしてお礼が必要なの？掃除するのは私たちの仕事でしょ。
Oh, why are you thanking me? Cleaning's our job, after all. Off you go now. I thanked Evelyn, who smiled at me before going to the garden. I believe he's around here. I arrived at the place I'd spotted Alfred from the window, but he wasn't there. I guess I was too late. Lucas's offer came to mind again, and my grip on my broom tightened. What bad timing? There's nothing I can do about it. I'll clean here thoroughly and go back so I don't cause Evelyn any trouble. The moment I decided to focus on cleaning.
ああ、お前もここに来たのか。
I didn't know you were here too. There he was, in the same spot where I had once lectured him about smoking. I looked around reflectively and he smiled at me.
安心しろ。周囲には誰もいない。ここでならいつものように。
Don't worry, there's no one around. We can talk like we usually always do. He smiled gently. Something never normally seen on the head of the house. My chest tightened when I realized that smile was meant for me. To keep my emotions from showing, I acted like a servant having a conversation with a noble within the mansion. Did everything turn out all right yesterday?
ああ、お前のおかげだ。陛下には、アジトはもぬけの殻だったと報告が上がっている。ライナスにも報告しておいた。
Thanks to you, Her Majesty has received a report saying the hideout was empty. Linus had been informed of the
最
same.
近、あいつが水面下で準備を進めていたのには気づいていたが、まさかあのタイミングでとは。
I was aware he'd been preparing things behind the scenes. I never thought anything would happen so soon, though.
あれは私のミスだ。危険な目に合わせて本当に
That was my fault. I'm sorry for putting you in danger. It's all in the past. I'm no longer concerned about it. We stood side by side, though there was some distance between us, not looking at each other.
今朝方、レオナルドに会った。冷静になって相当悔やんでいたぞ。お前にひどい言葉を浴びせてしまったと。
I met with Leonardo this morning. He's calmed down and is quite remorseful. He said he regrets the harsh words he threw at you.
許せとは言わないが、あの時はあいつも混乱していたんだ。誰が捕まってもおかしくない状況だったか
I'm not asking you to forgive him, but he was confused at the time. Anyone could have been caught in that situation. I understand he isn't to blame. Everything he said was true. I looked away, remembering once more that I hadn't been trusted. Alfred's warm hand gently touched my cheek.
私は
I trust
お
you.
前を信じている。
The heavy burden on my heart was lifted just a little with that single remark. I wondered how I'd become a woman so easily swayed. I've always wanted to hear him say those words. Thank you, I trust you too.
いいのか私を信じるなんて言って。復讐相手だろ。
Are you really sure you trust me? I'm your enemy after all. I raised the corners of my lip in a faint smile. Alfred's eyes widened in surprise. It may seem strange, but yes, I never imagined I'd end up this way. It'd end up this way when we first joined forces, though. Even I'm surprised. Alfred quieted for a moment, as if pondering something, then he turned his gaze towards the garden.
信じてくれたその思いに報いねばな。
I must repay the trust you've given me. I can't afford to fail.
博覧会で必ずややり遂げる。
I'll make sure the plan succeeds at the exhibition for everyone's
そし
sake.
て力などなくとも私たちは生きていけると証明するんだ。
We'll prove that we can survive
Solo
even
tama
without
junbi
special
desu.
powers. The preparations are already underway. One of those preparations was probably the summary I'd made at the hideout of the knowledge of the House Creswell stonemasons.
乗り越えるべき問題は多い。長い時間もかかるだろう。しかし、大きな一歩を踏み出せる。
There are many obstacles to overcome, so it'll most likely take a long time, but we'll be taking a major step forward. His words faltered, so I stole a glance at him. Alfred stared at me, his eyes intense, my shoulders twitched.
その先も見てみたいが、お前に殺される約束を保護にするつもりはない。それも、
I want to see what lies ahead, but I have no intention of breaking my promise to you that you can kill me. Do you believe that as well? I don't need to say it aloud. I believe you. If anything, it's me who I don't trust. I yearned to see the future he spoke of. I couldn't reject those feelings anymore, even if it was betrayal of my family and everyone I held dear. The promise, of course. I buried my emotions and gave him a deliberately mocking smile, but Alfred nodded without a hint of anger.
ああ、ジョージまでそばで見張っていろ。どこにも。
Indeed. Keep an eye on me until I succeed. Don't go anywhere. I felt the urge to nod, but I kept smiling and didn't offer a reply. Sorry, Alfred, I can't keep that promise. At that very moment, I made my decision as I would do next. I'm doing this for my own reasons, and more importantly, for you and the future of the dream. I silently apologized to the people of Eltbeek. The foolishness of prioritizing my own desires over theirs led me to whisper empty promises of atonement. Instead of voicing any of this, I placed my hand on top of
お
Alfred's.
前、何かあったのか。
What's come over you? It's nothing. I guess it's more exhausted from yesterday than I thought. That's probably it. Alfred held my hand as we faced one another, neither of us meeting each other's gaze. How long did we stay like this? I let go of the feelings that made it hard to leave and pulled away from him. I finished my work. I'll be off now. See you later, Lord Alfred.
ああ、また今度。
Yes, until next time. There would be no next time. I turned and walked towards the mansion. Goodbye, Alfred. I bid him a final farewell in my heart.
なあ、あるの旦那。お姉さんは本当にまだ俺たちに力を貸してくれるかな。
Say, Sir Al, do you think she really will help us?
ああ、あいつにも叶えたい願いがある。こんなところで投げ出したりはしないさ。
She has her own wishes to fulfill. She won't walk away.
でもここ最近あんまりアジトへ来ないだろ。俺のせいだよな。
She hasn't come to the
あんな
hideout
ひどいこと
lately.
だから。
It's my fault, isn't it? I said horrible things to her. I patted Leonardo's head roughly, his shoulders sagging. He usually got mad at me for doing that, but he was too disheartened to care.
負けん気は強いが分からずやではない。彼女は分かってくれていたさ。だが、次に会ったら自分できちんと謝るんだ。
She has a strong will and is not the type to hold a grudge over something like this. I'm sure she understands. Make sure you apologize next time you see her.
そうするよ。
I will.
しかし、確かに屋敷でもあまり会うことがない。
It's true, I haven't been able to talk to her at the mansion either, though. Just hanging out with Lucas now. I suddenly recalled our conversation in the garden the other day. It felt like something was off when we parted before I had been able to grasp why she was already gone. I felt strangely uneasy, as if I'd missed something important. Several days later, I visited the Bernstein's mansion to carry out my duties as a member of the Five Houses.
いらっしゃいませ。
Welcome. Aprose, busy cleaning the entrance hall, greeted me with her typical flawless demeanor. I glanced at her as I answered, keeping an eye on her behavior.
特に怪我や顔色が悪いなどはないようだな。だが、
She doesn't look hurt or sick, but what's with this sense of discomfort? The cause behind it soon came to light. She stubbornly refused to make eye contact. In the past, we had often communicated with just the briefest of glances. But I couldn't just stop and ask her. I couldn't only ponder my doubt as I walked on. Although Apros lingered in my thoughts, I had to go through the work in front of me. I lost track of time as I worked on the papers piled on the desk. Then a soft knock echoed. Is it Apros?
失礼します。
Pardon my intrusion. Standing before me, however, was Charlotte. Her expression was vaguely apologetic. It had been quite a while since she had last brought me tea.
紅茶はいかがですか？
Would you like some tea?
Oh,
Sure. Even though I expected Apros to arrive, I didn't want to treat Charlotte rudely. I acted like I always did. For some reason, Charlotte seemed particularly
どうかした
uneasy.
のか仕事で何か
Is something bothering you? Is it about work?
その、こん
Um,
なことを言うべきじゃないと分かっています。でも、どうしてもローズが心配で。
I know I shouldn't be saying this, but I can't stop worrying about Rose.
何があった
Did you say something? Did she say something? Did something happen? Wait, did I read that wrong? Did something happen? Charlotte thought for a moment, then looked at me determinedly and spoke.
ここに来た時の彼女は誰に対しても壁を作っているようで。
When she first came here, she seemed to build a wall between herself and
で
everyone
も
else.
最近、本人は無自覚みたいだったけれど、表情が少し豊かになっていたんです。
Recently, though, she had become a little more expressive, but she didn't seem to be aware of
それは
it.
きっとアルフレッド様のおかげだって私やエブリンは思ってて。
Evelyn and I believed it was probably because of you, Lord Alfred.
なのに、この数日でまた最初の様子に戻ってしまったんです。だからその、アルフレッド様は何か心当たりはあり
And
ませ
yet,
んか？
over the past few days, she's gone back to how she was when we first met. Do you have any clue as to why, Lord Alfred? I didn't want to lie to Charlotte, who was genuinely worried about Apros, but I really couldn't think of anything. I was just as perplexed by her behavior as everyone else. I shook my head quietly. Charlotte's expression was one of sorrow.
そうですか。てっきり二人が喧嘩でもしたのかなと。
I see. I thought perhaps you two had a fight.
いやシャルロッテお前はなぜそういうふうに思った
What made you think that, Charlotte?
だってここのところ彼女ルーカス様に呼び出されてばかりだったので。
Lord Lucas has summoned her quite a lot lately.
ルーカス
Lucas. The name caught me off guard. Charlotte's feeling awkward, looked away and continued
エ
speaking.
ブリンやニコラスさんも不思議がってます。どうしてルーカス様が彼女をそばに置くようになったのか。
Evelyn and Mr. Nicholas are both puzzled. They're wondering why Lord Lucas has started keeping her by his
今だっ
side.
て本当は彼女が紅茶を運ぶ予定だったんです。でも珍しく買い物の戻りが遅くって私が。
She was supposed to bring you your tea today, but she took longer than usual with her shopping, so I stepped in.
やっぱりなんだか変ですよね。きっと考えすぎなんかじゃないと思うんです。
Doesn't it seem strange? I doubt it's just I doubt I'm just imagining things.
申し訳ございません。出過ぎたことを。私。
I deeply apologize for overstepping. I'll excuse myself now. Charlotte bowed deeply and retreated from the room as if escaping.
ルーカスとアプローズが
Lucas and Apros. Lucas seemed to be probing into Apros, but he couldn't have discovered who she really was. It was unclear where the connection between those two had been made. I couldn't find the dots to connect in order to draw the conclusion.
なぜだアプローズなぜ私に相談しない
Apros, why aren't you discussing it with me? The image of her in the entrance hall refusing to meet my gaze resurfaced. I couldn't push the thought away for some time.
とまあこんな感じっすね。ルーカス様とあんなに話せるとは驚きですよ。
That's about the gist of it. I never thought she could talk so much with Lord Lucas.
いるったら。でもそう。アルフレッド卿は気を落としてるんじゃなくて、おかわいそうに。
Bill, here's something else. Even so, isn't Lord Alfred feeling down? Poor thing.
リリー様、それ本気で言ってます？
Lady Lily, are you serious?
あら、もちろんよ。 二人のことを思うと胸が引き裂かれそう。まるで前に読んだ物語のようで。
Of course I am. Thinking about the two of them so heart-wrenchingly. It's just like the story I remember
リリ
reading.
ー様もお人が悪いな。
You sure have a mischievous side, Lady Lily.
そんなこと言っても、あの件を進めるおつもりなんでしょ?
No matter how much you say that, you're still going forward with that matter, yes?
そうね。お父様とお話をしないと。
Yes, I should talk to father about it.
わかりました。ニコラスさんに伝えますよ。で、あの子はどうします?
Got it. I'll pass that along to Mr. Nicholas. And what about her?
何もしなくていいわ。あの子はね、今のままでいいの。
Nothing needs to be done. She's fine as she is
や
now.
っぱり私と似ていて好きだもの。
I knew it. She's just like me. I like her. I stopped going to the hideout after that day. Even within the Bernstein mansion, I was careful not to run into Alfred. It's all for you, Alfred. I was unable to tell him that. If I tell him, he'll definitely try to stop me. Carrying those thoughts in my heart, I went about my daily task quietly. I sensed someone approaching me as I tidied the books in the library. You look quite busy. My heart leapt at the sound of his voice. I masked my feelings and turned around. Standing there was... Doesn't House Bernstein give you servants' breaks? I'm about to take one. That's perfect then. Can we talk for a moment? Absolutely, Lord Alfred. Alfred gave a faint, bitter smile when I acted the servant. There's nobody else around. Drop the act. Fine, let me ask you something then. What in the world did Lucas say to you? Lord Lucas? Nothing in particular. Then why haven't you come to the hideout? If something new comes up, I'll be sure to report it. Leonardo's waiting for you, so am I, obviously. I wished I could go, but I already had made up my mind. May I ask if this was all you wanted to talk about? If so, I should take my leave. Wait. Alfred stepped closer, his eyes fixed on me. I told you I trust you. That isn't a lie. But you... Have you lost your trust in me? I know you hate me. I do. Nevertheless, I trust you as an ally. I believe you are the one who can lead this country. If that's what you think, then I want you to stay by my side until the day I can fulfill our promise. I need you, Apros. What happened? Talk to me. I doubt you'd act like this without a reason. I stepped back as if pushing Alfred away. I've already decided. Already decided what? The door opened. I felt someone approaching. Lord Lucas? Lucas glanced between me and Alfred, then snorted as if he understood what was going on. You sure don't know when to give up. I have business with her. Could we have a moment? I have business with her too. But it doesn't look like she wants to speak to you. She probably doesn't even want to see your face anymore, right? I didn't respond. Lucas simply shrugged. Whatever, I have something to discuss with you. Come. Sure. I walked towards Lucas obediently, just as a servant should. A hand caught my arm and I stopped. No, we're not done talking. Actually, our conversation is over. My voice quivered. Happiness and grief mixed within it. At the very least, I wanted you to know this. Rest assured, I haven't changed one bit. So please, don't you change either. This is what I wanted in the last route. A real feeling of like an actual friggin' love triangle almost. I mean, I don't think it feels like Lucas is in love with her, so that's a bit eh. What do you mean? I have no intention of replying to Alfred's question. I pushed his arm away and exited the room with Lucas, attempting to make it clear that pursuing the matter was futile. Then, I disappeared without a word that day, and so did Lucas. The end. Look at this beautiful man with his hair down. Oh my goodness. I like it. I like it. I like it. Gosh, take all the filigree off and I like them more. I was in my room at the townhouse later that night. Paperwork I needed to get through surrounding me, yet all I could think about was Apros. Yeah, I was there. It was moments earlier. Where are you? I placed the pen down carefully and closed my eyes as a deep sigh escaped. Her absence had caused quite a stir even within the Bernstein manor. Edward led the search efforts. Despite this, the other servants diligently carried out their work. The lethargy in the mansion was unmistakable, though. It's giving Hakuoki, or however you spell it. I haven't played Hakuoki. I own it. I bought it. Is it over here? I might have it in the actual box. I have the special edition. Somewhere in this room is Hakuoki. I have my 9RIP fan. I have 9RIP. I technically have the PS3 version of Hakuoki. It's right here. Hakuoki. Hakuoki. You spelled it just right, by the way. And then I bought the remastered version. Listen. It was actually really funny. Went to a store the other day and it's like a resale store, and my sister's like, oh, which Otome games are on PS4? And I was like, Code Realize, and it was instantly right in front of me, and like there was like 4 of them. I was like, here it is. It's like, but I already own it on the Switch, so I don't need another copy of it. Or do I? The fact that they vanished simultaneously means she's almost certainly with Lucas. The search for Lucas was ongoing too. It was just as fervent as hers, if not more so. The disappearance of a 5-house member, the heir of House Sullivan, no less, had become a major scandal in high society. Is there love triangles in Hakuoki? Listen, I already have, let's see, we already have our 6 games this year. Let me remind everyone. This is the games we're playing this year, starting in February. I gotta finish this game first. And then we're gonna do Illusions of Atari, the Otome one. We're gonna do Burishihana. We got Burishihana again. We got Color X Malice, and then we have Teofori. And if I end up ahead at any point, I'm gonna add another game. I just don't know which one. They're not in Eltbeek either. Then where are they? I'd secretly made my way there a few days ago based on a hunch, but I found no one. Code Realize. It's true. I had that originally on my list actually, but I took it off. Just because I know it's a longer game and I was afraid I wouldn't manage it in like a 2-month span if I was being realistic with myself, which I'm trying to be a realistic person these days. I'd returned to Eltbeek for the first time since the incident. Its unchanged ruins vividly reminded me of the sin I had committed. That's right, remember that sin? You destroyed her life. This isn't the time to dwell on emotions or guilt. I have to find her. The Ravens are doing their best to find her too. Leonardo, in particular, was relentless in his search, haunted by the thoughts his words may have driven her away ever since he learned of her disappearance. Lucas and Apros, what do they have in common? What mutual goal would they pursue? I mulled over this repeatedly, still no answer came, and the night wore on. The night wore on. The following day, I didn't sleep a wink in the end. Then I found myself visiting the Bernstein mansion, where Apros was nowhere to be found. The duties of the 5 houses still piled up even at a time like this. Frustrating as it was, I couldn't afford to abandon my responsibilities, especially for her sake. I'll ask about Mrs. Verde, the person who introduced her. Ooh, we're gonna meet Mrs. Verde? Nicholas was likely using his own connections for his search, but without knowing her true identity, there was a chance he'd missed something important. I found Edward reading a letter when I sought him out to ask about the investigation's progress. Upon noticing me, he rushed over. Have you heard, Al? His obvious panic was unusual. Edward was always calm and composed.
何があった？もしや見つかっ
No, what's going on? Did you possibly find her?
陛下がお倒れになられました。
Her Majesty has collapsed. For a split second, I thought she'd been found. A wave of hope rose within me, only for it to be shattered by the sudden shock that left me gasping. Edward explained the situation, speaking more slowly than usual, perhaps in an attempt to calm himself.
今しがた急報を受けたところです。意識が混濁し、
I just got urgent news
話せる
saying
状態ではないと。
it says she's in a daze and can't
これ
speak.
から王宮へ向かいます。アルさんもどうか一緒
I'm
に。
going to the royal palace now. Please come with me, Al.
た。ああ、
Sure.
急ごう。
Let's hurry. Let's go, I guess. We sprinted throughout the entrance hall urgently, making our way to the carriage. Nicholas had it prepared. Edward and I exchanged no words as the carriage hurried to the palace. A heavy silence filled the space. She was indeed weak, but for this to happen so suddenly. I'd resolved long ago that I wouldn't shy away from taking Her Majesty's life if it came to that. The fact that her life might be nearing its end caused me no distress. The only concern I had was how I should behave moving forward.
死しても新たに生まれる。だがそれはあくまでティルナの奥でだ。伝え聞く内容だと記憶はついでも思いはつかない。
Even if she dies, the Fae Queen will be reborn, but that will only happen in Nanook. From what I heard, her memories will live on, but her feelings won't. Unless the new Fae Queen took interest in this land, the country would be free of the Fae's control. Things will be easier to handle then. The plan for the exhibition no longer needed to be carried out. I could spare the ravens from any danger. Her too.
アルさん、
Did you say something
今
now?
何か。
いや、
No.
なんでもない。
Nothing. If Her Majesty were to die, could I free Apros from her hatred and suffering?
私の命を取ると約束しただろう。本当にどこへ行ったんだ？
You promised to take my life, didn't you? Where have you gone, Apros? Regardless, I had to check on Her Majesty's condition. I gathered my thoughts and gazed out the window. The moment I arrived at the palace and got out of the carriage, a sharp pain suddenly pierced my chest, only to fade away in an instant.
今のは
What was that? Was that the feeling of the person you love the most dying? Or the queen dying? I turned to Edward, who's also pressed a hand against his chest, stunned. The pain had disappeared, but a hollowness now lingered in my chest. It was as if I'd lost something precious. Anxiety settled in. The queen died. The queen died! We walked down the hall quickly, carrying a sense of foreboding. Linus and Ascot was ahead of us.
アスカット家、ライナス家。
Lord Linus, Lord Ascot, how's the queen? Linus's pale face spoke volumes. Edward didn't say another word.
今しがただ。見まかられたよ。眠るようだった。
She passed away a moment ago. It looks as if she's still sleeping.
そんな。
No way.
女王の身に何があった？
What happened to the queen?
何もないさ。今朝謁見した時にはいつも通りで。
Nothing happened. She was the same as ever when I saw her this morning. Before Ascot had finished, Linus punched the
そん
wall.
なわけない。夢を見逃していたに決まってる。じゃなきゃ。じゃなきゃこんなこと。
That can't be possible. We must have missed the warning signs. Otherwise this wouldn't have happened.
ライナス教の気持ちはわかると思う。でも、
I understand how you feel, Lord Linus. Her time was probably up, that's all. Silence reigned for some time. Each of us wrestled with the thoughts bubbling up within us. After that, just because the queen had passed didn't mean the Five Houses' responsibilities were over. Ascot, Linus, and Edward headed off to explain the situation to the bewildered nobles. After gathering information at the palace, I was left alone, my thoughts turning to what lay ahead. I need to inform everyone what happened as soon as possible. Acting alone would be extremely difficult. I clearly needed their help. But this was the palace, the most heavily guarded location in the nation. I was beside the deceased queen as a member of the Five Houses too, making things even worse. If only she were here right now. She could have passed the information to Leonardo from the Bernstein's mansion first, but she wasn't with me. I couldn't rest for a single moment. Think, what must I do now? I couldn't find the answer. Lucas. The door suddenly flew open to reveal Lucas, who walked towards the throne. I wonder how the missing man would have had found his way here. John, yeah, and John. I didn't even think about that. Beside him was an unfamiliar young man. His face was somber and eyes clouded. But the truly caught my eye was, there she is! Look at her, so cute with her wings. My little girl. A woman walked alongside Lucas and the young man. Her back was adorned with beautiful wings like those of a queen. Alfred. His surprised eyes met mine beyond the open door and the throne room. Is that you, Apros? It is indeed. I gave him the gentlest smile I could muster. Rest easy, it's over now. I don't intend to rule the nation as its queen. I'm going to Tinanuk. I turned my gaze to the further corner of the room. I could sense the gateway to the land, thanks to the powers I had received from the queen. What's going on? Could it be that you've guessed it, correct? I took matters into my own hand before I could be discarded. I lied through my teeth, saying it was far simpler than I'd imagined. Alfred's expression stiffened. A sharp glare was shot at Lucas, who was beside me. Lucas, was it you who put this idea in her head? Lucas's expression was calm, entirely free of his usual irritation as Alfred pressed him for an answer. Sure was. I did something unforgivable to her, however, my lingering regrets have been laid to rest thanks to her. I plan to spend the rest of my life at her side, pledging my loyalty to an atonement and with deep gratitude. Such nonsense. I gently shook my head before Alfred could continue. Stop, this is my choice. Every bit of it. Every bit of it. Ooh, oh. I betrayed him. Well, he tried to kill me too. I guess it's fair. How could you hurt my wing? You betrayed me, Apros. Think whatever you like. I simply need the power of the queen no matter what. Why am I liking this ending? I do enjoy it. It's a surprise. I mean, we missed most of it because it was happening off screen, but you know. The reign of the Fae is no more. It's time to bid this long fantasy farewell. With that, I lifted my hand and forced the gateway to Tiranog that I'd sensed to connect to the throne room. I stepped forward. No! Look at me. Look at me. You're not going anywhere, not on my watch. Alfred's magical barrier surrounded me, preventing my path forward. However, it's useless, Alfred. She has the queen's powers now. She can't be stopped. The barrier shattered easily the moment I touched it. No way. With this, it's all over. Wait, Apros, wait! Lucas's voice. I know, I can't wait to get to that guy. Oh gosh, I love it. I love him so much. Your hand. Sure. Lucas, don't take Albros's hand. I'm glad I could see you one last time. Goodbye, Alfred. Ta-ta. Then I crossed the boundaries. Oh my gosh. At Lucas's urging. That's so pretty. What the heck? Let me just check this flowchart out. Just one sec. What's this? Were we at the very end? Ah, we're at the very end. Alright, cool. This can't be. I fell to my knees. A young man I'd never seen before followed her. You're not a full fae. Did I make him a full fae? I wanted to prevent this, but if there's no way to stop it, then I'll go too. Leaving those words behind, he crossed the boundary as well. Lucas, who stood before the entrance, sent the two ahead of him. He spoke softly. She chose this for you. Accept reality. Lucas said nothing more. He stepped across the boundary without looking back. The entrance closed and I was left alone in the room. Slowly, I rose to my feet. Accept reality, you say? Interesting. I'll accept this as much as I have to, otherwise I won't be able to move forward. I carved a new goal into my heart, my fists clenched so tightly that they bled. Wait for me, Apros. It's ending like a... Oh gosh, what's that movie? That TV show? Scarlet Moon, Scarlet Heart Rio? Scarlet Heart Rio. Oh my gosh. Wait for me, Apros. I swear that... Delicious ending though. Yeah, I like it. Bittersweet. I swear that my life is yours. A promise must be kept, right? A dark smile crossed my face when I made my decision. I glared into the void, then left the throne room to fulfill my task. How many people must you kill for that task to happen? To think that you'd plot to bring to the end of things in this manner. I know you're doing it for my sake. Yes, I know. But do you really think I want this? Don't decide my happiness for me. I never hoped for your self-sacrifice. When I find you again, I will drill that into your till you're sick of me. Oh, cute. Nice. All right, we got one of the three endings. Ooh, drill. Yeah, drill. Wink. Lost delight. All right, let's go look at the pictures. I'm gonna have to start back a little bit. Interesting. But we didn't miss. There was like one we missed up here on not his, on his, like this one right here. So we're not missing anything up there, which is good. And then we have that ending. All right. Interesting. Okay, to make better choices. I'm gonna try. Let's see. Let's go back to... That's Linus. Whoa. Alfred, first choice. All right. I think our choice here was right, but we're gonna make sure. Not flowchart. I made the wrong choice. That wasn't what I meant. That's not what I meant. Okay. This one. Okay, so 0, 0. We're gonna try and have 0 for Lucas at the end of it. Can pretend to be reassured, act like I'm still worried. I'm relieved, however. Okay. So that's 2. We're gonna do all of them just to see which one gets us the most. We just want the most. That gets 2. Maybe there's some that have 3 and that's what I missed. Pretend to be reassured. Your words are the most
道
reassuring.
家に名を連ねる者として当然のことだ。
It's only fitting for someone from the Five Houses to say as much. It felt as though we were reading a script. It didn't seem like I'd be able to uncover his in something.
ちょうどいい息抜きを過ごせた。
Okay, that's wild. That was a terrible one. Okay, last one. Act like you're worried. Still, we have no way of knowing what kind of approach the Fremdelins might take. I can't help but worry when I think about the risk. My deepest apologies, I've overstepped again.
いや、
Okay. Okay. So the first one was the best one. Which again, I don't know. When they have like... I don't know. Yeah. Let's jump to the next choice. We want none of this guy's problems. I don't even know what I'm grade or don't respond. Dot dot dot. Why'd you say anything? Answer me. Whether or not I told Alfred would depend on the situation. I was lost in thought when Lucas spoke, his tone clearly frustrated. Don't mention this to Alfred, got it? Okay, understood. Do you like that? Don't like that. He half liked it. I don't know if that should matter. I want 0 likes from you, my guy. Object. If you're here to assist Her Majesty as part of the Five Houses, isn't it important that you understand each other? Even though I knew it was unnecessary, I said this deliberately in order to provoke a reaction from Lucas. The glare he gave me was far more spiteful than I had imagined. I couldn't help but flinch slightly. What could you possibly know? Don't talk as if you understand. My apologies, my guy. My bad, my bad. I hit the wrong button. I regretted the conversation ended like this. Lucas sighed, and his discomfort visible as he watched me bow my head. For heaven's sakes, what's with you and Alfred? Why do you both keep getting on my case? As far as I can tell, Lord Alfred seems to have a deep sense of duty. It's understandable that he's strict about work. He's a real nuisance, and if we weren't both part of the Five Houses, I'd have nothing to do with him. Lucas glazed, lowered slightly. That seemed right, okay. That's weird. Who should I call out to? Alfred, maybe? Let's go with Alfred. Did I not call up to him before? Having made up my mind, I called out to him. Is something wrong, Lord Alfred? Alfred's eyes widened in surprise, maybe because it had been so long since we had last spoken, but he quickly regained his composure. Indeed, as you can see, I'm having some trouble with Lucas. He's entitled to find his position bothersome, but his lack of cooperation is an issue. It's disturbing our work and causing problems. If it were possible, I'd like to sign for House Sullivan myself, but just as he desires, but that's not going to happen. How can I carry out my work properly? You're so fussy. Are you the meddling sister-in-law or something? Come again?
それ相応の働きをしてみせてからにし
Okay, as long as it's still. Come again. If you want me to be quiet, at least show me you can do your work.
だからなぜ僕がそんなことを
Why would I ever do something like that? Don't touch me. Status. That didn't work. Okay. I know nothing got us something last time. But let's try Lucas. Did I do Lucas? I did do Lucas. Okay, not that guy. Not that guy. Oh, both of these just affect Lucas. Okay, just kidding. We're gonna go all the way back. We're gonna call out to Alfred, I guess. My bad. My bad. Is he trying to help me? Oh yeah, let's see. Which one was it? He likes a strong woman. I think. Would you stop? Calm down. No, he doesn't like strong women. Okay. He likes women who fall in line. Just kidding. He likes obedient women. My apologies. He liked me more when I relied on him. Yeah. We'll get there. Oh gosh. Something's off. Okay. I feel like this is where we were at last time. Alright, we're gonna save. Oh, should I save lower? I don't know. We'll find out. Alright, we have 4 more to go. Show concern for his health. Are you perhaps not feeling well? There was a confused look on Alfred's face as he didn't understand my question. I'm fine. What made you think that? Oh, I love that. That was great. That was great. It went up 1. That's not gonna work. How do I explain? I feel like you look different than usual. It's the same as usual, though. It appeared that my concern took him completely off guard. For some reason, he looked at me with a worried expression. Rather than me, aren't you the one who's feeling unwell? Why are you suddenly concerned about me? If you need rest, there's a couch in the back. You can use that to nap. I was just a little worried, that's all. Instead of thanking Alfred for his off-base suggestion, I pouted and glared at him to end the conversation. Okay, we're gonna go back. That was funny. That was good. I like that. Okay. She's just like, tee-hee. Oblivious. Allude. Status. Should be art. Perfect. Perfect. We got 2 more to go. I don't think it matters if there's like a little bit on his, but I've already forgotten. I know We're Lovers was like a big one. I don't know. Can't remember. Perfect. Seems fine. Okay, that's a good sign. It might seem that we're not going to go that way. We're not going to go over. Alright, I tried to hold myself with dignity, but I couldn't rid myself of the overwhelming feeling that my heart was being torn into. So it should be Alfred Chapter 4. Heck yeah, look at us. We did it. We're in Chapter 4 now. Perfect. We're exactly where we need to be now. I spent some time at the Bernstein mansion, following the attack of the hideout, trying not to stir up trouble. The Ravens and I had decided to minimize our movement and focus on staying hidden for the time being, and since we didn't know how the info about the hideout had leaked, naturally I also stayed away from Alfred unless absolutely necessary. There was no personal exchanges between us. We carried on with me acting as a servant and him as a visiting count. The question kept casting a dark shadow on my heart amidst all of this. I wonder if Alfred is suspicious of me. Only Alfred knew the answer. Time passed. I never found the opportunity to ask.
もしかしてあんた具合が悪いんじゃない？
Are you feeling unwell by any chance? Evelyn asked me as I wiped the desk in the drawing room. I looked up, not understanding what she meant, only to find her watching me worriedly. I feel fine.
本当に？
You
昨
sure?
日あんたにしちゃ珍しくお皿を
You
割っ
broke
た
a
でしょ？
plate yesterday. Girl, don't call me out. That's pretty unusual for you. My apologies.
違う違う。
I'm
責め
not
てるわ
blaming
けじゃ
you.
ないってば。
Everyone
誰に
makes
だってミスは
mistakes.
ある。
Evelyn shook her head, insisting that wasn't what she meant.
今だってその机を拭き始めて何分経った？おかげでピッカピカよ。なのに
How long
あ
have
ん
you
た
been
はまだ
wiping
や
that
り続
desk?
けてる。
It's all shiny now, but you're still at it. I looked down. Evelyn was right. I had been cleaning a spot that wasn't even
いつも
dirty.
のあんたならそんなことしないでしょ？具合が悪いわけじゃないなら何かあった？
You don't usually act like this unless you're sick. What's going on? Even Charlotte's worried about you. Their concern warmed my heart, but I only shared part of what was wrong considering how I couldn't tell her the real reason. Actually, I haven't been getting a lot of sleep recently. That might be why. Evelyn blinked. She let out a long sigh, then placed a hand on her chest as if relieved.
不眠か。でも納得したわ。あんたがそんなにおかしくなるぐらいだから。
Insomnia, huh? That makes sense. I thought it was something more serious with how strange you've been acting. I'm not lying, it's just that's not the only reason. The truth is that the events the other day is all I can think about. I felt bad about deceiving her given how she worried for me, but I couldn't tell her the whole story and drag her into this. I apologized silently to myself and smiled faintly to reassure her. I'm sorry for making you worry.
いいのよ。誰にだってそんな
That's
時がある
alright.
わよね。
We all have those
むしろ
days.
クソらしい部分があってほっとするわ。
Honestly, it's a relief knowing you're still mortal like the rest of us. Evelyn smiled cheerfully, then handed me some herbs and helped with sleep. I accepted them gratefully.
それじゃあここはあんたに任せるわ。私は廊下の掃除に行くから。
Alright, I'll let you handle things over here. I'm gonna take care of the hallway. Okay. She gave a little wave and walked off. I took a deep breath. I need to pull myself together. What I need to do remained the same regardless of what happened. I had to focus on the task at hand. I remind myself this, then turned to organize the shelf. That was when I noticed Lucas.
随分気づくのが遅いな。どんな考え事？
Took you a while to notice. What were you thinking about? Nothing much. Lucas leaned against the open door, watching me with curiosity. I didn't know how long he'd been there. I would normally be prepared for this. I always anticipated a chance encounter with him. I'd let my guard down today, however. It looked like I was less aware of things than I had thought. Ashamed of myself, I gathered my thoughts and faced Lucas, determined not to give him the upper hand any longer. I'm terribly sorry for not noticing you arrived sooner. Would you like me to prepare some tea for you?
いや、結構だ。今はお前に用がある。
No need. I have business with you today. Lucas didn't even try to hide the fact that he had some sort of agenda with me. What can I do for you?
頭の回るお前のことだ。心当たりがあるんじゃないか?
I assumed you already knew considering how quick-witted you are. My apologies, but I'm afraid I don't follow. Lucas looked somehow taken aback. Then when I calmly responded, he approached and looked down at me from a distance where he could almost touch me.
では担当直入に聞いてやる。
I'll get straight to the point then.
当たりガラスのアジトが2、3壊滅したらしいな。
I heard that a few of the Ravens' hideouts had been taken out. Is that so? I hadn't heard such a thing, but what does that have to do with me? It's none of my business. Lucas ignored my answer and carried on, even though I clearly said I knew nothing.
首謀者をはじめ幹部連中は捕まらなかった。ウォード家がその日に大規模な集まりがあると知って突入したにもかかわらず。
House Ward gathered a large-scale group to raid them that day, yet neither the leader nor the higher-ups were caught. Isn't that strange?
捕獲作戦について、ウォードは他家にも極秘だった。にもかかわらず、捕まったのは下っ端ばかり。
House Ward kept the raid a secret even from the other houses. Despite that, only a few low-ranked members were caught.
前々から不審に思われていたが、どうもこちらの動きが漏れているようだ。もしそうだとしたら、内通者がいる。
I've had my suspicions for some time, but it looks like our movements have been leaked. If that's true, that means there's an insider. Lucas leaned in closer and whispered in my ear.
奴らに不思議な力を持つ幸運の妖精でもついているのか。
Maybe they've got a Fae of Fortune with them, some mysterious power helping them.
なあ、お前はどう思う?
That's my opinion on all of this. I'm not sure I fully understand your intention. I'm not in a position to think about such matters. If you have no further need of me, may I be excused? Lucas narrowed his eyes slightly. I took that as a yes and bowed my head before walking past him towards the exit. However, Lucas grabbed my arms and stopped me. Let me repeat myself. Don't lose sight of your own path. You had told me this before. Then allow me to ask you once more, why are you offering such advice, Lord Lucas? Why do you care about me? This time, Lucas remained silent. He looked away, as if unwilling to answer my question, just as I was debating whether I should push him further. Footsteps sounded, much louder than those usually heard in the Bernstein mansion, as someone approached. Charlotte burst into the room, taking a deep, heavy breath. This is really bad. Charlotte put one hand on her chest, catching her breath. When she noticed Lucas, she bowed hurriedly. Pardon my intrusion, Lord Lucas. Lucas, now back to his usual self, exited the room in silence. He never answered my question, but I was still glad I managed to avoid further confrontation with Lucas. There was no need to press him. That said, something was clearly happened. Judging from Charlotte's behavior. Are you all right? Catch your breath and tell me what happened. I approached her as she panted lightly. The look she gave me was worried for some reason. About that. Charlotte hesitated, searching for the right words. Finally, she spoke with a look on her of determination. I'm not entirely sure myself, but it's about Lord Alfred. Alfred. The name was more than enough to throw me off, but I managed to keep my cool. Is something the matter with him? Yes. You see? Had the ravens been exposed, the thought of the entire situation sent a shiver down my spine. Tell me what happened, Charlotte. I urged Charlotte to continue, who struggled to find the right words. Her gaze wandered before she found her resolve, her tone grave. I knew it. I freaking knew it. When they mentioned that thing, I'm like, why would they mention her getting engaged in this route? Oh, gosh, just to make her jealous. He's getting engaged. Lady Lily is now his fiancée. Huh. I didn't understand what Charlotte had said. Engaged? Who's engaged? Alfred and Lily? My chest felt heavy, almost as if I had swallowed lead. This unexpected turmoil unsettled me. They're about to have a tea party with his lordship. Mr. Nicholas asked me to call you right away to help get everything ready. Got it. I'll head over to help. Thanks. By the way, were you aware of this? No, I'm extremely surprised, but I believe it's wonderful. I hadn't intended to say that, but I did anyway, as if my heart wasn't confused at all. She seemed to sense something, though, and watched me concernedly. Are you all right? Of course, there's nothing to worry about. Let's go ahead and get everything ready. She's like, I'm good. I exited the room and walked down the hall swiftly. Charlotte followed a step behind me, her watchful gaze on my back. Alfred is getting engaged to Lily. There was nothing strange about that. House Bernstein and House Creswell were both among the 5 houses. Their standings were well matched. More than anything else, his engagement and marriage had nothing to do with me. I was plotting to kill him, and yet... Is that true? If that's true, then why? Why does this hurt so much? Girl, no. The kitchen was unusually loud as the tea party was prepared, a reflection of how surprising the entire household found the engagement. Edward walked in as Charlotte and I chose the cutlery.
エドワード様、ここへはあまり来られないようにと常々お話ししていると思います。
Lord Edward, I believe I've told you many times not to come here so often. Edward looked at the older man, his expression solemn, despite the mild scolding Nicholas had greeted him with.
今は許してほしい。聞きたいことがあってね。
Let me off the hook this one time. I have a question for you.
あの話を知っていたのかい?
Did you know about this, Nick?
はい。事前に旦那様より共有いただいておりました。
Yes, his lordship shared this with me ahead of time. It's truly wonderful news. I carried on with preparations, absent-mindedly, listening to the conversation in the background. Are you holding up okay? Evelyn asked quietly, arranging the baked goods next to me. Yes. The preparations were finished, as we spoke. Nicholas tasked me with bringing the tea trolley to the courtyard. Edmund and Lily were already seated by the time I arrived in the garden. Alfred sat across from them. I served tea to each of them. It had been a while since I'd been this close to Alfred, not since the raid. However, he didn't look my way. The servant swiftly completed preparations and stood to the side. Lily then spoke as if she had been waiting for the right moment.
アルフレッド卿、今日は大事な会議の前に急にお呼び立てしてごめんなさい。
I'm sorry for calling you so suddenly, Lord Alfred, and before your important meeting, too.
ちょうどこちらもご挨拶にお伺いせねばと思っている
Not at all. I planned to come and greet you as well. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Edmund quickly got to the point.
さて、アルフレッド卿は我が娘との婚約話に前向きと聞いているが、事実かな?
Now then, Lord Alfred, I've heard that you're in favor of the engagement with my daughter. Is this true? Indeed, it is. These hats of style, the stature, he's so tall. His response came smoothly. I felt a distinct pain in my heart. I felt like Alfred glanced at me for a split second, but it could have just been wishful thinking. Alfred went on to speak to Edmund and Lily.
婚約者の選定というのは実に煩わしいものです。階級に縛られる貴族、特に後家ともなればなおさらでしょう。
Choosing a partner to get engaged to is truly troublesome. Nobles are bound by status, even more so for the 5 houses.
立場、家柄。我々は背負うものが多い。だが、バーンスタイン家とクレスウェル家の縁組ならば、
Indeed.
誰もが認めるところだろう。
Our status, who are you, Mr. Edmund? Hang on. Oh, no, I don't have a window. I'll Google it on my phone. Just hope Edmond's voice sector. Like, it's so deep, it's got me. That's Edward. I said Edmond. You are wrong. Dang it. Because Edward and Edmund are so close, it's finding only Edward. I don't know who the voice is, but that voice, I'm interested. I'm intrigued. Our status background, we have many burdens to bear. However, a union between House Bernstein and House Creswell would surely be widely accepted.
同感です。一族の者も否やは唱えないでしょう。
I am of the same mindset. No one in my household would object.
何より後家筆頭であるバーンスタイン家との結びつきが強まることは、我が一族にとって
Strengthening our ties with House Bernstein, the leading house of the 5 houses, would bring House Creswell great joy. I don't want to hear this. My feelings would never reach them. And the conversation moved forward.
その通りだ。ただ、娘は家父。
Indeed, you're
そ
right.
の点については、無
However,
論承知しているのだろうな。
my daughter is a widow. I trust that you are aware of that.
もちろんです。
Of course.
私は人の過去は関係ないと思っています。
I believe a person's past doesn't matter. What's important is the future that lies ahead. Edmund gave a rare laugh.
さすがはクレスウェル伯爵。五家の中でも進歩的な考えの持ち主だ。くだらん及び腰の貴族たちに見せてやりたい。
As expected of Count Creswell, a progressive thinker even among the five houses. I'd love for the hesitant nobles to see this.
光栄です。
He's voiced by Nomura Kenji. Okay. No. Please be nice to me. Mora Kenji. I keep hitting I instead of you, and it's getting me really sad. Oh gosh, Kenji. Nomura Kenji. Let's see. He's in Digimon. Ooh, fun times. He's in Bleach. He does a lot of things I don't know. It's not. I don't know that person. I don't know that person. He plays a lot of big guys, like muscly men, which makes sense. He has a very deep voice. Let's see. Let's switch to games. He's got so many credits. Oh my god. Dragon Ball. He's top. He's a top in Dragon Ball. He's in Re:Zero. I don't know that character. Ugh. Is it wrong to pick up girls in a dungeon? Oh my goodness. He's in like everything? Dear goodness. Super Smash. Oh, wait. Demons Bound, The Path of Exile. He's Kazutake. He's in Kid Icarus. He's in Kid Icarus. That's crazy. He's in Halo Reach. Oh my stars. He's in Wild Arms 5. Dude, I don't remember which the last time I played at Wild Arms though, so I don't know. I don't know who that is. Last time I played at Wild Arms, I think the main character's name was Ashley. Which, Wild Arms Ashley. Let's look that up. Wild Arms. Wild Arms, Ashley Winchester, the main character of Wild Arms 2. It's been a minute. Oh goodness. But Ashley was cool. I liked him. He was a cool guy. Look at this outfit. Look how 90s he is. Can you see this? Can you see all the fingerprints on my screen because it's black background? Vaguely. My goodness, he was fun. He was a fun game. It would be an honor.
では利害も一致した。こちらとしても、あんなことがあって父として娘が不憫でならず。
Our interests align then. As a father, I can't help but feel sorry for my daughter after everything that's
早
happened.
く信頼できる誰かに託したいと考え
I
ていた
planned
と
on
ころだ。
entrusting her to someone I could rely on.
娘はまだ若く先がある。陛下のお気に入りという肩書きだけでは、社交界を渡り歩いてはいけないだろう。
My daughter is still young and has a long road ahead of her. Simply being favored by the queen won't be enough for her to navigate
親として
society.
幸せになってほしいと考えている。今日が支えてやってくれるだろうか。
As a parent, I only hope for her happiness. Do you think you could support her? Alfred nodded solemnly. I immediately looked down. Why does my heart hurt so badly? I can't bear to hear this anymore. Edward suddenly arrived and raised
お
his
待ちください、
voice.
父上。つまり、お二人に政略結婚をさせると。
Please wait a moment, father. Are you proposing a political marriage between them?
ついて早々何を聞くかと思えば。そうだ。何も問題などなかろう。
Of all the things to bring up the moment you get here, it's true. There shouldn't be any issue with it.
エドワード卿、姉君を心配する気持ちはわかる。だが私も、リリー城の素晴らしさはよく理解しているつもり。
Lord Edward, I understand your concern for your sister. I assure you, I fully understand how exceptional Lady Lily
で
is.
すが、それは愛とは違いますよね。姉上は兄上を失った傷がまだ。それなのにこれは。
But that isn't the same as love. My sister is still grieving the loss of her husband, and yet...
黙れエドワード
Silence, Edward.
若輩のお
This
前
is
が
not
口を
something for
挟
a
むな
mere youth like you to meddle with.
これは家同士のための結婚なのだ
This marriage is for the good of our households. Poor golden boy, right? Never had to worry about anything for a day in his life. No, he's golden. He's so golden. The cutting remarks carried weight more than enough to leave the space in stunned silence. However, Edward refused to back down. If anything, he grew more defiant and spoke to his sister, the subject of the conversation, who had previously been left out.
姉上はどうなのです？この婚約を
And to you,
本当に
sister,
了承されているのですか？
have you truly consented to this engagement? Lily, who had been quietly observing the plants in the garden, slowly turned to her brother and smiled gently.
私は自分の立場をわきまえているつもりよ。生まれた時からの責任もね。皆様にお任せするわ。
I was gonna say sunshine, but I was singing golden when I typed it. I mean, he's a little golden retriever kind of boy, right? I mean, technically Linus is more golden retriever because he acts like a physical puppy, but he's like a Saint Bernard, so he's still a protective little guy. And Golden is apparently back at #1 again after winning the Golden Globe, so I'm proud of them. I'm fully aware of my position and duties I've held since the day I was born. I'll leave the decision to all of
で
you.
は婚約成立だ
The engagement is official then. Taking Lily's comments into account, Edmund wrapped up the discussion without giving Edward a chance to interject. Part of me hoped that Lily would oppose her father, as she had last time. For some reason, I was devastated. Lily gave me a fleeting glance and then sipped her tea. It was as if she were holding her words back.
さて、そろそろ会議の時間です。私とエドワード卿はここで失礼します。
I believe the meeting is about to begin, Lord Edward, and I must take our leave. After checking the time, Alfred rose from his seat and bid an apologetic farewell to
アル
Edmund.
フレッド卿、今度はゆっくり散歩でもいかがかしら。
Perhaps we could take a pleasant stroll next time, Lord Alfred.
ええ、喜んで。近々タウンハウスにもいらしてください。
With pleasure. I'd be glad to see you at the townhouse soon.
まあ、楽しみにしているわ。
I'm looking forward to it. Following the brief promise to Lily, Alfred walked back to the mansion with Edward. He no longer looked at me. What was I really hoping for anyways? I came here seeking revenge, then I got close to Alfred, still seeking vengeance. I only wanted to achieve my goals. He's the person I despise the most. That hadn't changed. But the fierce pain in my heart made me realize that I was indeed starting to change. Girl's gonna go cry in her room. Remember when I tried to kill him? Oh, these flashback moments. And then he made me write stuff for him.
いや、
And he said I looked jealous that one time. That bastard. Before I knew it, Alfred had become precious to me. Ugh, sick. After that, I avoided him like the plague. I'm back, Charlotte. I'm leaving the eggs and the flour you asked for right here.
あ、ありがとうございます。
Thank you. Evelyn, the laundry's all done. Feel free to rest if you have time. Shall I prepare some tea for you?
いや、大丈夫だけど、それよりあんたこそ休憩の時間過ぎ
She's
てない
back to throwing herself into work. I'm good, but shouldn't you be on break by now? Oh, is it that late already? I didn't notice. Evelyn looked like she had something she wanted to say, but remained silent. Then I said goodbye and turned around. They're gonna show up at my place, and I'm gonna cry in my room. I went back to my room, placed my pocket watch on the desk, and sat down with a sigh. I had been trying to stay busy, to keep my mind off things, but the sight of Alfred and Lily in the garden yesterday lingered in my thoughts. Before, being in an empty room only made it worse. Do you think you could help keep me company, Obrion? I poked at the pocket watch childishly. Of course, there was no response. I didn't know how long I continued that after some time I heard a soft knock on the door. I had a good idea of who it was. Come in. The door creaked open. There they were, Evelyn and Charlotte. It was the same as the other night. The only difference was the fact that both of them wore grim expressions this time around. What's the matter?
洗濯も終わったし、夕食の支度時間まで私たちも休憩をもらったの。ねえ、少し話してもいい？
The laundry's all done and we've got some time before we need to start dinner. Could we talk for a bit? Sure thing. They made me sit up sit on the bed before sitting on the edge beside of me. After that, they gently grasped my hands. They supported my relationship with Alfred at first. It was clear that it was nothing more than unnecessary concern. But now that I had realized my feelings for Alfred, having people by my side like this, it's comforting. I'm not alone.
自分が嫌になるわ。いつもおしゃべりなくせに、こういう時はなんて言えばいいかわからない。
I can't stand it. I'm always babbling, but I don't know what to say when it really matters. That's not true. I gently held their hands in return. Their expressions relaxed slightly. I'm fine. I wish Lord Alfred and her ladyship the best. All lies. My heart is completely a mess, but I can't do anything about that. I shouldn't even try. Their marriage arrangement was set to begin in earnest once the exhibition ended. Nicholas shared the news with the servants that morning.
今夜もまたここに来てもいいですか?
Would it be alright if we came again tonight?
シャルロッテ、ナイスアイデア。じゃあ、美味しい紅茶とお菓子を持ってくるわ。
Charlotte, I'll go grab some delicious tea and sweets. My heart warmed at their thoughtfulness, which would keep me from spending the night alone. I couldn't have imagined this when I first came here. I'm looking forward to it. Just as promised, Evelyn and Charlotte visited my room late that evening. During our light-hearted chit-chat, I kept my attention solely on the moment. We talked on and on, not caring a bit how late it had gotten. After spending several nights that way, I finally got my much-needed day off. The exhibition is happening tomorrow. I need to share the necessary details with John. Before that, I can't afford to stand still. I looked back at the person I was when I had first arrived at the mansion. Besides today, I always knew when something was about to happen in the city. I quickly got ready and left the room, determined to see what things unfold. On my way off the property, I happened to notice Lily in the garden. I didn't want to see her right now, but avoiding the lady of the house would be strange for a servant even on a day off. Moreover, there's a chance I can learn something about the queen's movements or news from the royal palace. When I made my way over, she noticed me and smiled. Good morning, my lady.
おはよう。あら、今日はお休みなの？後でお茶に誘おうと思っていたのに、残念。
Good morning. Is today your day off? I was planning on inviting you to tea later. How unfortunate. Her elegant brows furrowed as she mumbled that beside her was Alfred. So you were with Lily, huh? Alfred, I didn't notice until I got close. My attention's been wandering these days. He remained silent, not so much as a raised of an eyebrow, seemingly intended to watch the conversation unfold. I straightened my postured bow to him, then turned back to Lily. Yes, I'm on my way to the city.
そう。最近あなたと話せていないでしょ。だから今度はお茶に付き合ってね。ああ。
No.
その時はアルフレッド卿もいかがかしら。
No, I would not enjoy that, Lily. I see. We haven't really had a chance to talk lately, have we? How about joining me for tea next time? Would you like to join us as well, Lord Alfred? Sure. With pleasure. No. Lily stayed unusually close to Alfred, showing affection, and he seemed to welcome it. It was to be expected since they were engaged. However, a whirlwind of motion twisted within me and my pulse quickened. Well then, I'll excuse myself for today.
ゆっくり羽を伸ばしてきて。明日からもまたよろしくね。
Take your time and relax. I'll see you again tomorrow. See you tomorrow. I swiftly left, making sure not to act impolitely. I felt their eyes on my back, and I refused to turn around. Girl's about to throw hands. I kept on walking without going to Goneril's store even after some time in the city. I need to hurry and get to go see John. I had thought about this countless times, but if I met with John, I knew my vulnerable side would show up. I couldn't bring myself to face him. When I tried to calm my emotions and walk with a clear mind, isn't this? My steps halted when a flyer carried by the wind landed at my feet. To whom it may concern, the notice from the Twilight Ravens, it's finally happening. I picked up the flyer drawn by the large words written on it. We, the Twilight Ravens, aim to revolutionize this senseless world. To all who To all our beloved comrades in this country, if you stand with us, raise your voices. We shall rise on the day of the exhibition. Do not miss the sound of our wings. The time has come at last. The streets had grown crowded with anticipation of the exhibition, and I slowly took in the vibrant scene around me. Meanwhile, the people begging and starving had grown in numbers in the back alleys, yet no one extended a hand to them. They were simply overlooked. The pain, sadness, and resentment of the vulnerable were evident everywhere in the city. The Ravens brought all of these emotions together with the intention of using them to change the nation's future, and then they dragged the queen off her throne. I found benefit in their cause and had joined them as an ally. Goodness, I'm stumbling. I'm a-stumbling. I'll take another sip since I was already taking a sip when that started. It's all to bring an end to the fate that had followed me since birth and the 8-year grudge I carry. Stretching. The moment was finally approaching. With it came unavoidable tension, causing my hand to tighten around the flyer. Failure is not an option. I'll make sure to succeed so I can move forward. This wasn't the time to get sidetracked or to dwell on my pain. Doing absolutely nothing wasn't an option either. I slapped my cheeks, cleared my head, just like Evelyn had then. I was about to step forward when I bumped into someone and momentarily lost my balance. The person who ran into me brushed past and vanished into an alley. The streets was bustling, but not to the point where people had to squeeze past one another. This person had obviously done it on purpose. Could that person who had ran into me have been Alfred? Their height, the faint scent of cigarettes that hung in the air, and then, a note had been shoved into my hand in that fleeting moment. Scrawled on it was an address along with the familiar words in elegant handwriting. Our deal's not over yet. I gripped the note, taking the words in, then I began moving forward. You want me to help the Ravens? Then we'll go as far as sacrificing their own lives to achieve their goal, that's why. Wait a moment, my lady. I asked John for help after explaining everything. He scratched his head, confused. I know you want to help, but aren't they suspicious of you now? They think you were the one who ratted them out. Why bother helping them? You're only teamed up with them because your interests happened to align. There's no need to worry about them like this. John didn't think too highly of them because they doubted me. I truly appreciate the way he prioritized me. However, I don't mind if they still doubt me. It's sad, yes, but I genuinely hope they stay safe. I had a feeling you were getting attached to them, but are you sure about this? Don't you feel any regret? Not at all. Their suspicions of me doesn't change the fact that I want them to be safe. I'm begging you, John. You're the only person I can rely on. Pretty please, John? John looked at me sternly and shook his head. There was a hint of irritation in his voice when he replied. I don't understand why I have to help people like them, but that's what you want, my lady? I nodded. He stared at me for a moment, then sighed heavily, holding back his frustration. Fine. If that's what you want, I'll help out. Thank you, John! Goneril had been quietly watching us finally spoke. I get how you feel, sweetheart. I can't turn a blind eye after hearing all that. Okay, so I'll help out too. Really? Thank you, Goneril. That's such a relief. I brightened at her offer, but her face twisted into disdain, something I had never seen from her before.
でもね、これまでの話を聞いて、私が気になったのは、
Is this the bad ending? It shouldn't be. It should be the good ending. But I don't know if we're that far enough in that to find out. It should be good. It should be good. Oh no, wait. Maybe there's actually, you know what? Maybe we're not there yet. Maybe there's another choice coming up. And then that'll decide. We still only have 6 out of 8. So there's 2 more. I understand having locks in here. I just feel like I should be allowed to go further down. I should go down more. Oh, there's a choice in here. We haven't made that choice yet. Okay. You know, something else has been bugging me as I listen to all this is that woman trying to make a new victim. That woman. Judging from the flow of the conversation, she had been referring to Lily. I didn't think he'd be so open about it. Can I reach? Can I reach? We went to Target a little while ago. And got the after Christmas chocolate because I'm that person. And I just realized I have Reese's. Goneril's unusual behavior puzzled John, who had spent a great deal of time with her. I need to put them in the fridge though. I don't know about you, but I like cold chocolate for more than one reason. One, it tastes a little bit better to me. I don't know how that works, but it does. And 2, it doesn't melt as fast, so I don't have to worry about like getting a little bit of chocolate on my hands when I first open it. It doesn't happen. Ah! These are called Polar Friends. I don't know if I've ever had an egg-shaped Reese's for Christmas. But I think we paid $1 for the bag, so who cares? I like the themed candy more because you get more chocolate, not chocolate, you get more Reese's peanut butter out of it. She even refused to say her name. Does she hate Lily that much? Oh. As I left pondering the mention of victim, Goneril let out a long, weary sigh. Look at that face! It's nothing important, really. By victim, I mean her new husband, that's all. Huh? Hearing Goneril mention new husband made my chest flutter with unease. Creswell and White Lily, I never imagined we'd be discussing them. Goneril's brow furrowed as she pondered something. Her face showed a hint of anger. That woman. I stared at Goneril. She was acting unlike herself, and I didn't understand why. When she caught my eye, her expression changed. It's just another political marriage. I highly doubt the stone-faced noble would fall for White Lily and start supporting the queen. True, I can tell that much. I'm sure Alfred will never change. I looked down at the note in my hand and found my fingers gently tracing the writing. I guess I should get going. Oh right, have you heard from him recently, John? The conversation had paused, so I had taken my pocket watch out to check the time. That was when I remembered the little bird.
Yeah.
I'll try giving him another call. I'll notify you if I get a response, my lady. Please do. I'll be going. If anything comes up, I'll be sure to get in touch. You better. You truly are worrywart, John. I'll be fine. I said goodbye to John and Goneril with a smile and left the shop. I walked for a bit, then took out the note Alfred had given me and read it again. This isn't the hideout I was told about. No, wait, isn't this the place? The address was surprising, but there was no point in hesitating, so I hurried towards the destination. The address was written in Alfred's note was surprising enough a unit in an apartment building where Rowan's middle class resided. I assumed they wouldn't stick around Eden after the hideout was discovered, but who would have thought they'd set up a place like this too? This is just his like single pad. There was barely any sign of people in the building. The door wasn't even locked. It opened far too easily almost carelessly. We're gonna get murdered, aren't we? There was still no indication of anyone after I stepped inside the building. An eerie silence filled the air. Alfred should be up ahead. I quickened my step and found myself in front of a designated room. Before I knew it, I took a deep breath and slowly opened the door. What confidence. You're here. Alfred stood at the window, looking outside. He turned to me. Your complexion still doesn't look good. Would you like me to help you get some sleep, Lord Alfred? I raised my right hand, my smile slightly sarcastic. Alfred's tension and expression relaxed unconsciously. If you can joke around like that, I suppose you're feeling fine. I wonder when we'd last spoken so casually. I thought it had taken a long time for my feelings to change. I can speak words. I do read. I thought it had taken a long time for my feelings to change, but looking at it now, our relationship was the same as ever. The exhibition is tomorrow. It's time to put our plan into motion. I know. The plan remains the same even after the raid of the hideout. No one suspects the thing after you helped us fool the enemy with your power. I truly owe you for that. Thank you again. Alfred was being polite, but I acted indifferent and my response was cold. I don't need your thanks. If we were caught, the whole plan would have fallen apart. I just did it to help myself. Typical. A moment of silence lingered between us. After a while, Alfred spoke. Leonardo has been feeling down. He keeps going on about how he was being mean to you. That didn't bother me. He must have been anxious. With everything going on, it's no wonder he grew suspicious of me. I'm glad to hear that. He's been reflecting on it. Houseward has eyes everywhere. I thought I'd managed to slip past them. They're truly not to be underestimated. Do you think there is a chance that more information on us has been leaked? No, but I remain alert. The Ravens continued preparations even while I was avoiding you. Preparations are all set. Alright, now we just need to wait for tomorrow. Alfred nodded, then he suddenly looked at me in the eyes. I met his gaze, holding it. The plan is extensive. We've considered every unexpected scenario possible, but we can't predict what exactly will happen. Naturally, we'll do our part to ensure success, but we can never be 100% sure. I don't think I need to doubt your determination, do I? You certainly don't. I made up my mind 8 years ago. I don't plan on dying or getting caught. Good. I figured you'd say that. I'm flattered that you understand me, Lord Alfred.
前から思っていたが、素のお前を知っていると敬語の違和感がひどい。頼むからやめてくれ。
I meant to say this for a while now, but it's weird hearing you speak so formally when I know the real you. How rude. I'm still the daughter of a very real duke despite everything, you know. We fell silent after the light-hearted banter. I wondered how Alfred fret about the silence. How surprising that I even cared. That should be enough for now. Get plenty of rest and prepare for tomorrow. I'll be going.
待て。
Wait. Alfred moved away from the window and approached me. He looked at me, his expression serious, then he spoke.
レオナルドのことは許してやってくれ。
Please forgive Leonardo? I told you earlier I don't care about it.
そうだったな。いや、違う。私が伝えたいことは。
Right, I forgot. No, that's not it. What I'm trying to say is, he hesitated. I tilted my head at the unfamiliar demeanor, silently waiting for him to continue. Alfred took another step forward and placed his hand on my shoulder.
私はアプローズを疑ったことはない。あの時も今も、決して裏切らないと信じている。
I've never doubted you, Apros. I always believed that you wouldn't betray me. I still do.
お前の復讐にかける思いを知っている。だから、いや、これも違う。
I get your desire for revenge, so that's not what I want to say.
私が言いたいのは、渡りガラスには。
What I mean is the ravens.
私には。
I need you.
どうしても計画を開始する前に、これだけは伝えておきたかったんだ。
I just want to tell you this before we begin our mission. Can you be straight with me, my guy? How? How did he know what I wanted to ask? How did he give me the answer I want? What was the question? I was happy he trusted me. At the same time, the scene from the garden came to mind and I ended up replying unpleasantly. Thank you, Lord Alfred. While I'm at it, congratulations on your engagement. I averted my gaze and offered congratulations. The air changed. Alfred's eyes widened in surprise at the sudden intensity in my tone.
なぜ怒っている?
Why are you mad? I'm not. Why would I be angry? I'm simply offering my congratulations.
その言葉遣いは本当にやめてくれ。あと、きちんとこちらを見て話せ。
She's like, meh. Please stop talking like that and look at me when you speak. It doesn't really matter, does it? Making eye contact with someone like me surely can't be important. I knew I was being obstinate and troublesome. Despite this, the frustration and irritation building within me drove me to act.
あの婚約はそんな大層なものじゃない。
That engagement isn't anything to make such a fuss about.
前に話しただろう。クレスウェル家の力が弱まっていると。婚約話でバーンスタイン家をその隠れ蓑にできる。
I told you before, remember, House Creswell's power is weakening. We can hide behind House Bernstein with this
そ
engagement.
もそもお前も承知の通り、明日の計画で女王を引きずり下ろせたとしても、いきなり国の階級制度を変えることは難しい。
And as you know, changing the country's class system is so suddenly isn't easy, even if we do manage to overthrow the queens tomorrow. The change in conversation made me turn to face Alfred, noticing he
ユニークの
continued.
弱体化、リングルの増加もそうだが、トツクニへの牽制が弱まってしまうことは避けたい。すべてを一息に片付けるのは不可能だ。
The weakening of the demi-fae and the increase in mingles is concerning, but what I want to avoid is Fremdelin invading in the interim. Settling everything in one go is
だから
impossible.
こそ、他家の協力を得られやすい立ち位置を用意しておきたくてな。
Which is why I want to ensure we're in good position, that we make it easier to gain their household cooperation. That makes sense. It is an important step considering his ideals, I understand that, but if that's the case, doesn't that mean an engagement isn't that necessary? I couldn't help but feel disgusted with myself. I was no different than a child throwing a fit, a puzzled Alfred looking down at me, unaware of my inner conflict.
リリー城の婚約者になれば、よりバーンスタイン家がその周辺の動きを探れる。渡りガラスにとって大きな収穫だろう。
Becoming Lady Lily's fiance would give me a better chance to observe House Bernstein and the surrounding area. That would be a big advantage for the Ravens. His expression told me he had no other reason. This time around, it was me who widened their eyes in surprise. Wait, you're getting engaged for something like that?
そんなこと?
Something like that. He sounded genuinely surprised, which only deepened my confusion. Look at us, we're both confused.
侵害だ。目的のためには重要なことだろう。実際に婚約以降、公爵の動きは格段につかみやすくなった。
That's upsetting. It's an essential step in reaching my goals. In fact, it's been much easier to track the Marquez's movement since the engagement. Was my mind just playing tricks on me, or did this suggestion he made had no interest in Lily? Did this suggest he has no interest in Lily? I was left speechless. Then again, his priority has always been the ravens and the country. I got caught up in such an embarrassing thought. Silence returned once more. My feet felt as though they were glued to the spot. I was unable to move. Alfred observed me for a while, then touched my arm. Do you remember our deal? I wasn't lying when I made that promise. She's like, don't talk about it. I won't talk about it. Once it's all over, I'll give you my Am I gonna kiss this guy? Did I kiss this guy? No. Who drew this art? Okay, this is the second piece of art in here that feels like they're trying to hide her face, like she's a faceless MC or something. Don't do this to me. She's not faceless. She has eyes. Don't do this. Don't say that. Lauren Armstrong. Oh man, it's a giant. Well, he is tall. That's fine. Don't, not right now. I'm begging you. I had no idea what I was doing. My body moved instinctively because I didn't want to hear the rest of his words. I made a deal to kill him. He himself promised me this, believing it to be the best route. But I treasured the time we spent together, and I found myself wanting to feel the warmth radiating from Alfred more than ever. I pressed my face into his chest, Alfred's arms wrapped around my back. He didn't say anything, and yet I felt as if there was a deep connection between our hearts. Everything will end tomorrow. That was supposed to be the day I'd been waiting for, but my chest ached painfully. I didn't know why, but my heart was overwhelmed with feelings. I had fallen in love with him. It would have been so much easier if I had just fallen for someone I happened to have met, like in a fairy tale. However, it had been revenge that brought me to Alfred together. Even now, the memory of losing my family gripped my heart. I couldn't forget about them. It hurts. The desire to kill Alfred and the longing to stay close to his warmth tore me apart from the inside. I didn't know how long he remained like this. It could have been a few seconds, perhaps it was far longer. I slowly loosened my arms and wrapped them around him. Sorry, that was sudden. I tried to pull away with an apology, but Alfred caught my hand and held it firmly. Can we stay like this a while longer? My eyes naturally met Alfred's. The warmth of his hand lingered on my own. Oh ho ho! Duh. I guess I could save over this. It's fine. Flowchart. Flowchart. You still go. I plan to finish this route tonight before I finish my stream, so it could be... Well, I don't know. We're near the end. I don't even know how near the end we are. It could be... Let's see how many in line this is. It could be like another hour or two. My goodness, they're so distracted. 4 to 8. 4, 8. So we're at 4, 3. There's like 5 more. 12-hour stream. I don't think it'll be 12 hours. I don't, but it could be. But I don't want it to be, but it could be. But I'm not finishing until I finish Alfred's route, so... Listen, if it's almost 5 here. If it gets to be like 7:30 and we're done, I'll be done. If it gets to be about 7 and I'll get to Edward's start and then we'll quit it. Long stream. Yeah, Mondays are usually my long stream when I get on because it's usually my day off. So it's usually the day I can stream for a while. Plus we start a little later than I normally do, which I don't mind starting a little later because I'm more awake when it hits noon than I am super early in the morning, so tell him to release my hand. Pull my hand away. Take my hand. Take his hand. Take his hand. Just do it. I squeeze his hand back hesitantly. But I can't forget about my family. The words that escaped my lips ended up rejecting him, even though my actions said otherwise.
しょでしょ。
Like that. Even I realized how nonsensical I was being. My deep affection for my family and my feelings I had for Alfred were making a mess of my heart. I'm almost done with this, which means I might have to go get another drink soon, but we'll see. And my water is it's getting there too. It's about, I don't know if you can see where it's shaking. It's getting there. I realized how nonsensical I was being. My deep affection for my family and my feelings I had for Alfred were making a mess of my heart. Did we do it? Did I do it? Do I have 8 crystals? I do. Okay, great. I know that. Alfred tightened his grip on my hand as he accepted every part of me. It's because he's this kind of person that my heart, which had been cold for so long, was slowly thawing, but I couldn't allow myself to indulge in the warmth just yet. I let go of his hand and slowly pushed away from his chest. I stepped back and gave a small, subtle smile. I'll be heading back to the mansion. There's one last thing I need to take care of. See you tomorrow. I couldn't stay any longer. I turned and left without another word, not waiting for Alfred's response. Just push this man away. She's gone. Dude, bro. I watched Aprose leave from the window. She made her way into the street, but it was only when she melted into the crowd that I finally released the breath I'd been holding. I'm glad we could talk. Romance. Yeah, that's what this is all about. And revenge. Romance and revenge. Those two things. Tomorrow was the day of the exhibition, a day that would determine everything. I had prepared for every possibility, but I still had no idea what to expect. I know this is a bit early to say it, but this could be like my favorite one so far. So far. 1, it feels more believable than some of the other things that have happened. 2, they didn't just instantly like fall into it. 3, they actually haven't hugged or kissed really. Like Linus felt kind of cringe. Like he kind of threw himself at her and was all like, prove it. And I'm like, bro, don't even. He forced that girl to kiss him, and I don't like that. Don't force a girl to kiss you. It's not cool. You don't look cool doing it. There was even a chance that I would lose my life before Aprose could kill me. Why am I acting so weak? I wanted to see her no matter what. Very slow burn. Yeah, that's what I like. Doesn't have to rush. When the Haida had been attacked, Aprose risked everything and even used her hidden powers to protect me. Yeah, look at this face. You fell in love with this look right here, with her eye twitching. Since then, I barely had an opportunity to see her. Meanwhile, things changed rapidly behind the scenes. I ended up confusing her, starting with the engagement. As for me, however, nothing had changed. My goals and purpose remained the same. I could confirm with confidence that my determination to risk my life had not wavered. I guess there is one thing. I want to hear Aprose's voice. How often had I thought this? It wasn't just once or twice that I had been disgusted with myself. Linus's route was not very well balanced. My expectations of the MCs were also too high. It made the start a bit disappointing. Yeah, I can see that too. Because it felt like they were giving us a very strong MC, which we've been saying for a while we want a strong MC. Like in our little theories for making a story, we wanted a strong MC for that, who's like very self-driven. But even here for revenge, she doesn't feel self-driven at all. She's really reliant on John, I keep saying to say Jack, sorry, wrong guy, to give her pointers. She's very reliant on the king for pointers, and then she ends up like falling into these guys and needing their support as well. Like she's not a very good spy. And I don't know. She's cute. I give her that. She's cute. I don't have time to entertain these thoughts, much less the right to harbor such feelings, and yet I sometimes heard her voice when I visited the Bernstein mansion. That's the voice she uses as a maid. I yearn for the voice of Aprose, her true self. I found myself unable to resist calling her here. knowing that the next time we'd speak to each other might be that when she kills me. Yeah, why not? It's why I'm scared about Ascot's route, because I'm not sure how it's going to work given his character. I would love if she just constantly shuts him down. If he's just always acting very flamboyant and very interested in her, and she's always all like, please stop, please stop, please stop. But you could stop that? Could you stop? But like, stop. That's all I want. That's all I want. Cringe until the very end, and then his personality has to change. I mean, he's definitely the guy who's got like a knife in his hand, you know what I'm saying? Like, he's very much probably ready to stab her right back. So I get that vibe from him. That he might actually be a psychopath who kills us, maybe a couple times in his route. I know seeking out someone who's trying to kill me is completely irrational. Even so, her endearing awkwardness and the kindness she couldn't fully hide were more than enough to stir my heart. Her endearing awkwardness. When she leaned into me earlier, I realized we might both be burdened with similar conflicting feelings. I won't humiliate myself by begging for my life, no matter what choice she makes after this is all over. My life is yours, Apros. I repeated this to myself silently, then took a cigarette out of my pocket and lit it. My guy, stop it with the cancer. Quit it. I just watched Constantine. Quit it. Morning, Charlotte. The exhibition is finally here. Now that the meetings have wrapped up, work should calm down a bit. We can finally breathe again. I know. But I'm feeling super nervous and I didn't get to see it last time, so I'm really love to catch a glimpse of it this time around. I noticed something different from our usual morning routine while discussing the exhibition with Charlotte. Is Rose not here yet? You're right. I wonder what's going on. We scanned our surroundings, but we couldn't find Rose anywhere. She hasn't been late since coming to the mansion, not even once. Just when I turned to the door to call for her, Nicholas appeared. Charlotte and I exchanged a quick look before joining the line. That's all for the schedule. The exhibition begins today. Nevertheless, we are servants of House Bernstein. Each of us must stay grounded and carry out the duties without distraction. He stopped speaking but didn't dismiss us. The servants mumbled to one another, unsure of what to do. He continued a moment later, his tone noticeably lower. I have one less thing I need to mention. Cottonly resigned from her position as a servant at the Bernstein estate this morning. I have acknowledged it. The unfamiliar surname confused me at first, but once I recognized it was Rose Nicholas was referring to, I almost made it sound. Charlotte gasped too. Evidently, she was shocked as well. Please keep in mind that her room has been vacated and shall remain empty until the new occupant is found. Despite our confusion, Nicholas issued the final command just like always. I kept hearing cottage like cottage cheese. That would be my name in in a romance novel, cottage cheese. It's still good. A little lumpy, but good. I responded automatically. Neither Charlotte nor I found the strength to move even as the others dispersed. What's going on? Did you hear anything from her, Evelyn? Not at all. I really didn't. She wasn't even here yesterday. It was her day off. Both of us struggled to understand the sudden turn of events. Nicholas approached us. We expected to be reprimanded for our vacant expressions, but he handed us a letter instead. Evelyn, Charlotte. Yes.
ローズからこれを預かっている。
Rose asked me to give this to you. Take it. I nervously took the unadorned letter. Nicholas left the room silently. It was just the two of us now. Charlotte and I exchanged glances before opening the letter. Thank you for everything, and I'm sorry. That's all she had written. Rose had always kept her emotions hidden, but I sensed she had poured everything she had into these few words. They used the other storyline as a clutch that she had to work still. Why didn't she just quit? Why didn't she just quit? She was still working. She was like, I gotta work. I gotta make it look natural that I'm not here. Why didn't she quit then too? Why this all of a sudden? Was the whole engagement too much for her to bear? Tome logic, yeah, it gets me sometimes. I can't say for sure, but she's not the kind of person to abandon her work for no reason. To think she left a letter like this, I never would have thought she would have bothered when she first came here. I recalled her cold, emotionless demeanor when she first came to the mansion. Back then, I couldn't have imagined feeling so concerned for her. She'll be fine. She can take care of herself. Let's cheer for her on her new journey. I feel like we'll meet again somewhere one day. Charlotte nodded, trying to come to terms with what I said. Her eyes brimmed with tears. I wrapped my arms around Charlotte's shoulders and tucked the letter away before leaving the room together. Interesting. I hope my letter had reached them by now. When I checked the time, the clock showed the hour Nicholas usually held the morning meetings. After serving at the mansion for months, that sight had become a daily occurrence for me. I could picture it in my mind quite vividly. Evelyn, Charlotte, thank you for everything, and I'm sorry. I silently repeated what I had written in the letter. I struggled with what to write when I held the pen. Some emotions couldn't be conveyed through writing, hence it turned out simple in the end. Thank you for always supporting me and being considerate. Living with revenge as my hidden purpose, I was glad to have people other than John who truly cared for me. She's like, but I no longer have the luxury of feeling sentimental. Leonardo, who had been watching the building across the street, turned to me from the end of the alley. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. No, the guards at the entrance will change in 4.5 minutes. That's our cue. Is everything okay? I mentally went over the plan for today. First, we set off explosions at various points around the exhibition to cause a stir. Simultaneously, explosions mean the yard won't have enough manpower. The 5 houses will handle their things. Security will be stretched thin. Then Alfred and I head to the Queen. I'm sure you're aware, but even if we manage to lure the 5 houses' private soldiers here, it'll be pointless if we get taken down too easily. I'll make a mess to buy us some time. Who knows? We may be able to overpower them ourselves if you're too slow. Okay, thanks. Despite his playful wink, Leonardo's hands trembled subtly. He's probably cracking jokes because he's nervous. It's only natural since we don't know how things will end. I crouched down to meet his gaze and softened my expression, hoping to calm him down. Don't underestimate them. Going after them too aggressively is dangerous. There's a difference between sacrificing yourself for a mission and dying senselessly. If something goes wrong, my partner John will help you out, so you better come back alive, okay? Leonardo nodded silently, then mumbled something under his breath. He eventually looked down awkwardly. I really appreciate your concern. When we were attacked, I doubted you and said some horrible things. It was understandable. I had only just joined and was near Alfred. It was only natural that you would be suspicious. It's okay. You thought I was an intruder. It's fair. You don't have to apologize. That's not okay. Things like this should be properly addressed. You did address it. With that, Leonardo removed his hat and lowered his head. Did he, though? I'm sorry for that. I thought I was more mature than the average kid, but now I know I have a long way to go. I placed my hand on Leonardo's small shoulder as he hung his head. It wasn't his fault that he couldn't have a life like other children. The country's twisted system was to blame. Alright, I'll forgive you, but only if you promise to do something for me. What is it? Promise to me you'll never abandon your life. I had stopped believing in the notion that no sacrifice should be made. That was merely fairy tale, and yet I couldn't stop myself from asking for this promise. Sure, I promise, Apuros. When did I tell my full name? There was a sudden commotion on the other side of the street. Leonardo and I turned towards it. A figure approached the guard in front of the building, probably a soldier for a shift change. It started. As soon as I prepared myself, an explosion came from the inside the building. Other explosions echoed from every direction. The spaghetti began to stir. Ah. 2, 3, 4, 5. Looks like it's going well so far. Members of the Raven should be on the move in other areas, just like we were. As chaos unfolded in the city, House Ward private soldiers came running after hearing the uproar. Alright. Calm down, stay where you are, follow our instructions. No. Don't let the culprits escape, catch them at all costs. House Ward's here instead of the yard, exactly as planned. Alfred already told me that House Ward's private soldiers would be deployed for the exhibition security. Nice. Nice, it looks like we managed to pull off quite a few soldiers away from the venue. I'll keep the ward distracted and make a run for it through the city. Private soldiers from House Lindell and other houses would probably be taken off exhibition security to handle the explosions happening elsewhere. We're sticking to the plan, Apros. Apros, go pass this on. We'll take down the queen. I'm trusting you with Sir Al. He clung to me. I hugged him back just as tightly. May luck be on our side. Yours too. Leonardo gave me a quick smile before sprinting away, vanishing into the bustling crowd. I'll succeed no matter what it takes. With no time to spare to see Leonardo off, I rushed to the exhibition venue where Alfred waited. As I ran. The exhibition venue was crowded. Things were lively, brimming with the heat of their enthusiasm. The chaos in the city will surely reach here before long. Guards stationed at critical positions suddenly started moving in a fury, a clear sign of the coming chaos. It was only a matter of time before the crowd noticed this strange turn of events. I have to find Alfred before the commotion starts. I moved through the restless, shifting crowd. It should be up ahead. I can't imagine she could get to this scene before news reached it. I don't believe that. You got me there. It should be up ahead. I entered a passage marked with a sign that read restricted area, authorized personnel only, in order to reach the meeting spot Alfred had designated. And imagine that she could get in? No. No. The back of the venue was dim and eerily quiet, a stark contrast to the lively vibe from earlier. The silence was so heavy that even the sound of breathing seemed out of place. I proceeded cautiously, not making a sound. I noticed a guard in the distance and quietly concealed myself behind some luggage. While we pulled many of them to the explosion in the city, it only thinned out security. There are still soldiers in the area. That was to be expected. I placed my hands on my chest and took a deep breath, reaffirming my resolve. I can do it. Calm down. Everything will be fine. Hey. While I was focused on the soldier, someone covered my mouth and yanked me backwards. Oh no, I was about to grab my knife when I heard a familiar voice that lowered my guard. Be quiet, it's me. Alfred, why are you here? We were supposed to meet further ahead. Alfred noticed my confusion and spoke in a hushed voice. One of the guests fell ill a moment ago. A crowd gathered up ahead because of that. I wanted to let you know, but the situation already unfolded. That's why I figured it would be best to wait for you here. You were bound to pass through, so I came to pick you up. I see. Before the operation began, I thought I had understood that no matter how much we planned, we could never truly know what would happen. But when confronted with an unforeseen situation, I realized how fragile I was. A chill ran down my spine. Alfred touched my right hand softly, which I had unconsciously clenched. Are you ready for this? Of course. Alfred quickly surveyed the area, wrapped his arm around my shoulders, and drew us further into the shadows. I thought I heard a voice. No one's here. Was it just my imagination? How's it looking outside? Should I go check on things? I held my breath and waited until the guard moved away. After his presence finally faded, Alfred spoke. How are things going in the city? Everything's fine. Leonardo and the others should be stirring things up and causing a distraction. Good. Alfred glanced down the passage and slid his hand under his coat. Take this. He held out a short sword. What's this? This was forged by combining silver and iron. The craft people of House Creswell risked their lives to craft it for today. It can kill a queen. Yeah, I know. Someone else gave me this knife. The silver and iron knife was mentioned back then. Have I forgotten buttons? Why is it always a short sword, never a dagger? Because it's a short sword. Actually, what is the difference? Let's Google it. What is the difference between a short sword and a dagger? A dagger excels at close quarter stabbing, while short swords function as versatile principal combat weapons. Okay. Uh-huh. A sword short is a little bit longer than a dagger. Am I understanding this correctly? Okay. Here's a picture. Here we go. Focus. If only you were not blurry, you would know, you would understand what I'm trying to show you. Please? That's a dagger. And see that bottom at the bottom? That's a short sword. So a dagger is not as long as a short sword. However, I would argue that what we're seeing does look more like a dagger than a short sword. But I'm not holding it. So. But a long sword, wow. I could stab myself with that so easily. The iron knife you mentioned back then, a weapon created by the Spragan clan that can cut the wings of Fae. Pure silver and iron are poisonous to pure Fae and a lesser degree demi-Fae, so one must handle this knife with caution. I'm just saying, I know myself. I would suck. I would suck with any weapon. They usually weigh like 30 pounds and like, no. This is our trump card. I mean, I guess, yeah, that looks like, okay, if I'm picturing, it looks like the picture, definitely. I guess it would just be a shorter length. The weapon was simple and unadorned, but the blade was clearly well polished.
私もあまり持っていて気分がいいものではない。
Be careful, it's also harmful to Demi-Fae. I don't feel good having it around either. It is indeed beautiful, but when I hold it, how do I explain? I feel an instinctual repulsion. Alfred took the short sword, sheathed it at his waist, and stood up to scan the area. He's giving it to me or not?
女王のもとへ。
Let's head for the queen. Okay. Let's go stab that lady.
町の様子は報告はまだ来ないのか。
How's the situation in the city? Has the report not come in yet?
一体どうなってる。
Damn it, what the hell is happening? I don't care that much.
爆弾を仕掛けた者は捕らえられたのか。
Have the bombers been apprehended?
情報が錯綜している。
They are so
もう
loud.
市民に紛れて逃げ回っているらしい。
I'm not sure. The information received is mixed. It seems they're blending in with the citizens and fleeing.
おい、持ち場を離れるな。女王陛下の警備が最優先事項だ。
Don't leave your position. Protecting Her Majesty the Queen is our top priority.
町の反乱を制圧しようとの命令が。
But we were ordered to suppress the rebellion in the city. We snuck past the disoriented guards moving forward, and then... The Queen is just ahead. In the exhibition, a single soldier bearing House Creswell's emblem stood guard at the dais where the Queen was seated, and her name is... Linus?
アルフレッド様。
Oh no, Lord Alfred. I braced myself just in case, but Alfred stopped me with his right hand. The man bowed his head deeply and pointed further
どうぞ
inside.
お通りください。陛下はこの奥です。
This way, please. Her Majesty is deeper inside.
苦労をかけるな。
I'm sorry for putting you through this.
これも大義のこの国のため。お二人ともどうかご分を。
No need to apologize. This is for the greater good, for the sake of the country. I wish you both the best of luck. I gave a slight nod to the man as he stepped aside, then I grabbed the curtain and forced it open. At long last, I...
あらいらっしゃい。ある
Oh, hello, Al. The composed woman sat alone on the great chair, unbothered by the commotion at the venue.
陛下、
ど
Your Majesty.
うしたのなんだか騒がしいのね。どんな余興が始まるのかしら。
What is that noise about? I'm curious to see what kind of performance is next. Despite everything, the Queen remained cheerful and showed no sign of worry. I kept close watch of her from behind, Alfred ready to spring into action. Alfred stepped forward, blocking me from the Queen's view, and fixed his gaze on her smiling
陛
face.
下、あなたはヒューマンを愛し、重用しながら、力のあるユニークを優遇しておられる。
Your Majesty, you love and value humanes while favoring the powerful Demi-Fae.
弱く生まれついた者にミングルの烙印を押し、同じ妖精の力を持つ者でありながら、
You've branded
音に蔑む
those
存在として、
born weak as
弱い者扱いを
Mingles.
続けてこられた。
Although they share the same Fae blood, they've been disregarded and treated as
あなた
inferior.
の恩寵は確かに偉大です。ですがその愛が、今日までのいびつな階級社会を生み出すに至りました。
Your grace is indeed immense, but it is that this very love that you have that has given birth to the warped class system we see today.
同じ国に生きる者同士が誰かを虐げ見下す。そんな時代はもう終わりにするべきです。
It's time to bring an end to the age where those living in the same country oppress and belittle one another. Alfred took a deep breath after calmly condemning the Queen and made his request his will.
どうかティルナノーグへご帰還ください。さもなくは、私はあなたに死を施さねばなりません。
I ask that you return to Tinonog, otherwise I will have no choice but to bring death upon you. The Queen said nothing. Amidst the silence, I noticed her shoulders shaking slightly, then she began to laugh, her voice dripping with sweetness. It's pretty cute. The Queen isn't looking at Alfred. What is the Queen looking at? The person who had sealed their own fate wasn't Alfred, it was me.
なんて素晴らしいの。また会えて嬉しいわ。ローズ。
Well, well, what a delight. I'm thrilled to see you again, Rose. As she gave me a friendly smile, the murderous intent I had suppressed until now spilled over.
どうしてかしら。前に会った時からね。あなたに対してとても近しいものを感じているの。
I can't quite say why, but I've felt a very close connection with you ever since we met.
ねえ、あなた、本当は誰なのかしら?
Tell me, who are you really? The queen tilted her head and looked at me with burning eyes. I walked to Alfred's side and stood tall before answering. Indeed, it is just as you said. I am not Rose, Lily's favorite servant from House Bernstein. My true name is Aprose E. Randolph. E is for elegant, by the way. I'm the sole surviving member of House Randolph, the house you hunted down and annihilated. I'm the daughter. Who is your vessel? Dun dun dun. She does not care. She gives two fucks about all that, by the way. These sleeves, though. Ah, I knew it. The queen's eyes widened in surprise. She stretched her trembling hands out towards me. What a blissful day. I've dreamed of this over and over again. I pointed my knife at the queen, who paid it no mind. She rose from her throne looking utterly excited. Can you come a little closer? Much, much closer. We are reunited at last. I've been waiting for this day for so long. Did she not remember annihilating House Randolph? Her insistence on sharing her joy with me made me nauseous and filled me with disgust. She seemed indifferent to my family's pain, whose lives were lost 8 years ago, and the fact that I had no choice but to flee. Naturally, she carried no guilt either. I lost everything because of this woman, my father, my mother, my brother, maybe, everyone in the village. I swore I would kill her. A dark, chilling impulse drove me forward. The queen would never refuse me as a vessel. In that case, I should be able to approach her and thrust a knife deep into her heart. This is all to avenge them. Wait. Alfred noticed the surge of murderous intent and tried to pull me back, but by the shoulder just as I stepped forward. Don't get in our way. Oh man, she's got those same claws. The queen waved her right hand as if swatting away a bug. The wind that followed became a hidden blade, easily knocking Alfred aside. Yeah. Alfred! Alfred didn't have time to cast a barrier and rolled backwards. I ended up looking away from the queen. Leave him alone. You're meant to be here with me, right? The queen pointed her hand at Alfred. She was clearly threatening me and smiled in satisfaction when I froze. How dare you? Alcia? Pouting won't change anything, my dear, but you're so quick to understand as always. Now come to me, my precious Alcia. Alcia? Who is this woman calling for? She's definitely not seeing me. The queen didn't want me. She simply saw Alcia in this body instead of me. You can understand what it's been like for me to have come this far, no doubt.
もちろん分かっているわ。もっと早く見つけてあげられなくて怒ってるのね。
Your feelings? Of course, I understand you're mad because I couldn't find you sooner, right?
あなたってかくれんぼがとても上手だったのね。知らなかったわ。でももう見つけたのだから許してちょうだい。
If we were playing hide and seek, you failed. Okay, if you reveal yourself, you are not playing hide and seek. It's just how it works. You failed. You're quite good at playing hide and seek, I see. I didn't know that. But now that I've found you, will you forgive me? She sounded like she was lecturing a different child. It infuriated me. It's almost laughable how far off you are. I will never stay by your side, even if it means death. The queen furrowed her brow when I hurled those words at her. Then she placed a finger on her chin and smiled as if she understood everything. I see. You despise me, don't you, because I took your family from you?
私はエルセとの約束を果たそうとしただけ。それなのに、ルイ。ランドルフ公爵は逃げた。
But have you thought about what caused it? I was only trying to fulfill my promise with Elsie, but Louis, the Duke of Randolph, ran away. The Queen's remark made my heart pound. Ice crept down my spine.
あなたさえ私のそばにいてくれたら、誰も死ぬことはなかった。これは、すべてあなたのせいなのよ。
If only you had stayed by my side, then no one would have had to die. This is all your fault, you know. Enough, don't listen to her. Did everyone die because of me? The Queen didn't need to say it. Those words had echoed in my mind over and over again. They had always lingered in the back of my mind. It's my fault.
ローアンは大きな都だったろう。いつかお前が自由になれたら、また連れて行ってやりたい。
Rowan is such a big city, don't you think? One day, I'll like to take you here again when you're free. I don't know if that's recent or not, honestly, if I'm being so real. Riley's not dead. There's no way they gave a dead man a sprite.
あなたもそれを分かっているのでしょ?
You're aware of it deep down, aren't you?
私のせいにしなければ、立っていられないから。
But you need to make me the villain or else you won't be able to stand strong. That's not true.
村全体を囲まれたようだ。おそらく5家が揃っているはず。この子をみすみす渡すわけにはいかない。
It seems like the whole town is surrounded. The 5 houses have probably gathered there. I can't just hand over the child.
愛しているわ。私たちの大切
I remember that part. That one. She's like, that's when she's scooting her out the room.
全部あなたのせいなのよ、アプローズ。でも安心して。私と一緒にいれば、そんな苦しみ。
It's all your fault, Apros. But don't worry. As long as you're with me, you'll be able to forget about such suffering. You're wrong. You're wrong. Had I known my destiny, had I just gone to the Queen, I had thought about this countless times. I thought and thought and I thought until I couldn't anymore. The Queen approached me. All of this happened because I was there. My grip on the knife weakened and it tumbled to the floor. The Queen reached her hand out to me. She was only a step away. No! His voice snapped me back to my senses. Alfred yanked me by the shoulders and jumped in front of me. Oh, he's got his wings out. They're gray. The barrier kept me in place and the Queen's hand stopped just before it reached me. The Queen's face contorted with anger as she looked back and forth between her immobile arm and Alfred's arm, which she held. I broke into a cold sweat when I realized that I might have been in the Queen's grasp if Alfred had just been a little slower. Alfred, Don't give up, not here. She's just trying to confuse you. Do you really think everything is your fault? Where's the king? He jumped out pretty early in Linus's route. He was instant. He was like, "Hey, my wife, it's me. Your boy, the guy that you stole his wing and then ran off. Let's go back to Tyrannog, right?" And then where's that guy? Your existence isn't a sin. Don't belittle yourself. It's an insult to the entire house that kept you safe. And where's Linus? I thought he'd be up on the Queen's ass trying to protect her, right? When they said there was one person at her door, why wasn't it Linus? Where's Ascot? Come on. Where's these people that want to keep her safe? Ascot's always by the Queen. Linus is her #1 servant. Where are these people that should be here right now? It might sound odd coming from me, but just for now, please close your eyes. And do you imagine that there'd be a bunch of bombs set off in the system and it would lower the security around the Queen? Hell nah. Hell nah. So how that works. A faint, barely visible smile was on his lips even in a moment like this. Alfred. Every person in this nation has the right to live. That includes you as well. Please wish for happiness. Live. Live. Wish for happiness. That thought hadn't crossed my mind in ages. I considered it something childish fantasy, nothing more. I had been living my life thinking I had lost everyone who wished for my happiness, but I was wrong.
あんた今日はいつ
Relax, I don't need the flashback. Yeah, these people care about me. I get it. They're there.
私は
He loves me. The care I receive from those who have helped me get here stirred strength from deep within me, overcoming my regret and guilt. Thanks, Alfred. Don't worry, I can do this. Maybe take your bonnet off, though. Start with the bonnet. Don't mention it. You understand, don't you? Oh, she's not happy. That is not a happy woman right there. The wind whipped up by the queen became more violent as Alfred and I talked, almost breaking through the barrier. I understand. Let's put an end to this. I had dropped my knife earlier, although Alfred gestured silently, and I reached for the short sword and hung it at his waist. The queen didn't notice that what I was doing as she struggled to free her arm from the barrier. Yeah, she's not looking happy. Alfred stood between me and the queen, his tall frame working to our advantage. I'll pierce the queen with the sword, but for that... What are you doing? Stop hesitating. Do it. I know that, but... In order to reach the queen from this angle, I have no choice but to pierce straight through Alfred as well. Do I? It's a short sword. We just talked about this. That's not that long. It's not 2 people long. That was one of the methods Alfred had suggested when we made the plan. At the time, I thought we could find a way to avoid such a situation, but now that we were here, hesitation stirred within me. Alfred snorted and let out a laugh when he saw the struggle written on my face.
お前の気持ちはその程度だと。私に刃を突きつけたのは幻だったのか。血を見るのは嫌か。それとも女王に同情でも。
Is that all you feel? Was I hallucinating when you pointed a knife at me? Are you afraid of seeing blood? Do you pity the queen? Do you pity a queen? That's impossible, but if I do it... Hurry up. It's a simple task, isn't it? This barrier won't hold much longer. Hurry. When do I turn to my true form? I'm stronger in my Fey form. I pressed the tip of the blade against Alfred's back. Aren't you afraid of dying? A small crack appeared in the barrier, holding the queen's arm. We'd ran out of time, but if I didn't ask now, I'd regret it. I'm scared. Y'all are too intense. I'm sorry, are we really gonna stab him in the back when we can just walk around? Just walk around. What are we doing? I just need the intense music to stop for a second. Because that can't be for real. She's like, we're literally discussing this in front of the queen? How am I gonna stab her? I'll stab through you. No. No. Just walk around it. It's fine. She's oblivious to everything, apparently. You guys are having a loud conversation in the middle of a windstorm caused by her. What is she waiting for? Oh my god. I can't. You can't be so for real. Also, like, to get the momentum to stab him, there's some steps in, like, is he pressed up against the queen right now? The fuck he is. What are you talking about? Oh my god. You got me. You got me good, game. You got me so good. You're crazy. You're so crazy. If my death can be the foundation of the future I long for, the path I believe in, then I will choose that fate. You don't have to die right now. Just step over. Most serious but not taken so serious fight scene. Yeah, the picture I have is they're like at least like 5 feet apart-ish, right? It doesn't sound like an arm length, right? Apart. He's not got her pressed to his chest. He's not holding the queen to his body. He's got her arm. There's a space there. I'm gonna stab through this man, thus having to have him push his own body up again. What's happening? Walk around. Just walk around. If my death can be the foundation of the future I long for, the path I believe in, then I choose that fate. Your fate is stupid. And the thought of the queen winning and taking you away from me... Girl, what? Oh man, I'm having Stranger Things flashbacks. Can we stop talking? What's happening? What's happening? It's annoying. I can't quite explain it. It's annoying. I'm annoyed. Sir, me too. What's that? She's laughing in the middle of this windstorm where she's gonna have to stab a man. To stab a person. Oh my god. I found myself laughing at Alfred's childish words despite the situation we were in. Girl, this isn't even a situation. You're causing the situation. If I was on the outside looking in and they're like, this is the plan, I'm gonna stab you in the back right now. Did you just laugh at me? I can't. This was your genius idea? You were part of an organization here to try and take down the queen, and your genius idea is let's stab me. She hasn't even gone Super Saiyan. And they're like, this is it. This is the only choice we have. She's not even in her final form. It's unfortunate I couldn't see it. From now on, live your life with that smile on your face. I will. Girl, what? Girl, what? Girl. And then she... You're in my way. Move aside. Don't interfere. The queen's hand pushed in. It was like she was barging into someone's heart, and with dirty shoes, she grabbed Alfred's arm and held the barrier. Now, the time I gripped the sword with all of my might, now I will see my revenge through to the bitter end. Okay. Alright. Sure. The Dawn. Right. The Dawn. Why not the Dawn? Why not the Dawn? Oh my god. I love it. I love it. I love that. Hang on. Hang on. That was beautiful. This was my favorite part so far. Chocomonyo. Oh my god. We are... Don't get in the way, Al. You're such a nuisance. Nuisance. Alcia. I don't know her name. Aval, I've vividly felt the queen's overwhelming fixation on Alcie from my place behind Alfred. I wouldn't back down the moment I opened my mouth to voice my refusal. Silence. I won't let you demean her any more further. She's not Alcie, she's Apros. But who's Alcia? Is that my mom? No, that's not my mom's name. Alfred. Oh my god, Alfred. I know we're in the middle of this long, heated battle and I just talked about stabbing you for 6 hours, but like, oh my gosh. The fact that he accepted me for who I truly was brought me overwhelming joy despite the situation. Was that the name of her, like, dead child? Alfred didn't back down an inch. The barrier cracked and was on the verge of breaking, began regaining its strength as it turned gray in hue. Oh, he's going super. Why am I not going Super Saiyan? The flow of protection barrier that encircled us shifted. It wrapped around the queen instead, stripping away her freedom. Why do you keep getting in the way? Move aside, Al. A piercing wind swept towards us with the faintest motion of the queen's fingers. The wind lashed at Alfred, shredding his skin, blood streamed from wounds all over his body. How ironic. I missed it, sorry. No, I just want to play the sound again. Why? I did. No, that was fine. Bad timing. Is it a bad timing, or was it the right time? My height was one of the things that made me realize that the Fae power was weakening. It was so frustrating. I'm gonna be so real with you. Your height also makes you very attractive to, like, millions of women. I don't know. Sometimes when you just say 6'5", people get real excited. Thanks to it, I can shield you. You never know what might turn out to be a blessing. Stop with that nonsense and concentrate on the barrier, dude. I know. Are you ready? She's just, like, too serious. I am. The tension in my shoulders loosened at his words, and I let out a deep sigh. I grasped the hilt and took aim. The back of my hand heated up as it responded to my emotions. I believe in you. Same here. I said out loud, no? I replied silently in my head, making sure the queen didn't notice my movements. The pattern on my face side hand emerged as I channeled my demi-fey powers. Do it, Apuros. Oh. My god, did I stab him for real? Did I? Oh my god, we could have done so much. We could have done so much better than this, guys. This is the... It's the opposite of what happened in Pio Fiori. And somehow I hate it more. No. It's a short sword. Oh my god. You cannot be so for real. Oh my god. Are we for real right now? Are we so for real? How long is a short sword? Are we for real? 12 to 24 inches. 1 foot to maybe 2 feet long. This is a big man. There's no way. Oh my god. It varies. It varies. Oh my god. There's a lot. There's a lot that can be said about this angle alone. Where is this knife? Oh, hang on. Let me change the camera. You can't see where the knife is going in. Where is this knife, right? Look at this back. Wait, I need you to move your hand. I want to see this sword without this. This would have hurt. Be good if, as a Hungry Revenge MC, like Yang did it. Yeah, when Yang did it, I had a great time. I enjoyed the being murdered by Yang. This is so bad. This and also the build up to this. Step aside, my guy. If he had her in his grasp, if he's like, do it now, Apuros, you have to do it. Like, fine, whatever. She has to stab him. We talked this up for way too long. He was not in the queen's arms. I'm not okay. Don't tell me. Roar! The moment I plunged the sword into him, Alfred broke the barrier, letting me stab the queen through him. Yeah, great. I don't know if that changed. Loosening my grip would make all of this pointless. Don't worry about me. I mean, you don't care about yourself. I still don't know where this sword's going. Oh my gosh. Don't act tough. Not at a time like this. I clenched my jaw, trying to hold myself together. I feared I'd only lash out at him if I spoke. But it was worth it. Even the queen couldn't remain unharmed after being pierced by this sword. A pitiful noise escaped the queen's throat, a stark contrast to her composed stance earlier. Oh, oops, I hit auto. I won't you get away with this, not after everything. I saw the queen's hateful gaze past Alfred. For the first time, I felt as though she saw me instead of Elsie. I met the queen's eyes and glared back at her. I don't need your permission, neither of us do. The wind grazed my cheeks, severing the ribbon of my bonnet. But I never loosened my grip. The wind raging around us finally ceased. The terror that had gripped the queen disappeared from her face, leaving her flower-like features pale, devoid of all color. Also, if we hadn't talked about this in advance, if it wasn't like, by the way, you might have to stab through me, which is so stupid. Would it have been more of a scene if it was all like, you have to do it and this just happened instantly? Wouldn't it be more like dramatic instead of acting like we're really talking this out? Take your punishment. Take your just desserts. I pressed the sword deeper, my hand stained with blood of the person I loved, and then pulled it out with all of my strength. That's how you... Oh, he's so dead. If he survives, he shouldn't be. If he survives... Alfred. I knelt beside Alfred, who collapsed to the ground, and wrapped my arms around him. I'm fine. I guess all that practice paid off. Quit talking nonsense and focus on stopping the bleeding. Focus your body. You should be warned worse, by the way. So, go on, talk about it. Forget about that. What about the queen? I can't allow failure after wounding her this badly. I pressed a cloth to his wound and tried to stop the bleeding and kept an eye on the queen. Aww. She'd fallen to her knees, stunned and breathing heavily after I pulled the sword from her. Blood gradually spilled from her chest. Double tap. Oh god, imagine. Why? I just want to be with you. She stared at me with hollow eyes, her hands slowly extended to me amidst the growing pool of blood. Oh, she's... Why do I always... The queen's pain seemed to intensify right when I noticed my pocket watch growing warm. Don't tell me. When I took it out, Obrion appeared, not as a bird, but as his true form, that of the Fae King. He moved closer to the crouching queen. Tia. Obrion yanked the queen's hair, then tenderly stroked her cheek, his expression soft and enamored. I told you to go back over and over again, didn't I? Look at this. In the end, you were the one who got hurt. I just want to be closer to people. Where did everything go wrong? From the very beginning. I wonder what emotion flooded his heart. Obrion finally embraced the queen, who had lost consciousness as if trying to savor the moment. Obrion, what are you going to do with the queen? Only after being asked this did Obrion's attention shift away from the queen. He finally looked at me. I'll bring her back to Tiranogu.
邪魔をするならそれでもいいが、そちらにも手負いの者がいるだろう。無駄な争いをする時間はないんじゃないか?
Yeah, that's fair. That's valid. He's got a little bird on him. I think that Lily also had a little bird on her. If you insist on interfering, then so be it, but you have someone wounded on your side as well. I don't think we have the time for needless fighting, do we? Obrion glanced at Alfred, but quickly lost interest after returning his gaze to me. Right, we don't have the luxury of time, so promise me that the queen will never return to the country again. Pure Fae are no longer welcome in this world. Why are you... I knew that Alfred was questioning. Could I really let the person who turned my life upside down get away? Wouldn't I regret it later? Truthfully, I'd still been torn until this very moment. The dark feeling simmering inside me screamed, urging me to strike the final blow, but Alfred was warm in my arms. I made up my mind and demanded an answer from Obrion. Do I have to give him his wing back? Fine, for the name of the Fae King, I swear that Tia and I shall never return to the mortal realm. Obrion and I stared at each other's eyes. Neither of us averted our gaze, not even for a millisecond. Then I took the watch in my right hand and held it out to Obrion. Then this is where our contract ends. I'll return your wing. Obrion looked slightly taken aback, but said nothing. I'm sure when we do the other ending, he dies. You sure about letting the queen go like this? Alfred's voice was barely audible, as if he might vanish at any moment. It's fine. This will surely be a punishment far worse than death for her. Isn't that right, Obrion? Obrion smiled as he embraced the queen, one hand already reaching for the pocket watch. A deep green aura swirled from the pocket watch and into Obrion. I looked at the back of my hand and found that the pattern of his wing had disappeared. He got stabbed just for her to get away. He got stabbed for no reason at all, actually. Beats me. Like, she didn't need to get stabbed, period. Like, he didn't need to be stabbed at all. We made bad choices here. Weird. Terrible. That was the last thing Oberon said before he and the Queen Tia vanished into thin air. It almost felt like we had been in a daydream. The sensation was all that remained with us. It's over. I know. I wonder if Leonardo and the others are safe. Stabbing Alfred had been part of the plan. Leonardo was supposed to come to the rescue after the explosion, but there was no sign of him. I tended to Alfred's wounds and assessed his state. He watched me intently, his face slick with cold sweat. Are you all right, Alf? Are you sure you're fine with this? Fine with what? Letting the Fae King take the queen as he wished. You've always wanted revenge, haven't you? She's like, sure, but I fell in love. What can I say? I'm a different girl now. Alfred glanced down, recalling his own sins. He was concerned for me. I only watched Alfred silently. I never would have accepted what Oberon had done in the past. I knew I would have drawn my blade against him. However, everything suddenly became clear to me when I saw Oberon holding the queen. The queen was attached to the mortal world, and Alcee. Returning to Tiranoog was an eternal punishment due to her deep love that wouldn't allow her to die. The feeling was vague, but deep down I knew it was true. I will never forgive her, but I can't help wondering why. Apros. Dude, I'm thinking. Oh gosh, you haven't realized you're crying. I'm crying? Me? When Alfred pointed it out, I touched my cheek. Sure enough, tears were falling. Why am I crying? Now that I was aware of them, the tears wouldn't stop. They fell one after another. I tried to wipe them away with my sleeve, but a slightly cold hand stopped me. Don't rub your eyes, it'll only make them redder. I can do what I want. Why are you, my boss? I glanced down at Alfred, who gave me a worried look, but his eyes were tender. Seeing this made me shed even more tears. My emotions are all jumbled up right now. I can see that. Thanks. That's not what he said. He just said, yeah. It's over, but my hatred still lingers. It hurts so much knowing no one will come back. I knew things would turn out like this from the very beginning. Alfred listened as I poured out the feelings I couldn't help but have. I cannot forgive the queen. I won't. But I have no regret about letting Oberon take her. It's over. The more I think about it, the more I long for the days that won't ever return. I'm so lonely, not being able to see everyone. I recalled everything from that day I chose to get my revenge to this very moment. Now that I had achieved my main goal, my weak side decided to make an appearance. My quiet sobbing filled the silence. Only Alfred and I were in the room. I started crying out of nowhere, and now you've seen the embarrassing side of myself. Imagine me having emotion. Crazy. It's alright. If it wasn't for my injury, I'd pet your hair. If you didn't stab me in the stomach, I'd pet you right now. Sweat beaded on Alfred's forehead as he tried to lighten the mood. I felt the urge to properly thank Alfred for what he risked. It's all thanks to you, Alfred. Thank you for believing in me. His eyes widened slightly, then he gave an awkward smile. Same goes for me. But there's just one thing. Alfred extended his hand towards my face, an unexpected smile on his lips. I had no idea what he was trying to say. The strength left his arm before he could touch me and fell to the ground slowly. Alfred! Oh my god, he just died. Alfred, answer me. I held his limp hand firmly, calling to the unconscious person in front of me. He dead. Deaded. He die. He die? Special edition! Special edition! Read all about it. The new government has announced a new compensation system. After that, she took her time though. Like, he's just straight up dying, right? Oh my god, I can't. They took 10 minutes to decide to stab him in front of the queen. Like, let me stab through you and I'll stab the queen. Ah, it's perfect. Oh my god. I can't. I just can't. I never thought Her Majesty the Queen would disappear and a new parliament had been established, but what will happen to the country? So of course, he would pass out from loss of blood.
グランドアルビオンそのものが変わるチャンスじゃないか。俺は期待するに一票だ。
There's always been injustice until now, right? Isn't this a chance for Grand Albion to change? I'm all in on expecting good things. You're right. I can't stay miserable forever. Watch me. Watch me. I will do it. A new shopping complex in Eden?
そこでは働き手も募集してる。階級や種族なんかの身分を問わずだってよ。
They're recruiting employees over there. They don't care about your race or class.
本当に私たちも働けるの？これ以上泥水をすすらず生きていけるの？
Really? Unbelievable. Can people like us actually get a job? Can we finally stop living off scraps? Right after the exhibition, the five houses announced that the queen had returned to Tiranog, plunging. Am I doing this right? The nation into a temporary chaos. My brain's not doing it. People were terrified that Grand Albion would soon be plunged into war, fearing Fremdelin. However, everything from the establishment of the new government to the other developments progressed smoothly once the dust settled. Optimism for the future now outweighed any concerns. That was the result of careful preparation by House Creswell and the Ravens, who had anticipated a future without the queen. Very few people knew about this. Like Edward, for instance. I heard he had helped evacuate panicked citizens to safety after the explosion went off. And even now... We cannot avoid invasion from Vendemland. Even with Her Majesty gone, our nation is doomed.
いいえ、手は打ってあります。彼らと対等かつ健全な関係を築き上げるため、すでに水面下で交渉中です。
Measures have already been taken. Discreet negotiations are already in progress to establish a balanced, healthy relationship with them.
どちらの国にも、どんな場所にも、自由と平和を愛する者がいるということを忘れて考えてはいけませんよ。
You should remember that there are people who cherish freedom and peace no matter the country or location. As for Linus apparently attempted to rush the queen that day, but Edward held him back. A brutal battle ensued between them. The fight ended without a clear outcome. In the midst of it, news came that the queen had disappeared. What led to his change of heart was a mystery. Linus led his household and worked to bring about peace, suggesting he had his own personal reasons for doing so. Do you regret it, Line? Yeah, honestly, I do have some regrets. That fight scene would have been nice to see too, though. Yeah, like a nice little cutaway. Instead of like a 5-minute dialogue about how I'm going to stab through you to stab the queen, we could have had a cutaway where this fight happens. It would have been probably more entertaining and explain where he went instead of explaining it in the aftermath. I'll keep going so that one day I can be proud of the decision I made. So many people were working to secure the future we now live in, even without me knowing. And here I am, still living my life, even after getting my revenge on the queen. I thought I would die once I had done what I needed to. I considered living a new life, but the future didn't seem real. However, I have to go. I readjusted the paper bag in my arms and continued walking. That's Lion's house. Where are we there? Oh no, this is this. Okay. No one waited to welcome me inside the quiet mansion. There's hardly any presence in this mansion. It looks like most of them are out. I walked down the now familiar hallway quietly. When I opened the door at the end, I found a nice room. That's nicer. Wait, why is that so much nicer? He's sleeping so deeply. Alfred lay on the bed. His wounds from that day had healed quite a bit. I took a seat in the chair next to the bed and gazed at his sleeping face. On that day, Sir Al, Apros. Are you alright, my lady? I glanced in the direction of the voices and saw John and Leonardo, members of the Ravens, were behind them. They had most likely met up in the city. Both seemed to understand what had happened in an instant. John quickly examined Alfred, who had just lost consciousness. Good, it didn't hit his vital points. Let's move him quickly. We need to tend to his injuries properly. You're right. We carried Alfred someplace safe. Here? They're examining his injuries right now. Tonight will be the most critical point. I see. All we can do is believe in him now. Some of the Ravens were medical experts, and Alfred's life was placed in their hands. He'll be fine. He's strong. There's no way he'll die. I hugged Leonardo when I noticed that his hands were trembling. She's like, there. I wonder how much time had passed since then. I hit the wrong button. Once Alfred had been treated, we were called into the room where he rested. Alfred, open your eyes. Alfred, stop sleeping. You're being silly. You're so silly. Stop it. The color had drained from his face and his eyes were shut tight. However, he was alive. Yeah. Yeah, John, that was pretty foolish, wasn't it? To think he made you carry out such a foolish plan. When he wakes up, let's punch him. John left the room looking like he had just eaten something unpleasant. He was being thoughtful of me and Leonardo in his own way. A noise startled me. I looked to the side to find Leonardo sitting relieved. Thank goodness. Thank God Sir Al is still alive. Leonardo. Tears streamed down Leonardo's face. I bent down and patted his head softly. If Alfred was awake, he'd be the one doing this. Alfred fought to ensure these children could grow up in a safe future. Thanks, I'm fine already. Leonardo stood and hid his face with his hat and perhaps ashamed for crying. He then took my hand and guided me to Alfred's bedside. You better wake up soon, sir. You can't let Apros cry anymore. Only after hearing that did I realize tears were running down my cheeks again. When did I become so sentimental? I had been crying all day since yesterday. I can't really say anything to Leonardo. It's like I've become a child again. I stood frozen in place, unable to stop weeping. I released Leonardo's hand and placed my hand over Alfred's, happy to feel its warmth. I held Alfred's hand and wept endlessly, staying close to Leonardo. Lost in memories of that day, I did notice that Alfred had woken and was watching me dazedly. You're back. Just now. Alfred tried to sit up. I helped him carefully lean against the headboard to prevent straining his injuries. I took an apple out of the paper bag I had brought back, packed up a nearby paring knife. That's what it says. Picked up a nearby paring knife and sat on the chair next to the bed. You should be able to handle solid food, so I brought you some fruit. If it's too tough, I'll grate some for you, Leonardo, and the others will worry if you don't get better. I'd intended to cook a proper, nutritious meal for the sick, but the others had stopped me after tasting my dish. She continues to be a horrible cook. I thought I'd die for a second. Are you okay? You look like you passed out for a moment. The moment you tried it. Was it really that good? A man beside the pill, Leonardo, trembled uncontrollably after tasting it as well. What was I doing just now? I looked at them quizzically, not understanding what the pair were saying. I took another spoonful just to be sure, but it tasted perfectly fine. I chewed and swallowed it normally. For some reason, Leonardo and the man looked at me with tears in their eyes. Are you trying to kill Al? No, I'm not planning anything like that. Why? I mean, this is obviously something no one should eat. We're saying is that we think it'd be better if we start with some fruit. But his digestive tract and internal organs are unharmed, you know. I was careful to avoid them. I checked all the body vital points while preparing for the plan. He bled a lot, but the doctor confirmed that no important organs had been harmed. Feeding him something that will give him more energy so that he can recover his strength quickly is probably best. Despite what I said, the pair wouldn't back down, hence I ended up going out to get some fruit. They're like, don't kill him. That doesn't sit right with me. Are you sure fruit is enough for you, Alfred? That's what the question. It's enough for now, at least. Oh, just let me know if you need more, alright? Alfred watched me peel the apple with a knife for a moment, then spoke, his tone serious. It's alright. What do you mean? If you want to stab that knife into my chest, I wouldn't mind. Listen, if I wanted to kill you, you'd be dead already. Just kill me now, if that's what you're going to do. I can't put up a fight in this state anyway. That again. I shrugged at the back and forth that had occurred countless times since Alfred woke up. I told you so many times already, I won't kill you, not at the moment. I stopped Alfred from saying more and spoke my mind. If I had meant to kill you, I would have struck your vital spot back then. You get that, right? That would have been the most effective way for you to finish me off quickly. Exactly, and I didn't do that. Now, can you figure out why? Seeing Alfred's surprised expression, I put the knife on the table and turned to face him. Honestly, I didn't know what I was supposed to do until that point. I didn't understand my own thoughts. But everything clicked when he told the queen who I was. Did it? Yeah. I remember, I was there. The queen never truly recognized you as a person. I simply couldn't tolerate that. That's true. It's because you've been working towards equality for all, regardless of discrimination, that you think that way. I made my decision when I heard that. I won't take your life until you complete your goals, just as I promised. I glanced down at my hands, recalling the day they were soaked in blood. Honestly, I seriously questioned your sanity when you first suggested it. Don't say that. I'm quite offended. Well, it's true, isn't it? I'm the woman who promised to take your life. I thought I was being looked down on when you told me to stab you along with the queen. But you believed in me. I clenched my hand into a fist and looked back at him. Alfred pressed his hand against his wound as he spoke. It was an awful idea. It was stupid. It was bad. I believe that plan was necessary. If it were a contest of royal strength, we were likely to lose to the queen. Really? Because you held up pretty well. It probably would have turned out that way without the plan, but you held the queen in check and I attacked her from behind. In the end, no, I attacked you from behind. In the end, it all worked out. Alfred nodded. I understand how you feel about the queen and the resentment you hold for me. I was ready for whatever would come. At the moment, I was convinced you wouldn't kill me. I can't quite explain why I thought that way. Seriously, you went through with it based on something as uncertain as a feeling. I know it was foolish, but that's in the past. Alfred paused and clasped my hand tightly. A moment ago you said you wouldn't kill me until I've accomplished what I've set out to do, didn't you? I did. But the country has found a new path and began moving ahead without me. Isn't this the right moment? I lifted my free hand and slowly extended it to him. I flicked his forehead with my finger, hard. What did you just... For heaven's sakes, what makes you think everything is over? I sighed and glanced at Alfred, who groaned in pain. If anything, it's just the beginning. Things may be moving along the path you set, but who knows what lies ahead. The future is still unclear. We don't know what the Fremdelins will do or whether the discrimination in this country will actually end. The Queen had undeniably caused the problem. Even so, deep-seated ideas people had built over hundreds of years won't change so easily, even with the Queen gone. You need to see what you've started through to the end, or do you want to run from your responsibility? Alfred lifted the corner of his mouth when I gave him a challenging look. No way. If you bring me closer to the future I desire, then I'm more than willing to do it. What about your revenge on me? When will the future you speak of become certain? Revenge. That was a desire, my reason for living. Your anger and resentment hasn't truly vanished, has it? I gave an honest shake of my head. No, I still hate you with all of my heart. The desire to kill you is definitely still there. The feeling would never go away. Losing them would mean losing myself, but all at the same time. I leaned in and softly kissed Alfred's lips, sensing his quiet shock. This is insane. The person understood the assignment on this one at least, because like, look how much bigger he looks than her. They were talking about this so much. Do I need to say more? No. Alfred smiled faintly and shook his head. We gazed at each other, close enough for our breath to mingle. But don't get too comfortable. If this country, if Leonardo and the others aren't properly looked after, I'll kill you. How scary. I hope you sleep in fear every night. Would you like me to sing you a lullaby, Lord Alfred? Good idea. If that's the case, I can do this every time. This time, Alfred pulled me closer. Our warm lips pressed together once more, saying more than words could ever convey about how we felt for one another. My life is yours for all eternity. Yes, it belongs to me. I won't give it to anyone else, not even you. If you say so.
John Boy.
John Boy. Oh, I didn't enter. Look who's back. It's John Boy. I returned from the gathering intel and shut the door behind me. Goneril appeared from the back. Seriously, stop calling me that. Then prove that you're a man who can be of more use. Think you can do that? Stop treating me like a child. The answer is obvious. Oh my god. I pulled up a nearby chair and sat, then shared the information I had gathered with Goneril. Listen. Oh, we got a man of snow. Look at him. There he is. Well, that's still kind of focusing on the background. Could you please? What do I... There we go. There he is. The Queen's departure has become a hot topic. Countries that were invited to the exhibition spread the word. The messenger hall has been filled with people coming and going.
グランドアルビオンに攻め込もうとする強硬派と正常な国交を望む穏健派が腹の探り合いをしているのは明白。
In light of the hardliners looking for invading Grand Albion, the moderator hopes for noble diplomatic ties that are probing each other's stances. What? It's the kind of information anyone could easily collect. Goneril remained quiet, so I continued sharing my findings.
実際は強硬派の中に穏健派が潜り込ませた密偵がいる。そいつらは戦いが始まるように煽るのが仕事なのさ。
The truth is, the moderators planted spies among the hardliners. Their job is to incite conflict and push for war.
強硬派とこの国の争いが始まったら、その隙に自国での足場固めをして力を蓄え、すべてが終わった時に一切合切をかっさらう。
Once the conflict between the hardliners and the Albion begin, they'll solidify their foothold in the chaos, building power and taking everything for themselves after the dust settles.
そういう汚い計画を立てているんだよ。アルビオン内で内輪もめなんてしている暇はないな。
There are sort of dirty schemes that are cooking up. Albion has no time for internal squabbles.
なかなか興味深い話を掴んだじゃないか。やるね。
You've undiscovered something quite interesting. Nice work. After the Queen left the mortal realm, the day of the exhibition, I started helping Goneril with her work more than ever before. This time, my main task was gathering intel about the development between Albion and the Fremdelins going on beneath the surface. This was something I did on my own for my lady today, too.
どうだ?
My lady.
これで坊やは卒業だろ?
So how about it? Think I can graduate from the boy nickname?
甘い。いいかい?
So
情報
naive.
ってのはそれを生かさなきゃ価値がないのさ。あんた、それを生かす算段はあるのかい?
So naive. Listen up, okay? Information isn't valuable until you know how to use it.
それは...
Felt that. Goneril chuckled as she watched me stumble over my words.
まあ、そこはまだまだ今後の課題さね。で、お嬢ちゃんとはどうなんだい?
That's something for the future. Now, what about you and her?
お嬢? 連絡は取り合っているし、たまに会ってるさ。
Oh, her. We're in touch and meet every now and then. She seems really busy.
忙しいのは石の旦那だろ? 怪我も治って新しい事業や政策を始めるだなんだと張り切っているって話じゃないか。
The busy one is the Stone Lord. No, I heard he's eager to start a new business policy now that his injury has healed.
ああ、聞いているよ。それをお嬢も手伝っていて、そろそろ無事に進められそうだってさ。
So I've heard she's been helping out with that. It looks like something will be moving along smoothly. Before I could stop it, a lonely tone slipped out. I expected Goneril to tease me, but she simply stared at me in silence.
まあ、お嬢ちゃんが幸せならいいんじゃないかい。後で祝いの花でも持って行ってやんな。
Did I misread that? I've heard she's been helping out with him before I can stop running on. I guess. As long as she's happy, isn't it good enough? Bring her some flowers to celebrate later.
ああ、わかった。きっとお嬢も喜ぶと思う。
Alright, I'm sure she'll be happy. Goneril said nothing more, gave a light wave, and retreated back to the inner room. I let out a sigh without meaning to. Now that I was left alone in the room, my gaze drifted to the ceiling. I recalled our most recent meetup. So I get that you're jealous, John. She was smiling. It never crossed my mind that things would turn out like this, not even for a second. Goneril's earlier comment replayed in my mind. Maybe I should bring some to celebrate her new start. Wait, is John considered the true route? I don't know. As long as you're happy and smiling, that's all I could ever want. Is he? He's not here either. Where did Alfred run off to this time? The instant he had recovered enough to move, it was as though he had been brought back to life. He immediately started working on his new policies and ventures. Eden was the first thing he focused on. Just recently, he had established workplaces for the unable to defend themselves. Concerned, Alfred hadn't slept last night. I visited his room only to find it empty. I thought he might be here. It's good that he's feeling better, though I can't help but be worried. I had one last place in mind where he could be, so I headed over. He's really here. Beyond the door I had thrown open without a second thought, I found Alfred with his back turned, smoking cigarettes. I gazed at his large back for a moment. Alfred created a barrier and deflected the knife aimed at his back at the very last moment. See? You're slower than before. Have you lost your touch? Hardly. I just held back, considering how tired you might be. I thought you might be sweepy. Not sure about that. This is their the way they flirt. She just like throws knives at him now. I'm gonna kill you. Alfred's barrier disappeared just as I lowered the knife. Taking a break in a place like this. Yeah, I had a few things to think over. His nostalgic-filled eyes wandered about the room, halting at the spot where a desk once stood. By the way, I suddenly remembered something that piqued my curiosity and decided to ask about it. When I told him about the strange feeling I had back then, Alfred's brow had furrowed. You weren't quite yourself that day, were you? I've already forgotten. The way you say that, you definitely remember, don't you? Are you seriously lying to me right now? Alfred glanced at the scowl on his face and smiled. He slowly walked towards me, his gaze locked with mine. I do remember. What are you doing? Out of nowhere, Alfred bent down and kissed my cheek. I was so surprised that I instinctively tried to step back. Before I could do that, Alfred's arms were around me. What's the matter? Your cheeks are flushed. You're the one acting weird now. A nasty person, that you are. I gave up on escaping and looked at Alfred, who turned his gentle eyes to mine. Oh no. My eyes closed and my face drew near as I thought of the warmth of our lips meeting, and then I pulled back hastily and I looked for the source of the voice. Leonardo stood in the entrance, his ears bright red. I didn't mean to interrupt. You can go ahead and continue.
よせ。
Enough with the jokes. Getting embarrassed. After a moment of awkward silence.
何これなんで笑ってんの
He's so cute trying to puke on them.
意味わかんね
Yeah, I don't know. What are you laughing about? Adults are so weird. Leonardo watched us as an eyebrow raised. We burst into laughter for, in his opinion, no apparent reason. However, either from being caught up in the moment or finding it amusing, Leonardo began laughing as well. The tension that had once filled the air faded in a peaceful moment as peaceful moments passed. We're just having a good time. After laughing for some time, Leonardo clapped his
そうい
hands.
えば今聞いてきたんだけどさ例のほら旦那が婚約予定だったお貴族様弟の勧めで地方の療養地に行っちまったんだろ
I heard something just now. The noblewoman woman who was supposed to marry you has gone to a wellness retreat. Her brother recommended it to her. His words brought up a mixed emotion that I couldn't describe. Yes, Lily is neither in Rowan nor in Bernstein Mansion. The Marquez got busier after the incident at the exhibition, and she disappeared while the country was still in turmoil. I met up with Charlotte and Evelyn recently, who told me that none of the servants knew about her departure aside from Philip and Nicholas. Philip apparently went with her, but in the end, it seems no one knows where she went. I asked Gonriel, and next time I saw her as I thought about this absent-mindedly, Leonardo looked between us and grinned.
それで婚約話も立ち消えだろ別にあるの旦那とお姉さんがどうなっても誰も気にしやしないって
So the engagement's been called off. No one really cares what happens with you two. Leonardo spoke in a mature tone even though he had been blushing just a moment ago. I gave Leonardo's head a somewhat rough pat through his hat. Tried to cover up my slightly reddened cheeks. You're so cheeky, Leonardo.
うわ照れ隠しならもうちょい弱く
If you're trying to hide your embarrassment, maybe go a little easier.
彼女にそういうものは期待するな、レオナルド。いつも全力だぞ。
Don't expect something like that from her, Leonardo. She's always giving everything for her
仕
all.
方がないって顔で見てないで止めてよあるの旦那ってば
Don't just give me that. What can you do? What can you do? Look, don't give me that. What can you do? Look, do something. Come on, sir. Leonardo must have realized help wasn't coming, so he wiggled out from beneath my hand and ducked behind Alfred.
だけどさ旦那も案外気が多いんだな
I'm surprised you're more fickle than I thought, sir. I thought Leonardo had learned his lesson, but he had just shifted his target to Alfred.
何を言うかと思えば、あの婚約はそういうものじゃない。リリー城も公爵も当然。
What are you talking about? The engagement wasn't like that. Even Lady Lily and the Marquez understood that perfectly
旦
well.
那が使える力を増やしたかったって話だろそれはもちろん知ってるよでもさお姉さんはムカついてたろ
You wanted to expand the power available to you, huh? I knew that, of course, but come on, she must have been pretty upset. Is that so? Why does he look happy? Looking back, maybe Leonardo was right. I might have been annoyed at that time. Still, I hated the idea of admitting it. I've forgotten about it now. It's all in the past, and I'm not beyond bothered by it. Hang on, close that. I put Evelyn's advice into practice and smiled brightly to avoid the uncomfortable topic. Alfred looked disappointed.
おおさすがこれが本命の余裕か
Wow, look at that.
終わりよければ全てよしってね
That's what true confidence looks like. Well, all's well that ends well, as they say. This kid is a little nosy. I thought I caught something I shouldn't have missed, but I couldn't press Leonardo further when I saw his usual carefree look replaced by a worried expression. By the way, Sir Al.
本当はあんたにまだ無茶させたくないんだよ。でも来週行くんだろ?
Oh, I'd rather you not do anything reckless just yet, but you're going to Eltbeek next week, right?
のんびりしてて大丈夫? その前にやらなきゃいけないことがあるんじゃないの?
Is being so relaxed here really okay? Isn't there something you need to take care of first?
それもそうだな。もうそろそろ戻るか。
You have a point. I guess I should go back soon. Just as Leonardo mentioned, Alfred and I planned on going to Eltbeek. I had always believed I'd return there after carrying out my revenge, so I could report it to the deceased. Was there an ending where I kill everybody? Is there just an ending where she murders every single person? Please? I never thought that I'd tell them that I'm living with Alfred. What would Father, Mother, and Riley say if they were still alive? They didn't want to marry me off. The only thing I know is I believe they would want me to be happy no matter what form of happiness took. Back when I'd been obsessed with revenge, I wasn't even aware of something like that. I'd finally had the room to consider everyone's feelings. It's all thanks to you, Alfred. I looked at him, holding all those emotions in my heart. Alfred caught my eye and smiled back. Let's go. He reached out his hand. Okay. I took it, squeezing it tightly. Oh, that's cute. I mean, despite that friggin' scene, it's still my favorite route so far, but like, oh my god. Leonardo thoughtfully took the lead. I followed and stepped forward with Alfred by my side. That reminds me, Evelyn asked if she could come to the house for a visit. Charlotte will be coming too, of course. She's planning on baking some delicious cakes for us. I'll be sure to stop by then. I need to greet your friends properly. I'm sure they'll be pleased. Evelyn in particular is eager to ask you lots of questions. She's been hunting for ideas for a novel she's been working on. She said she'd like to use you as a reference. Looks like I need to prepare myself for that. His slightly troubled expression stirred a wave of affection within me. I found these tender feelings comforting. I'm going to protect this happiness. I'm no longer the person I once was, someone who knew nothing and was only protected by my family. I vowed this in my heart, holding Alfred's hand tightly. We walked towards a brighter future together. Okay, so that's the good. There are still piles of challenges we must tackle. My burden is heftier than before. But whenever I look to my side and see you working alongside me, my motivation soar. I'm elated that you debated your thoughts with me, smile, and take my hand in yours. Now then, I should work hard to prevent you from killing me too. Please stay by my side forevermore. Cute. I like it. Did he just get closer to the mic? Oh my god, I was not ready. Alright.
Mistonia no Kibou, The Lost Delight.
Edward and Ascot is unlocked. Okay. Wait, that means I can do whatever I want now. Alright. I just want to see if I'm missing any special images before I go to the other ending, and then we'll have all of it. Yep, there's just one picture, so, well, two, but... Oh no, wait! It's the stab scene. Well, maybe the stab scene's differently in the bad ending. So... Let's try. Shall we? Oh my gosh. We're gonna go to flowchart. Oh, he's so pretty. I friggin' love that man so much. Alright. Okay. So would I do Edward then Ascot then Lucas? I know Lucas doesn't have as many secrets. I know Lucas is the trap, right? We all know. Oh no, wait, that's the wrong spot. Wait, that's the wrong spot. No, wait, hang on. Are we in chapter 4? Is that chapter 4? I'm hitting all the wrong buttons at the same time. Did you see that? That was crazy. You know what? We'll take a moment. We'll take a moment. Okay. Let's see. Uh-huh. Some of this. The clown. Okay, great. We did it. She's so cute still. She's so cute when she's screaming. Listen, my favorite will always be just lower the affection rate and we get there. Alright, don't get in the way. The barrier shattered with a loud crack and the queen forced her arm further in. That does mean that entire conversation doesn't change though. She's disgusting. I won't let you have her. You'll never get Apros. The cracked nearby broken barrier regained its strength. Oh, look at her. She's got like a sparkle around her now. That was fun. The flow protection barrier that encircled us shifted, wrapping around the queen instead and stripping away her freedom. She stopped? That's what I thought at first, at least. Do you really think that was enough to stop me? You've grown careless, Al. The queen swung her free hand to the side. The barrier that had confined her cracked and fell apart in an instant. No longer contained, she swung her arm again and sent a blade-like gust of wind hurling at Alfred. Alfred cast a third barrier, even with the fierce wind shredding his skin. However, it was obvious that he had reached his limit. Alfred turned his head slightly and met my eyes. I knew what he wanted. Are you really sure about this? He couldn't waste any time, still I couldn't help but ask. I had deliberated over what action to take so many times, but the affection that had grown within me made my vulnerable side come out. However, Alfred remained silent, but gave a faint nod in response to my question. There was no hesitation in his eyes, only a peaceful acceptance of death, as though he had already come to terms with being killed by me. As soon as I realized that, I heard the distinct sound of something inside me breaking. You think I'll be able to accept your death, don't you? Fine. In that case, ooh, girl. Her eyes. Oh, goodness. I shifted the angle of my sword and thrusted it with all of my might, piercing both Alfred and the queen. Is this it? Is that the difference? Does her eyes look more vacant? I can't tell. My disguise unraveled as I channeled my magic as a demi-fae. I forced all of my strength into the sword. Sorry, that was already said before. My brain just didn't read it. The blade I drove into Alfred pierced straight through him as intended and continued into the queen, who reached for us. Blood gushed from Alfred's stabbed back, staining my hands and the sword's hilt. Despite that, I pressed the sword deeper. The wind grazed my cheek, severing the ribbon of my bonnet, but I never loosened my grip. Upon hearing the queen's pitiful cry, I yanked the sword out with all of my might. Alfred collapsed. You okay, buddy? As though a thread had been snapped, he landed in a pool of blood at his feet, unconscious. The queen was on her knees. Some of this is the same dialogue. I'm not going to bother rereading it. Please, Elsie. She extended her hand to me once again, seemingly oblivious to the blood staining her flawless skin and beautiful clothes. I readied the sword, about to plunge it into the queen. All right, that's enough. The pocket watch floated in front of me, revealing Obrium in the form of a bird. In an instant, the bird turned into a young man with beautiful wings. He didn't meet my eyes, focused solely on the blood-soaked queen. Chop her hand. That'd be fun. This is your doing. How could you? The queen glared at him with hate-filled eyes, perhaps understanding everything that with Obrion's arrival. Finally, she lost consciousness and fell.
これで契約は無事終了だな。ご苦労だった、アプローズ。
This marks the end of our contract. Good job, Apros. That was fast. I still haven't finished off the queen. Obrium held back his laughter. He turned his gaze to me lazily and shrugged.
まあそう来るだろうとは思ってた。だけど残念。俺はそれをさせるつもりはない。
I knew you'd try to kill her. Unfortunately, I'm not going to let you. I thought back to when I made the contract with Obrion. He had said he wanted his wing back from the queen, but he never talked about what he'd do afterwards. You've tricked me all along, huh?
ご明察。にしても。
You're right on the mark. But you're surprisingly calm. Obrion looked at me with suspicion, showing no opening. Just as he said, I felt eerily calm despite having been deceived. I understand that you used your wing as bait and that you wanted to bring the queen back with you. I looked at the fallen Alfred, making sure he was completely unconscious. If you wish to take this woman with you, go right ahead. I tossed the sword away, throwing it in the opposite direction of the queen. I lifted my blood-stained hand slowly. I harbored no hostility.
本当にどういうつもりだ。引き分けが良すぎて不気味だな。
What exactly are you planning? You're being too cooperative. It's creepy. To be honest, I want to deliver the final blow. It's only fair, right? She stole my life from me, along with everyone else's. No matter how many times I stab her, it wouldn't be enough. There's no way I can forgive her after so much suffering. Anger boiled deep within me and would never subside. But you see, just a moment ago, I realized that I've come to desire something else very much apart from the queen. I knelt beside Alfred, who collapsed to the floor, and moved to stop the bleeding from the wound I'd given him. Oberon remained in his place, watching me silently. I softly brushed aside the hair covering Alfred's pale face.
まさかそいつとの未来とか陳腐なことを言い出す気か？今さら愛に生きるとでも。にしては、お前に明るさはないが。
You're not going to start talking about a future with him, are you? You're going to live for love now? Not that you seem particularly happy about it. How I wished I were as beautiful as it How I wished it was as beautiful as it sounded. I quietly tended Alfred's wounds, then looked up at Obrion.
まあいい。さっきも言った通り、契約終了だ。これで使用の手の強化も終わりで。
Oh well, like I said before, our contract has ended and that concludes the enhancement of your face sight hand. I can't allow that. I clutched the pocket watch against my chest and clenched my white hand defensively, my hand stained by Alfred's blood. Obrion gave me a look. It was as if he were staring at something he couldn't understand.
どういうつもりだ？ティアともこれでケリをつけた。お前にはもうそれは不要だろ。
No, what are you trying to do? You've already settled things with Tia. You don't need that anymore, do you? No, I still need this power.
だがこれ以上俺の羽で強化し続けたとしても、お前の体じゃ長続きしないぞ。
Even if I keep Obrion, shut up! Even if I keep strengthening you with my wing, your body won't hold on for long. You understand what that means, don't you? Yes, I'm preparing for that. Obrion's unwavering gaze seemed to probe for my intention. If it had been before I'd made my decision, his otherworldly eyes may have frightened me. But I'm not afraid anymore. Didn't I help you achieve your goal? Grant me my selfish wish. You're a king. You should reward those who work for you.
ああ、わかった。好きにするといい。それはもうしばらく貸してやるよ。
Fine, do whatever you want. I'll let you keep it for a while longer. With that, Obrion quickly lost interest in me and looked away. He went to the motionless queen. The way he tenderly lifted her in his arms spoke volumes of his barely contained overwhelming love.
だから言っただろ、ティア。俺と一緒にあの時帰ってれば、こんな目に遭わずに済んだのに。
I warned you, Tia. Had you returned with me back then, you wouldn't be in this situation now. Obrion. The queen called his name in a voice filled with loathing, but Obrion appeared satisfied, even thrilled.
すべては歌方の夢だったんだ。さあ帰ろう。ティルナノーグへ。
Everything was just a fleeting dream. Let's return to Tiananog.
いやよ、
I don't want to. I'm still. Oh, see. No! Oberon's face twisted into a satisfied smile when she screamed. He wrapped his arms around the struggling queen tightly. The happiest he's ever been. The pair disappeared, leaving behind only silence and Alfred heavy breathing. As the Fae disappeared, I heard the sounds of footsteps hurrying in our direction. My lady, are you okay? John arrived, gasping for air. He relaxed, relieved to find me unharmed. His eyes moved to Alfred, who remained in the pool of blood, motionless. Is it all over? Your revenge? Revenge, revenge. The words repeated in my head over and over again. Why did I?
なんだ、もう戻ってたのかい。それなら声をかけてくれりゃいいのに。
Oh, you're back already. You should have said hello when you walked in. I was staring at the ceiling absent-mindedly when Goneril came out from the back, grumbling. My bad, I just got back.
飽きがないね、お前さん。
You look so lifeless, you know that, right? Whatever.
何か新しい情報はあったのかい?
Did you find any new information? Goneril's frustrated looked bored into me as I slowly pieced together what I had gathered in the city and began to speak.
女王消失の噂は広がってる。穏健派もいるようだけど、強硬派が息巻いて優勢ってところか。
I'm just noticing the way her outfit's put together suddenly. News of the Queen's disappearance has reached Fremdelin. There are some moderates, but the hardliners are the dominant force right now. That's about all I've uncovered so far. Looks like they're finally gearing up for a full-scale invasion. Alright. Looks like things aren't going to settle down anytime soon. The Raven's operation on that day of the exhibition provided successful, at least in terms of results. No one had been there to witness it, but the powerful Demi-Fae instinctively sensed that Queen disappearance from the mortal realm. The Queen had been the absolute protector of this nation for hundreds of years since its founding, but now she was gone. She'll never return here again. Amidst the turmoil caused by the Queen's absence, I started helping Goneril with her informant work. I never thought it would come to this. So what happened with that thing? She asked you about it, didn't she? It's progressing smoothly. A few of the Creswell left today. Tomorrow it'll be the Bernsteins. I looked away from Goneril to ease the irritation building within me. Honestly, I can't care less about it. The only thing that came to mind was her. Have I gone mad with power? I'm begging you, John. You're the only one I can rely on. I've already decided this is my... You're so stupid, Aprose. I wanted to scold her, but she wasn't her. She wasn't here. She wasn't here. So you're here after all. I'd been staring at the skies, memories of my mind, when I suddenly heard a familiar voice. I turned towards the voice and found Lucas standing there, unusually serious. You don't look so well. It's as if the shadow of death is hanging over you. How rude to speak to a young lady like that out of the blue. Now tell me, what brings you here? What do you want from me? Does he usually hold a weapon when he's like this? What is this pose? There's something I want to ask you, actually. Jojo pose. The fact that I even came here should tell you everything. I know who you are. I also know what you've been doing. And that makes me even more confused. Why haven't you killed me? Surely you've long suspected my connection to the destruction of this village. Answer me. You're a bad liar too. What are you saying? You're obviously not here to ask me that. You're worried about me. It's written all over your face. My, you sure have a kind heart, Lord Lucas. What kind of foolish nonsense is that? Oh well, the reason why I haven't killed you, I'll tell you since you asked. That's because I wanted to kill you here. This place is... Before I knew it, I stood alone in the middle of an unfamiliar road. How long have I been here? I should be... My head felt foggy. I couldn't remember what I had been doing just moments ago. I looked around, still dazed, trying to make sense of the situation. Ruins. These don't look like anywhere I know. Wait, no, that's not true. I knew this place. Eltabeek Village. The sight before me was the symbol of an unforgivable sin I had committed. The once beautiful village was no longer here, only its charred remains were left. I put up the barrier even though I knew people would lose their lives. This is the consequences of my actions. I hadn't forgotten over the past 8 years, but I couldn't deny that I'd tried to ignore the guilt. The question is, why am I here? I searched through my memories, trying to recall what happened before I found myself standing here. The ravens, the exhibition, the queen, events that had happened in quick succession swirled through my mind. She stabbed me and then, oh, I know. I lost consciousness. How pathetic to pass out from blood loss. I just couldn't remember what happened after that. I didn't even know what had become of the queen. The sword she had thrusted into me had certainly pierced through me and struck the queen. I didn't know if it had been a fatal blow, however. She must have faced consequences as well. What became of her? My heart belonged to Apros. I felt something strange the last time our eyes had met, but I couldn't remember why. Is she alright? I hope she isn't in pain or in distress. Thoughts of her filled me with unease. She had certainly been behind me when I collapsed. I looked around. There was no trace of her. I didn't even know why I was here in the first place. I need to get back to Rouen. There's no use in staying here. I made up my mind and walked towards the edge of the village. The map I had studied 8 years ago was still sharp in my mind. I wonder if Leonardo and everyone else in the Ravens are safe. Did the plan succeed? What's happening to the country? I was overcome with curiosity about what had happened after I'd collapsed. It was as if a dam had broken. My feet moved faster. So pretty. It wasn't long before I arrived at the edge of a dense forest that surrounded the village, but... Why can't I enter the forest? Even though the path ahead was clear, something kept me from moving forward. Even when I tried to enter in a different spot, it was the same. Soon enough, I figured out what caused this strange phenomenon. It was simple, something I knew all too well. Why is a barrier here? I tentatively extended a hand and was gradually pushed back. The barrier blocked my path with certainty. Certainly the work of a house Creswell. Obviously it was not something I had made. What's going on? The instant that doubt arose, the scene around me changed entirely. Roaring flames closed in. Only then did I come to the realization. I get it. This is the anguish they felt that day. It was the event that had pushed her into the dark path. I wonder if I was experiencing the pain they went through, trapped with no escape as they fell in agony. No matter how I try to justify it, what I did can never be excused, and I've known it all this time. I will face whatever consequences are to come after everything I did. It's only right. The heat of the flames burned my skin. I closed my eyes and endured the suffering as the scorching wind blew against me. In the end, my only regret is that I caused Apros to stain her hands with blood. I wished to see the innocent, carefree smile. I longed to be by her side. I wished I had told her that I loved her. It's all too late now. My body, my status, my honor. They're all burning away. Sir! Leonardo? My eyes snapped open. A familiar ceiling lay above me. Leonardo gazed down at me, tears in his eyes. Sir, thank goodness you're awake. Leonardo wept as I lay there, confused about what had transpired. I realized what was going on. What I had seen earlier had been a dream. I survived. Obviously, there's no way you would die. You just like that. The blade missed all of your vital spots, but you were bleeding terribly. You had already lost consciousness by the time I arrived. I thought you were dead for a moment. Leonardo choked up on his words and wiped his messy face with an arm, trying to hide his tears. Yokata. Thank God, truly. I wanted to comfort the sobbing Leonardo and pat his head, but I couldn't move properly. It didn't feel like my body was my own. My eyes were open, and it still didn't feel like I'd survived. If I made it out alive, then what about her? Where's Apros? My gaze wandered around the room, but I didn't spot the person I was looking for. Is she okay, Leonardo? Leonardo flinched. You mean Apros? I nodded, the pain in my chest lingering. Leonardo didn't reply right away. Seeing Leonardo struggle to find the right words only made me my worry intensify. What happened? Did the plan succeed? About that. The noise outside the window suddenly grew louder as I pressed the boy for an answer. Please help us, Lord Alfred. Oh, is this the ending I wanted, where she kills everyone? The queen's gone, and now the 5 houses are too. What will become of our country? Answer me. How did it come to this? Take responsibility. I don't care about you guys. What's all the commotion about? The country's falling into chaos after the queen disappeared was inevitable. I made all the necessary arrangements and took precautions in advance for that very reason. What happened to the other 5 houses? The yelling from outside made no sense. Seeing my confusion, Leonardo finally spoke up. I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry things turned out this way, but... Calm down. What are the other 5 houses doing right now? What about Edward? I knew there would be chaos, so I had entrusted Edward, who was secretly on our side, with the post-exhibition arrangements. Leonardo? He's dead. He was murdered. Not just Edward, but Lucas. Why did Apros do this? The sudden mention of her name sent a chill down my spine. You mean she was the one behind it? Leonardo didn't answer. Instead, he turned his face away slightly. We still haven't figured everything out, but please get some rest for now, sir. Leonardo turned and left the room. A quiet stillness followed. What in the world's going on? Despite there being so many things I needed to investigate, the physical pain and overwhelming fatigue forced my mind to shut down. How much time had passed since then? The painkillers began to wear off and I was pulled from my sleep. Night had settled outside the window. I slowly exhaled in the dark as I watched. Then the door opened quietly and I sensed someone enter the room. Is that you, Leonardo? No, it's me. My heart raced at the sound of that voice. Just me. You're safe. His voice was filled with joy. I moved closer to the bed and looked down at Alfred. What happened after I blacked out? I didn't even know if you were safe. Tell me everything. Did Leonardo not tell you? He didn't. He did, but I don't believe it. I can't imagine you killing Edward and Lucas. A laugh escaped my throat. I couldn't hold it back after hearing that. Alfred was at a loss for words. I placed a hand on my chest, making sure I appeared to be a wicked woman. Leonardo told you the truth. I killed both of them. The ever eloquent Alfred was left speechless in bed. It was amusing. Why do you think I wouldn't kill the 5 houses? Do you believe I wasn't that kind of woman? You know nothing, and yet... I leaned down until I was right in front of Alfred's wide eyes. You're worried about the 5 houses. You're the one who thought it didn't matter if you died that day. My revenge isn't over yet. I will kill everyone who drove my family to death. That expression, yeah, the dead. I like the dead eyes. It's always great. But I'll save you for last. So until then, do feel free to suffer. Enough. I'm the only one you should kill. Stop this madness. No, I'm not stopping, especially after you said that. This is my revenge. I pulled back gradually and stepped away from the bed. Alfred reached for my arm, but it was easy to dodge him. This is great. I like it. You're so pathetic, Lord Alfred. With that, I quietly left the room. She's like, look at me, look at me. After that, how did things turn out this way? Still unable to leave bed. I was handed a special edition of the newspaper with the obituaries. Even Linus and Ascot, who's left? That's it, right? He's the 5th. I could do nothing but tremble in frustration at my own helplessness as I held the paper. Leonardo walked up to me, noticing my pale expression. He handed me a letter nervously. This just arrived. I think it's from her. Although the sender wasn't named, I knew it was from her. I had Leonardo leave the room, then open the letter. Written in Alprose's familiar handwriting was her resolve to change the form of her revenge against me and what had truly happened since the exhibition. Dear Lord Alfred Creswell, by the time this letter reaches, everything will likely be over. On the day of the exhibition, you consented to your death at my hand and chose to ignore my feelings for you. Interesting. Is this all because you rejected her? You didn't say I love you, so this is what happens. I've come to realize that you ultimately prioritize the future of the country and relief from your guilt over your regard for me. In that moment, I decided to take a different sort of revenge on you. The resolve with which she wrote the letter left me breathless, a quiet sigh escaping me. I quickly read the rest. I wandered through the streets while you were asleep, determined to find the best way to torment you. I just so happened to be at the scene where Edward was killed. That was when the idea first occurred to me. If I slaughter the 5 houses, especially as a Randolph, I will be executed as a criminal. Then, meanwhile, you will live your life bound to your country, the last of the 5 houses. Your kindness will make people cling to you, and death will be your only escape, and you will remain forever trapped in your guilt. I will always be the embodiment of guilt in your heart. How wonderful that will be. Even after my death, you will never forget me, and will only continue suffering. That was why I silently watched all the five houses as the five houses attacked. I allowed the weak to escape, but almost all of the members of the five houses were wiped out except for you. There was only one person who carried guilt like you. Forget it. But for writing this letter, I reported to the Yard that I was the one who killed the five houses. It looks like they're here. Should you be able to move, come and witness my final moments, if you have even the slightest feelings for me. Apros y Randolph. It was her who killed the five houses, but the enraged citizens. She deliberately spread the word that she was the one behind it. That was why I would carry the weight of the country all by myself after having lost everyone I loved and trusted. How did it come to this? I held my head in my hands, confused. Leonardo rushed back into the room, panting. She's been caught. Everyone knows that she's the descendant of the traitor Randolph. She's about to be executed. Despite Leonardo's protest, I forced myself out of bed. I dragged my weary feet and rushed to her. I watched from the alley as Alfred Creswell sluggishly hurried past me. You sure about this? You want to save her, don't you? Goneril had been beside me all this time. Furrowed her brow as if she foresaw what was coming. She sounded serious. You've seen right through me, yeah. I want to save her. Of course I do. However, she didn't ask me to save her. I'll keep an eye on him. Rest easy, my lady. Foolish kids. Someone was being showered with jeers and insults in the middle of an execution ground. It's Apros. Oh man. You murderer, it's because of you that this country's in chaos. Oh god, the CG. Like, doesn't that feel right? Look at her, she's happy. Just die already. You're a disgrace to the five houses. Randolph really was a traitor. Well, to be clear, revenge. Angry citizens blocked the way. I couldn't get any closer to her. That's not it. She hasn't killed anyone. She's not to blame. The swirling storm of angry shouts drowned out my voice, and no matter how much I screamed, my words never reached her. Please don't cause her any more pain. Both her and her family. And then I caught her eye, and her lips slowly formed words. I love you. My hands couldn't reach her, and the girl who truly only wished for happiness was stained with blood. And so began my unending nightmare. Nice. No after credit ending for that one because she did. I reread the letter only to be seized by regret countless times. I'm rebuilding this nation on your sacrifice, and it tortures me. If only I could abandon everything, leave it all behind. But if I did that, I would truly be unforgivable to you. I can't stand it. I think that's my favorite ending so far, surprising me as a hopeless romantic. No, I literally said, what if she killed everybody? I guess she didn't, though. I mean, Lucas showed up, and she said, I'm gonna kill you. So, I don't know. I mean, I know she said she stood back and watched, but I feel like she did some of it. But that's all of his, right? We got it? Yeah, what's the difference? No, that's not what I meant to do. Change. What's different? Nothing? Oh, her eyes. Oh, just the slightest bit of her eyes. Okay, she's got light in her eyes. No light in her eyes. That's it. That's the only difference. That's all it changes. It's so subtle. No, I think so far, I mean, it's still the second route we finished, right? So this is my favorite though. I liked it. I think it's cute. I think it's a nice little redemption story, and I think the bad ending's probably my favorite bad ending so far because, like, she gets she gets what she wants, right? I liked Linus's bad ending too, though. His was pretty good. I mean, I didn't like it because she like lost everything of herself in it, which I guess she kind of does in Alfred's too, right? But, it wasn't as good. It wasn't as good. And I don't like his CGs as much. I think Alfred had better CGs. But like their happy ending, super happy. Their sad ending, super sad. Like they did great. The whole stab through me, a little bit too much. A little too much, honestly. But everything else was good. I liked it. Despair. Yeah, they had a great despair. Like that was a good despair ending. Perfect. So that means tomorrow, it's almost 7, so it's a little about that time, but that's okay. We're gonna start tomorrow with Edward's route because that's who I want to do next. I know that's the lore heavy one, but a girl's gotta do what a girl's gotta do, and that is chase after Linus. So that was good. That was good. I had fun. That was a fun one. I don't know. I'm worried because sometimes we get a really good one and then we get a really bad one. And I'm not a big fan of Edward. I don't like the way he looks. I'm not a big fan of blondes, I guess, with haircuts like that. So we'll see. And then maybe Ascot, and then we'll go to Lucas. Unless doing those two unlocks John's, which John's might have to be like the very last. Poster boy gets too overdone. It's bad usually. Yeah, it's very rare that I'm trying to think if there's a single one where I like the poster boy. I didn't like the poster boy in Collar X Malice. Who was the poster boy in Trade Maniacs? Was there a poster boy? Was it the redhead? I hated him. Oh, not him. Not Trade Maniacs. I was thinking of a different game. Who was Cafe Enchanté? Sure, I was thinking of Lover Pretends when I said Trade Maniacs because same concept. Trying to think. Yeah, Lover Pretend, I think was the redhead, and I hated him. I hated him because he was like, you should like me because I liked you first. And I'm like, boy, no. Not how it works. Not how liking someone works. Let's see if there's anybody to raid before I head out. But yeah, we did it. We finished his route as I wanted. Let's see who's on. Rainy's on! Let's raid Rainy. I haven't raided her in a while. Oh, wait, never mind. Cancel. It says see you next time. She's leaving. She's leaving. Just kidding. We're not raiding her. I clicked on it and it said see you next time. Sorry. That's fine. Calamari is on. Let's raid her instead. Okay. Alright, we're gonna raid Calamari. We've played games with her before. Alright, guys. Well, thank you so much for being here. If you're watching this on YouTube, I stream about 3 times a week on Twitch. You can check me out over there. We're currently playing Mistonia, and then we're going to be playing Atahari. We also have other games in the lineup that we're going to be playing that aren't Otome style, so you can check those out once we get closer to those times. And I do have a review coming out for Tremania. I'm going to do that probably this weekend. So we're just going to go over the characters and then the beginning of the game. Not too much, nothing too crazy. I'm not playing it right now, so it's a great time to just do like a review on it. Alright guys, thank you. Have a great night. I'll see you soon. Bye!